Hello and welcome to today's matches on the SADPC Division 1. My name is Nomad and joining me on the panel today we have Snare and we have Astini as we get into today's series, which are looking very juicy, very interesting and very exciting indeed. But firstly, I've got to ask you guys, how are you doing? Snare, I understand you've had a long day, but are you ready for the midnight oil?
Listen, I've had a long day, but the day's mostly been filled with Dota. A little small reprieve for some Tekken in the middle of it, but it's been all Dota, so I'm super hyped. And what a great way to end the day because I think Thunder Predator is one of the teams I love watching the most. So I'm very happy to close out the evening. This is not even midnight oil. This is midnight reward for me at this point.
A little midnight snack, perhaps. Absolutely. Yeah, that is a series we've got in store. It is Thunder Predator versus SG Esports battling it out in this best of three. Astini, what are your expectations coming into this series?
Okay, the expectation, if you take the team's result into account, Thunder Predator is definitely the favorite here, but my expectation is that SG surprises us. So if they can take like one game of Thunder Predator, me as a Brazilian, I would be pretty happy because Thunder Predator, they're just playing insane Dota. They might be the best team in the region, even though, of course, Beast Coast has been the one at the international events. But this Thunder Predator lineup, they already had the first place on the previous DPC as NoPing, and now they're showing godlike performance.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good for them recently. They've had a couple of great tournament wins on the side of Thunder Predator. People like questions when they form the roster, but they have absolutely proved everyone wrong, doing fantastically in the BTS Pro Series, and then in both of their games here at the DPCSA.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like you mentioned, there were questions when they formed. But speaking of their formation, I think one of the interesting things about this Thunder Predator lineup and why I like them so much is I always place a lot of currency in teams that stuck it out, right? Done the hard work. It doesn't always pay results, right? We've often seen across the regions teams that are stuck together well past their sell-by date. But we've also seen the opposite far too often, teams that break up before they really get good. And this Thunder Predator lineup, before they became Thunder Predator, they spent a long time. The four players, with the sole exception of Packers in the safe lane, everybody else has been together for at least a year, which is in Dota years a long time to be in one squad, not changing anything up. They swapped out HFN for Packers at some point in the year, and the team has only gotten better afterwards. And usually when you see kicks like that happen, especially for a storied player like HFN, it makes more sense to me when it's coming from a team that still decides to stick together afterwards, that they don't just kick him because things weren't working out. They're like, we have a specific idea and understanding of where we as a team should be, and we don't feel this player can help us with this, but we feel like this other player can. Let's bring him in, but still keep the big core roster together. And that counts for a lot, especially considering that SG Esports are relatively new, right? Only two of the players have had any kind of experience playing with each other for any duration of time. And that can lead into some difficulties. Dota 2 is a very difficult game. It takes a while to understand one another's rhythms, understand exactly how everybody's ideas about the game mesh together. So a team like Thunder Predator, yes, questions when they formed, but I'd rather have a team where there's a longer period of time to ask those questions, right? With SG Esports, not as much tape as I would like available from them just yet. The showing was okay, but I don't think we have a clear idea of what this team is going to be doing. So they definitely are up against it. But like Astini said, when we don't have that information, that leaves the bigger gaps for surprises and for new and interesting things to end up happening in the matchup.
Absolutely. And I want to pick up on something you said there about kind of organization and playing together as five, because Thunder Predator, with their last roster before TI, they were looking very, very good. They picked up Fear as a coach, and then at TI, something happened. We don't know what, really. The team fell apart, and unfortunately, that's where that corpse now lies buried, unfortunately. This new team, they don't have a coach either, and they're doing very, very well to start things off. I mean, Astini, is this like a thing with the region where if the players just don't have coaches, they just kind of vibe it out and play better, do you think?
The thing is, when you're looking to find a coach, you need someone that you trust, and usually someone that a very high-level player will trust, someone with results. And in our region, we didn't have so many great results, and the ones that were on those results, they're still playing. So who would you have as a coach? Like, is someone from Beast Coast retiring? Then you might hire that guy. But till they're sticking together, those are the most experienced guys in the region. So either you look outside the region, that's what Thunder tried out. And I believe with the result at TI, it wasn't that impressive. So the ones in the region, they might be even more worried now to look for a coach because feels like if you have this clash of play style, maybe you have this Brazilian or Peruvian, South American freestyle playing, and it works out. And when you try to add some knowledge that comes from outside, it just like freezes your brain because you're thinking one way and you want to play the other way, and it's a clash of play styles that you lose confidence on what you're doing. So that's why I believe most teams do not have a coach now.
Yeah, it does seem to be the growing trend. But let's flip the coin and have a look at SG Esports, who are, of course, the Brazilian organization who are trying to take on Thunder Predator now. As we have mentioned, Thunder Predator are the favorites, but SG Esports, they always stand a chance. And we know, especially in the SA region, anything can happen. That is the beauty and the fun of the region, is when the fire gets lit, there is no stopping some of these teams. What has to go right for SG Esports today in order for them to get an advantage? Estini.
Oof. That's on you, Estini, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's his Brazilian boys. I wanted to give him a chance to get in there first.
I think they need to play some comfort that at least they had as SG Energy. So this SG team comes from SG Energy, which is basically their academy lineup. And Heiko, LTH, they were already together there. Arms joined later, so they have some synergy between the three. And I've seen some play style from Hiko where he would do like as 3-3 does, that you get that Helm of Dominator and you just keep farming the lane of the hard carry, stealing farm from the other team. And it's something that I have not seen them do as the new SG. So maybe they go back to that roots of SG Energy where they were trying some things that we've seen working for Tundra, some macro plays that are extremely good and they could surprise Thunder Predator, which is a team that also farms very well. They usually farm on 3 lanes. So maybe if you don't try to be so aggressive, but you just try to also farm as they're doing, but farm more parts of the map, play a bit more patient with a bit more of discipline, then they might win the game.
Interesting. So you're saying they should try and play Thunder Predator at their own game a little bit?
Yeah. I guess the only way you counter Thunder Predator is doing Thunder Predator twice or doing Thunder Predator plus 3%, because the way they're playing, they play so well. They've been doing this for so long time that they just protect all their farming zones on the map. And if you try aggressions on them, you're just giving them more farm because they always know your moves previously. So maybe you just don't do moves, so they won't know about it. Might be the way.
No, you can't be sitting here and not wanting to say anything about that. Play their game, don't make moves. Like he's kind of, I feel like he's baiting you somewhat.
Baiting me a little bit, but I also understand exactly where he's coming from, right? When I've seen these Thunder Predator games, the thing that I've been most impressed by this team, and I actually want to go back and agree with what Astini was saying, that I think they're a bit stronger than Beast Coast, is they have so many different looks and so many different ways of winning the game. There's such a greedy lineup as well. Like you mentioned, they farm in all 3 lanes. And if you look at their drafts, right, with this team, not just right now in this iteration of the DPC, but, in other tournaments and just before the league started, you'll see that the only 2 players that are playing reliably the same heroes in and out, right, it's only in the support positions. They tend to be so dynamic with how they play on the cores. So you're never really going to find yourself having just one catch-all way to say, okay, here's the strategy, here's the unlock key, we're going to show up, beat them, it's going to be all good for us. I think it is a lot more difficult against this team, especially when them and Beast Coast are sort of setting the tempo and the meta for what South America Dota should look like right now. And that always puts you in a very interesting position where the teams that are beneath you have to figure out, is there a better way to play this game in this region right now? Is there a better understanding that we have than you? So far, everybody else has been wanting in that question. So you might not have another option but to say, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Try to figure out exactly what they're doing, do it better. But at the same time, though, I also really like teams that decide and make the decision to figure out their own style. And one of the reasons why Thunder Predator is so successful and why you have to adopt their playstyle is because even when it wasn't fully working out for them on NoPing, they stuck it out. They kept going with it. Initially, it didn't seem so good, but after a while, you're like, okay, they've clicked, right? They've got some new stratagem going for themselves, and now they're at the top, right? So everybody else sort of has to either imitate them or be prepared to do what they did and spend 2 seasons at the very least grinding out, figuring out new ways to play the game, losing lots and lots of series, losing in different tournaments. and just having the tenacity to keep going until you figure out a new way to approach the game. I think like a good example of this in other regions might be a team like Tundra. And I think they're actually a good example
Yeah.
of a team where everybody else around you is amazing, right, in that region and the time that they're playing. And there was one of two options. Either you become exactly like Team Secret, exactly like Enigma, exactly like an OG. Well, a different story right now, but it's either you do that or you go on your own way. You spend a lot of time grinding. And Tundra have sort of pioneered this extremely team-centric style right now, where every single move that everybody makes feeds into something else that's happening on the map. And now it looks good. Now it's at the point where we saw in that series that they played against Secret, Secret even started being like, oh, maybe we should adopt a little bit of these strats. So Thunder Predator in the same boat. They can just keep going. For SG Esports, you got to decide pick your poison, right? Either you try to copy Thunder Predator today and potentially beat them today, or you take the long road and you got to wait till next season. And Dota players are not necessarily known for their patience, especially not in South America. So I don't think that they're going to take the long road. I think the easiest part of success is definitely just taking and copying directly from those who are succeeding right now.
And then you have
Interesting. Go
two
ahead.
problems, because either you copy them and they have way more experience in doing that, because as you mentioned, they've been doing this for 2 years. So their hero pool is just massively on the heroes that work for that.
crazy.
And you're gonna have like 2 heroes. Because you're like, okay, I'm against Dark Mago, just ban his Batrider. Okay, he's gonna pick his Tiny. Then you just ban his Batrider and his Tiny. Okay, he's gonna pick his Kunkka. Okay, you just ban those 3. Then he's gonna pick Ember, and it's gonna be an amazing game for Ember because those 3 are banned. And then it snowballs. It's so hard.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting point because Thunder Predator, there's just some aspects of the fundamental game which they've taken and just seemingly run with and kind of gotten better and better and better at. And, you have to try and punch up to those fundamentals whilst also improving on your own game as well and coming up with some new creative strategies. It's a hard thing to try, but as they say, the master has tried more times than the student. The master has failed more times than the student has even tried, I believe is the phrase there, which could definitely come into effect for this series. Another question on SG, which I want to ask you, Athene. You seem to know a lot about the the team which these guys came from, the development team. Who should we be looking at as possibly an up and coming star of the SA region from this team of youngsters?
Oh, all of them, they're somehow up and coming. KXY, he has amazing mid lane. He plays so well on lane phase, but he still seems to be lost in the mid game. I guess if he finds someone more experienced that can help him out during the game, he could be an amazing player. The thing is, I find the same thing about the other 4. Like, they have so much talent, but they need someone more experienced, and we don't have that more experienced player in the team that might be Hiko. So Hiko should take the lead on the game. That's guy we should look for.
All right, thank you very much, Steenie. As we get into this draft for the first game of the day, it is, of course, Thunder Predator versus SG Esports here at the DPC SA Region Division 1. And we're going to kick things off with a Mars now.
Of course, it's going to be Mars. Mars is in practically every other game right now. I'm actually sick of seeing Mars and Tidehunter, but it is what it is. There's a reason they're picked all the time. Very dynamic hero as well, can do a lot, but I think the main reason you pick this first, there's so many combos that are available. China's pioneered the Mars Snapfire. We see Mars with the Dark Willow. Thunder Predator, this is actually such a good idea. Just take away the Snapfire, the best combo with the Mars. You can potentially follow this up by grabbing Tidehunter. We've seen those 2 heroes being comboed up together quite often. And there we go. Snap Tide, let's go. You now have the team fight advantage against the Mars because your ultimate is just flat out better in the current meta right now. Got massive amounts of magic damage. You've got some armor debuff in the lane. A good laning phase as well with the Snapfire. So love this opening, and I think SG Esports, whenever I see the response being Snap Tide to the Mars opening pick, I always feel that team just wishes they just first picked Tidehunter instead.
Yep. This Snapfire's just felt so strong in pretty much every region I've been watching recently. Like, every time I look at SEA, it's popping up there, it's popping up in EU, it's now popping up in SA. Like, this hero is getting popularity slowly but surely across the world. Does feel really intuitive for the team to just pick this up and do super well with it. What does it bring to a draft, though, Steenie?
The things why we don't see so much on first phase, Monkey can counter him so well on the lane. But if you don't go monkey straight here, you just like know he's gonna have like a decent lane, and by having just a decent lane, he can guarantee so much team fight for you. And the game now runs so much around that Roche fight, right? So if you have the Ravage, that AoE control during a team fight at the Roche pit, you almost secure it. So that's why this hero is so strong.
5 seconds remaining.
It's rather
You
silly.
see, I was gonna say that having the Dark Willow come out from Mars did feel like this is one of the reasons I also don't like seeing first pick Mars these days. It feels like if the enemy team picks Snap Tide, then you have no choice but to go Dark Willow, or you have to go something really funky to be able to buttress your damage, like some Gareth Mage or something to help you out in that regard. And I don't know about you guys, but I personally don't feel like Dark Willow is in that great of a place right now, unless the combo works out, right? There's been a lot of games I've seen with this hero where, you know, cool spells come out, cool stuff looks like it's happening, but we never really see it turn into a team win, turn into a game win for them. And at some point, you just ask yourself, like, about the effectiveness of the hero. Like, Terrorize, for example, versus Morty's Kisses. You'd always rather have Morty's Kisses. You don't have, like, a quick, easy disable. You don't have a very, like, insane amounts of burst damage unless you go a very specific build on the hero. I don't know. How do y'all feel about this? Because I feel Dark Willow right now, unless you absolutely have to, you know, there's almost always other heroes that you could be picking in the meta.
I don't know, the hero he either feels like had an amazing game and had so much impact, or that had no impact at all. It's such a hero that you go all in or nothing. And the thing is, since Thunder Predator is the favorite, we might end up saying, okay, the hero was not that useful. Because you need somehow to have items with this hero to scale in the game. You need that early Ill Scepter so you can actually get kills, because the cast range is not that great. And to have that, you should have a nice lane. And if you pick that combo on the very first phase of the draft, then the other team knows what to pick to answer to that. It's a reason they ban Abaddon. It's a dispel that can break the combo. And the thing is, against Thunder Predator, you ban Abaddon because Panda Boo is just godlike with the hero. But if Abaddon is banned, then the Batrider is open. And now they banned the Batrider. And if Batrider is banned, Kanka is open. And then they need to ban Kanka. That's the thing. Those are exactly the heroes I mentioned.
It really is, yeah. They're trying to chase around, play whack-a-mole, but unfortunately they only have one mallet. And there's 20 moles to hit. Not really happening.
Yeah, and now they get to pick up a strong 5 for Panda Boo. I'd say an Ogre is the most likely hero to see here.
Either Ogre or Bane probably is going to come out here, but Ogre's probably better to give some buff up into the safe lane as well, whatever hero they're going to play there. And alright, it's the other one. So Bane, that's the option for them. Another one of his most played heroes. So SG Esports, now you're in this weird bind, right? You know the enemy team has big team fight with the Tide Hunter, Snapfire. Now they have BKB, Piercing Disable, and they have very good lanes. So what do? Do you go in and decide, you know what, we'll just try to make sure we secure the lanes as much as possible? Do we pick Ogre ourselves? Okay, turns out we do. So now we have Ogre Medusa, or Ogre Gyro. All right, no Medusa today, but still AoE damage, it's fine.
It's Medusa Light, sure. We'll take it.
Yeah, and it's something we've seen being played on the first division of South America, this Gyro. The hero can scale so much, but, well, there's Morphling open, and that's Paka's Morphling. This guy is godlike with the hero, and you have, like, below Gyro.
Oh, it's such a good Morphling game. What have you done, SG Esports? I feel like they've put themselves in such a position here, which is going to be kind of tricky to get out of. I mean, are there any problems for those Morphlings so far in this draft, or do we think that it's all going to come from this final pick from SG to raise some issues for him?
For me, it's a free morph game so far.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of... No, come on, Astine. We've got to be nice. We've got to think of at least as one confounding variable. All right, he won't be able to early in the game, right? When he has low levels in waveform, Dark Willow will be safe from a lot of the right clicks. There we go. So not 100% fee, but for the most part, yeah, this is... We're not expecting any struggles here for the Morphling. Does feel like he's going to have zero worries. Like you already mentioned, there's Dark Willow, there's Gyrocopter for additional buff up. His team has so many ways to either prevent him from dying or just ensure that the enemy team can't actually get to him. It's kind of crazy right now, SG Esports. And what makes this worse is they don't have last pick. If you have last pick, at the very least, maybe. But let's say you go ahead and you try to get the biggest counter pick into this Morphling that's possible. But I don't even know what's left in the draft now that does that job for you. But even if you do, then Thunder Predator is just like, cool. Fuckers, you're going to have a little bit of a rougher time here, my friend. However, after that, it becomes a super easy game for Dark Mago. You're just like, alright fam, what do you want to play? Make life as easy for him as possible. And there's only really mid laners left to pick. All the mid laners that are really good right now aren't necessarily really good against Morphling. Like, buys Manta, so he's not worried about these heroes with silences. Buys BKB, not worried about these massive burst heroes. Buys E-Blade, so if you try to... Oh, the Kunkka's banned, but if you were going to go for some Kunkka or whatever, you can get that burst against you. It really... I actually have no idea what they would pick right now for SG Esports to try and close this one out. That gives them both good synergy with the rest of their lineup and is good against Morphling.
Yeah, and then they're banning the Broodmother. It's a Heiko hero. Like, he plays so well with the hero. He was playing at SG Energy. He won many games by that clutch pick. Could be an option that they snowball and don't allow the Morphling to get in the game. And it's a clever ban right now because KXY, of course, he can do the Mars mid. So it's a good target ban. But I think I would go for another mid laner because you don't have burst on off laners usually, but you'd have with a Queen of Pain, I believe would be the best pick here for SG. That Queen of Pain that you don't buy like no talisman, you just rush the Malevolence.
What do you think about OD, like in this game as well for SG here at the end of the draft? Having some kind of save potential, massive amount of magical burst, that's always going to be good against the Morph. A meme hammer buyer so you can at least get going early.
I don't think OD's that hard counter to Morphling anymore with the he works. And there's control on the 4 heroes on the other side, so it's really hard to pull that Meteor Hammer combo.
Yeah, there's like 2 heroes which don't care about it, and the Bane which can mess it up with the Nightmare saves as well. So they'll go with the TA instead. That'll be the pickup from SG Esports. So just deciding to kind of go for a very high tempo draft where they just want to kind of hit these item timings on the TA and the Gyro and just run at them. Is that possible? I mean, they have good team fight, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Yes.
But
so, you know that yes, like yes.
Come on, guys, work with me here.
So I don't know, man. This TA, it feels like they need so much farm on SG Esports to be effective in any capacity in this game. And you know, I know we talked about playing the farm game against Thunder Predator, but you asked me to play a farm game, and the one team has Morphling Tiny Tidehunter, the other one has Gyro TA Mars. Sure, the Gyro TA can get to that point where they're just taking over everything, but the question is, can they get there in one piece? Because Thunder Predator, with this last pick for the Dark Mago Tiny, Dark Mago Tiny is terrifying. And it's terrifying primarily because he plays with maximum aggression, doesn't play like one of these farming style Tiny, so the entire map, he's going to be running around, making not always just kills happen, but disrupting the farm patterns of SG Esports, making life difficult for them. Parkers is pretty much a master of being able to find farm in very small pockets and knowing when to show up to fights. You love having that ability if there is a Tiny in the game, so that whenever you do show up to a fight, somebody dies every time. They have not that many ways either on the side of SG Esports. Actually, they have no ways to deal with any BKBs or magic protection from Thunder Predator. So if they don't have like exemplary lanes, and Thunder Predator just get like a couple of items, it does feel super difficult right now for SG Esports to eke out a win with the way that the draft is looking.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you know, how have we ended up with Thunder Predator have like 4 out of 5 of their players on like their favorite heroes? But as Astini said earlier on, you know, like they have about 10 favorite heroes each, so it's pretty difficult to restrict that hero pool down. I don't know. SG, we're worried for them. I think it's going to be a battle of how much space they can create for themselves and how much they can hold on to this game. It just feels too greedy though, with the Gyrocopter and the TA both wanting to farm up. I mean, what is their approach? How can they keep themselves in this game long enough to find their timings, Astini?
Yeah, that's what I believe should be the approach, as I suggested. You know that Thunder Predator, they will be farming till they hit their timing. So you just farm and play on your BKB timings. That should be their main goal here.
Yep, and there is one cool combo in that SG draft which they can fall back on. That is, of course, the Mars Willow with the Fear inside the arena. That can work. Maybe that a big one of those in like the early mid game could get them out of a tricky situation. But yeah, I assume Snare, you're going to be leading the way off Thunder Predator for this first game.
Yeah, even if honestly, let me be 100% real with you, right? Just the presence of Dark Mago Tiny makes me believe in Thunder Predator. Just watch and you'll understand, and you'll see how I feel about this, and you'll see why I have this intuition.
Absolutely. All right, Asini, any final words from you?
I go with exactly with what Snare said. That will be the Dark Mago Tiny just rolling over.
Looking pretty rough, but let's see how this cookie crumbles with our lovely casting duo of Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, boys. Yeah, it's a bit bandwagony, but I am in full agreement. Dark Mago, Tiny, signature hero. They've got 3-4 signature heroes for Thunder Predator. Lacoste, free Morphling game potentially as well.
Pretty much. They have no real lockdown. They don't have a single silence. Maybe what they're looking for is like timing once Templar Assassin hits Deso plus a BKB or a Blink Dagger timing, and then they go, because Gyrocopter like tends to farm a lot. My problem with these two cores is you can counter them with one single item. That's Heaven's Halberd. It's very effective on a Tidehunter. So his itemization for this game ideally would be getting Hood into Heaven's Halberd or a Blink Dagger, or other way around, depends how they feel about it, because your Tiny will be the one initiating the fight. It's a mid-Tiny, which means that the Blink Dagger is going to come online very quickly. And I'm not a big fan of, once again, TA plus Gyro, because what they want to do, both heroes, they kind of want to farm the triangle. So one will need to go around the map and do stuff, or
See, the funny thing is,
find somewhere to farm.
When you said there's one item that counters them, I thought you were going to say sentry wards. You block the ancients with sentry wards because they both kind of want to be farming triangle, right? You block up a couple of their camps, all of a sudden that goes out the window. I think it also comes back to a point the panel made mid-panel, saying there's a number of ways that you can try and play as SG, Division 1 team, but not necessarily a Division 1, squad or roster, going up against a team like Thunder Predator X NoPing, who were first place in Season 2. Either you try and match their style or you try something funky. And I think they've done a pretty good job here in terms of having a draft that can defend high ground, hold triangle, farm up to 20, 25 minutes in, and then go. Because we saw them struggle against Infamous when they had this kind of split pushing lineup with IO and Lesh and trying to move around the map too much. This feels much simpler, and they're definitely trying out a few different strats here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Dota is a weird game. Anything can work if you can make it work. So I don't necessarily think SG has a bad lineup if they can hit the timings. Still favoring Thunder Predators lineup because they're more solid. They gave him a lot of top tier heroes that are in meta right now for a reason. Having just Snapfire plus Tidehunter, this lane is extremely deadly, and you also have Bane, who's the strongest position 5 at the moment. You have a BKB piercing ability, and Feeble in the mid-late game is just the top tier ability that reduces healing and regeneration. So any kind of like satanic or anything, you have a built-in save. Something that I noticed that other regions are not doing, because I've been covering EU West and also North America, mid-tiny, that's not a thing, but this is the second or even a third mid-tiny in South America.
Yeah, we saw it Season 1 and Season 2 in the previous league as well. South America loves this tiny, and there's a number of players that do still like to grab it up. We even saw it, Position 2 and 4 and 3. I think Matthew played it a bunch. We had a bit on Beast Coast grabbing it. It's definitely one of their favorites to move around the map and cause chaos, as he is so good at doing. Very early on, SG have a sentry ward out placed in that small camp, so trying to delay Dark Mago's farming early on, and all grouped up around that bottom bounty rune spot, but unfortunately under vision from that early Radiant Observer ward, which does get placed on the dire side of the river.
And they kill the sentry. Matthew manages to devour the small camp, already preparing.
Nice.
So Dark Mago can get some extra farm on the Tiny. And it's also very easy for Tiny to stack that small camp with the 3-throw if that's necessary. And he also farms it very quickly. Starting with the 3-throw, You want to max out your other abilities. This is a mid tiny. It's not a carry tiny, something that we've seen during TI quite a lot. So Avalanche Toss need to be maxed out. You want to be very active around the map. But the last tiny I saw from South America was top tier, first 12 minutes, then just completely fall off. Still, Hero does a lot of things. It also opens up any kind of rotation from position 4, like just a cookie into back toss, any repositioning abilities on you or your teammates is going to work out quite nicely, and especially on the enemies. One of the reasons like why Mars is so popular, or why Magnus was top tier, besides Shard during TI, pretty much banned or picked every single game.
Yeah, that positioning, displacement, so good. And just to bring into context, I remembered something from the previous season of DPC. Oh, hang on, that gyro onto Matthew top lane, very low. Ogre trying to chase, but he's got the salve on the Snapfire, so he's going to heal up here and allow Oscar to do a bit more damage with these anchor smashes, forcing the gyro away. Now Ridge on the Ogre might be in a bit of trouble. There's another Scatter Blast. They're considering which target to go for, the Ogre or the Gyro or both, and they choose the Ogre. Still pretty
full
tanky,
creep
though,
wave near the
fine.
tower. This is not good. Matthew needed to TP out. He's half HP, literally 0 mana, has 1 mango to work with, and they lost a lot of CS on Tidehunter. Also, I don't think you should go for Anchor Smash level 1, doesn't really do much, especially since you're playing into range hero. So getting a Gush is much, much better, and we can see now SG getting level 2 faster. This is probably going to result in a first blood.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, he pops his stick and anchor smashes again, but it's 2 more hits for the Gyro to secure it. He gets it, even behind the tree. Bends that bullet right around it. First blood for your Gyro. And then, again, your point expanded. There's another creep wave coming into this tower, which Tide is going to lose out a little bit of.
This is one of the strongest lanes besides, like, Snapfire Doom, Snapfire Mars.
No, he's not.
So yeah, back to the top lane. I don't think they're playing the top lane correctly, especially with the skills that they got level 1. Because what Ogre wants to do is go in, possibly use Ignite on both heroes, so that means he's going to be out of place. And then with Gush, minus armor in dual lanes, you get so much value from it, because both heroes are hitting it. And now it's Matthew with a nice little Shredder, killing the Rocket. Level 1, well, Shredder is really not that great, but if you combine it with Gush, then it's ton of minus armor.
Yeah, you do some serious damage. Yeah, that point about the Tiny, though, we saw Dark Mago up against a Bat Rider, Tiny versus Bat, and he crushed that lane. He went like 2-0, got Blink Dagger at, like, I don't know, 9 minutes with Brown Boots. That's the kind of player he is. He has played this hero so much, even in disadvantageous matchups, as we see that replay back. That worried me there for a second. I was like, wait, is Tide dying again? No, we have the First Blood replay. Watching it come all the way back. But yeah, Dark Mago, so good on Tiny. He's played so many different hero matchups in pubs and in officials. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Currently 16-3 against the 18-5 of TA, so pretty close fought battle in the CS between them. And the final lane, Lacoste bottom, we've not really looked at too much. How's it going down there for the Mars versus Morphling?
Morphling should get a free farm in this lane. I don't think they threaten a kill unless, like, check Mars. He doesn't even have a spear at the moment. Should definitely try to get it. Not sure why he decided to get Bulwark level 2. Not something that I've seen people do, like, ever.
Curious. I guess he's against 2 ranged, but yeah, you'd expect Willow Mars to be the aggressors, right?
I'm leaning
Playing
towards
forward.
Misclick, Gary.
Yeah, you might just be right. You might just be right. Oh, they keep that damage going from Pakaz onto him, and top lane again, the scrappy battles. Ogre and Gyro really pushing this lane very far forward. Does allow Oscar to get a ton of experience, maybe even chase back onto the Ogre now, but Matthew being hounded by the arms. Gyro very low on the Snapfire with just a Tango and a few stick charges to play with. And Tidehunter opting for the Bracer this game. I've seen a lot of the double gauntlets into Ring of Health and back into, your normal Brown Boots, your Soul Ring and stuff like that. As Widge drops,
Cookie misses.
Arms just sidesteps it quite simply.
But with a Gush,
They
they
do have
should be
another
able
Gush
to get
here,
him.
though.
Yeah, it's too much damage and
so.
slow and minus armor and everything. Yeah, to go back to your Bracer point, Bracer is definitely the worst out of 3. Raid Band top tier, Null Tally okay for the cost. Bracer is just not worth to buy this item. It's not cost efficient.
Yeah. So what's the reason here? Because I remember it used to be very good against, let's say, a Juggernaut lane, where the Bracer allows you to sustain through that level 2 spin, for example, on most heroes. Is it a similar case here against, like, Flat Cannon, Ignite, Rocket Barrage?
I don't know why he decided to buy double gauntlets. It's great. You keep it that way. It's damage. Yeah. You don't die level 1 because you have so much strength. And you can also upgrade it to Soul Ring once you get Ring of Health. So, not sure why he went for it. I want to see what Gyro gets. Like, does he max out? Because I had this discussion with a lot of other panelists. Taking stats over any of your abilities kind of seems meh, especially on Gyro. Because I'll say it again. I think I've said it a couple of times already. Where let's say you have 2 extra points in Rocket Barrage, which means a lot of damage. You get 1 kill, and instead, if you had like +4 stats, the amount of farm you're gonna get from having +4 damage, a little bit of armor, a little bit of mana regen, blah blah blah, yada yada, still not worth it. If you just get 1 kill in like 25 minutes, skilling Rocket Barrage is much more worth it.
It's worth it, yeah. I also think I agree with that, with the fact they've got TA who wants to be farming Triangle earlier. I don't know how you feel about this, but I see Gyro, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes in with magical damage, running around and doing some crazy shit, while TA is maybe farming a little more. But it's actually KXY that moves into top to play aggressively into the side lane. The roaming Templar Assassin gets 1 and looks for Oscar as the bonus kill. He's not level 6, so there's no Ravage, no setup, and no TP reaction here. Then the Predator getting run down by this Gyro. And Templar Assassin giving KXY a double kill.
Now, good moves from SG there. Pressuring the top lane, going for the kill. Also, Gyro got the first blood, which was something that should not happen. And now having a Falcon Blade, Spear, Pakas, he should be okay. Yeah.
He missed his Spear, and then Arms dies to Dark Margot's rotation as Tiny shows his face in the top lane. Getting some retribution up there. We'll have a bottle refill from the Tide as he comes in from the base.
7 minutes 30 seconds. Tiny, Boots of Speed, going for Blink Dagger, just 500 gold away. Like, this is like pretty impressive, I would say, considering the matchup that he's been playing into. And also 1 extra rotation, 1 kill if he gets it. That's gonna be like 9 to 10 minutes Blink Dagger. But I don't think you can ask for anything better on your mid Tiny.
Yeah, that's like exactly the same story I was telling about this Dark Margot Tiny against the Bat Rider, right? You got a couple of kills, got that early CS, got that 9-minute blink. As Pandamu slowed and speared, Templar Assassin now has 3 kills to her name. Also having a spectacular time, like 60 and 10 on the CS, which translates to, what, 4,200 net worth almost. And that's even before she's managed to clear out ancient stacks, which are built up for her in that dire triangle.
Templar Assassin definitely gets priority for clearing the triangle. Gyro with 3 points in Flat Cannon, still like not enough. I want to see the item build because I've seen different item builds on carry Gyros. I like this Dragonlance into Disassemble, and he also got the First Blood, which Falcon Blade is fine, so that means he will have a bit more mana sustain right now, just going to jungle. And Templar Assassin also going for Dragonlance first item, easy Disassemble. It was kind of a must-have item on Templar Assassin once her level 10 talent was Psyblade's range. Now it's back to 15.
Yeah.
And I've seen Templar Assassins instead getting Deso because of that. This is, I believe, the first time I see Dragonlance as a first item on TA. Since the
I think
changes.
I've seen it a couple of times with safe lane TA still going Dragonlance first. But I think mid-tier, you're right. We see that Deso as Dark Margot with the Arcane Rune gets a simple pick-off on the Willow, so that's his Blink Dagger reveal shown off to SG. The first of many from Thunder Predator as they ping out in that triangle. They know Pandamu has spotted out the TA. They've got a Mars Arena, though, zoning Dark Margot out. Matthew, he can turn onto Hiko here and blow up the Mars. They save their TA and the farm area. Pandamu kind of isolated, though. Gyro's rotation. Oh, the Avalanche toss combo. Dark Margot gets a double kill, now surrounded by the Ogre and Templar, but the Mortimer's Kisses is going to do tremendous damage onto SG. Saving up the Tiny for now, and Avalanche comes in. Pakas aiming the TA, but a refraction keeps her safe for a second, and a nice Curse Crown lands on Tiny, stopping his advance, while Ogre and Willow also drew the attention of the rest of Thunder Predator, who immediately smoke, but under a dire Observer Ward.
Very surprised SG decided to take that fight. This is Tiny with the Blink Dagger, who also had Arcane Rune. 10 minutes in,
Yeah.
this is the best rune you can get, and he managed to get off a couple of combos, and now picks up the region, so he will be ready to go. Ogre also preparing himself against Tiny combo, buying the Raindrop, has 10 Magic Stick charges. It's a kind of a must-have item.
Toss back, Avalanche and the grip, chucking everything at KXY here. Reasonably tanky, and one charge is up the sleeve. A refraction turnaround allows the TA to battle into Matthew. One kill, turn it into two. A double kill for TA, that Dragon Lance, and the treads allow her to tank through that burst damage, which was chucked at her by Thunder Predator.
A lot of overlapping spells there. They use Snapfire Cookie, they use Tiny combo, also there was no back toss. So they needed maybe to isolate to get a couple of tower hits, go through the refraction. And she's super tanky with this build. Going for Dragon Lance, you have a stick, and also Pig Ball, which gives +6 attributes. So you have 18 extra strengths, and also 26 if you have Power Treads on strength. So very hard to kill, and also her refraction came off cooldown, used it once again. Thunder Predator, they're on a run. Like, they want to make something happen right now. They want to get this Tiny Blink Dagger online even more. So he's been involved in 4 kills so far, got all the last hits. Oh, wrap around.
Hello. There's the jump. Shadow Realm's there from the Willow. And this is a massive group up from SG. There's 4 heroes here. There's the Bedlam onto the Tiny, and Arena captures the Snap as well. The wraparound not paying off for Thunder Predator, as the Snap stuck up on the high ground, but the trap will give vision. And this is down to Thunder Predator, like you say, trying to get that Tiny active, but they're playing very wide across the map, aren't they? All 3 lanes being inhabited by Thunder Predator.
They didn't have enough heroes there. Unfortunately, smoked with only 2, got outnumbered. So far, we have not seen Ravage being used. Thunder Predator managed to take down the tier 1 tower on the top lane. Still full HP, tower on the bottom, so that means they can defend it. I think the biggest part is this Morphling has a complete free farm. He's still not as strong as TA, of course, because TA has Side Blades. Morphling does not have that, so he can't really match up the farm, but eventually he will be able to match it. Going for... what is he going for? Just a casual Yasha at the moment.
Oof. Good cookie. Oh, not quite good enough. Hiko still going to get taken down here. They're even going to use the kisses. Matthew makes damn sure he dies. And this time, Thunder Predator absolutely bring the numbers. Blinking forward again. The Ravage is there at arms, all caught up in the stuns. Out of position on that Gyrocopter. And this will allow Thunder Predator to even bring the Morphling in. So they go from that wide open map to playing incredibly tight in the mid lane to take the tier 1.
Even without ultis, Thunder Predator still feel very strong to fight with. Here comes Tiny again.
Toss back. Just keep chucking people in. Ogre down. Terrorize is there, but Mars Arena spearing onto the Tide as the TA is gripped up. The Bane has backstabbed and controls KXY, now out of mana. One charge is not even going to get used. Dead before she lands on the ground, and now Mars avalanched and slowed the TA Morphling, melding and minus armoring even more with this gush and little shredder onto the Mars. Another toss and a triple for Dark Margot.
That's what I just said. Like, they don't care about the cooldowns. There is no Ravage, there is no Mortimer's Kisses. They still decide to take this fight. And Tiny, rune control. So far, I believe he had every single rune, which allows it, like, it's especially strong on heroes like Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, or Tiny, where you can just keep refreshing it, going in and out. Like right now, he's farming the stack camp. He has almost the same amount of farm as Morphling at the moment, going into Echo Saber. Echo Saber got nerfed. Tiny in general got nerfed, but still feels very strong if you can hit your timings, if you get those 2 items. And I'm really glad he's going for Echo Saber build, because this allows you to scale.
Absolutely does. Out of the last 4 runes, he did get 3 of them. Arcane, Regen, and only one of them, Bane, actually took an Illusion rune to, I believe, just make sure that it didn't get taken by the TA. Such a different setup there from Thunder Predator, bringing everybody into that mid lane to claim the objective they needed. And now SG trying to do a similar thing bottom. They've got TA showing. 3 heroes sat behind her. And it looks like it's Arm's turn on the gyro now to clear triangle, get a bit of farm going as he moves towards the Aghanim Scepter. Do you like that? I know the panel was talking about the BKB timings being incredibly important here, and TA is going Dragonlance BKB. Would you have liked to see Gyro go Dragonlance BKB as well, or is Aghanim's such an important item for him?
Templars hasn't just finished this, so she definitely needs damage to be able to lock on the target and just instantly kill it. Gyrocopter invested a lot of gold in like smaller items. He had a very good start, so I don't mind a Falcon Blade, then a Dragonlance into Aghanim Scepter, but this will also mean you will not get the Aghanim Scepter, because Aghanim Scepter is your farming item. You can disassemble, that's what he's gonna do. Disassemble the Dragonlance to get the Aghanims faster, and then possibly go for either Dragonlance, or keep that, what's it called, Band of Elven Skin, make S and Y out of it. Like, you can do so much with the disassembling, it's insane. Like, one of the reasons why Dragonlance and Echo Saber were super popular, and still are.
Yeah, and I guess this realization is why Oscar, you know, he's got that blink dagger now, doesn't go for the hood into halberd straight away, knowing that he's got another, you know, a good 5-6 minutes here to blink, ravage anybody he wants to, pre-BKB on SG.
It's also a way to close the gap
for SG right now.
Yeah, and they feel very comfortable going inside the Roche pit. They have a ton of minus armor medallion done on Snapfire, plus a little shredder, morphing with the Elu's Gush. This Roche goes down so quickly, and I don't think they can control and kill Tidehunter from 100 to 0. Maybe they can if he's sitting at the 50% HP, but seems like SG, they don't know about Roche.
Yeah, they've either got no idea or no real option to go and contest it there. Very scary running into that Tide Tiny. So Aegis on Pakas. Morphling with that Manta heading into E-Blade next. Pushing out that top wave. Nice to see the Tide and the Bane sitting near the outpost. Make sure there's nobody coming from south. Dark Willow all alone, LTH. Tucked in behind the trees. Arms is finding a decent amount of space though. Gyrocopter farming Radiant side jungle. Occasionally pushing out that bot wave.
I don't think they can match this Aegis Morphling, and they can't play around the Tidehunter. It's very hard. They need to use like everything. They need to blow him up with TA, cooldown, and use Terrorize on top of him. Otherwise, I don't see him not using Ravage in a fight.
Yeah, I think he's going to get it off every single time. Well, with that top tier 2 gone, not many objectives left for Thunder Predator to claim. Mid tier 2, bottom lane, triangle. This is a pretty perfect position for Radiant to be in. You can see that line being drawn by the Mars, right? Guard this high ground, protect the triangle, because that's where Thunder Predator want to play. If they can get into triangle, they've got ease of access into mid and bottom towers. Nice little platform for them to launch off of.
And we still haven't seen the full combo from Morphling. Toss back on the mid lane, that's going to be an easy one.
There's just nothing to stop it. No one to save him.
Morphling has so many good targets he can turn into this game. Going for a Dark Willow or Gyro. That's just going to be very hard to deal with. I think at this point you want to go Gyro, use the Flak Cannon, deal as much AoE damage as possible. And we see Gyro disassembling the Dragonlance and still going back for it, because this item is really good. And then you can disassemble it again, get a BKB. If you disassemble it more than 3 times, the item actually disappears.
It's just gone. Dark Margot blinks away. Nobody catching him this time. That means bottom tier 1 is very simple for Thunder Predator to destroy. Matthew going to clear out the wave, push it towards the tier 2.
And also,
yeah,
like, just the cost efficient. One of the reasons why you don't go Bracer on a Tide Hunter is you run out of items so quickly. You need to sell it. Like right now, he's keeping the Soul Ring because it makes much more sense. And talking about the itemization again, something that I mentioned. Just go for the Heaven's Halberd. This item completely ruins both cores of SG, so no surprise he's getting it after. It also makes you much more tanky, very hard to burst, status resistance, and the miss chance is going to be what's going to keep him alive.
Dark Margot had a crack there. He was trying to blow up two of them. Willow and Mars stood right next to each other. You can see the challenges that SG are facing. Like, Morph Illusions are shoving in mid lane. They've got the full force actually on the tier 2 bottom. They do have this Aegis for another minute and a half. Using that glyph quite early on could signal a high ground attempt here from Thunder Predator. Catapult wave is coming in. I think they just pinged it out, saying, "Hey, we've got catapult. We could."
But what is
threaten
that?
high
It's a
ground here."
catapult. We can go high ground.
Yeah.
We still have minute and 20. Ideally, you would want to have this Eagle song on Morphling. He's about to finish it. Perfect timing.
Well, he goes Scepters and walks up high ground into a bramble. Dark Margot, Tiny, does have that blink cancelled for a couple of seconds.
Oh, his courier died, so needs to go back to Dire Secret Shop and buy it there. Very low on HP. Aegis regeneration will kick in 50 seconds. There's the E-Blade.
Died to the the dragons coming at you. And we need this for SG. A bit of desperation. Need some drastic movements. A smoke as 5 all the way across the map. Could pay off for them if they can find him. Dark Margot's Tiny has... Oh, he's evacuated. They scan the triangle. There's no one there.
Yeah, if you see this scan, your Aegis ran out. Good teams, they know something's cooking. Like, it's very easy to predict what they want to do. And look at the positioning. Matthew was still smoked. Oscar hiding inside the jungle. They're keeping the triangle alive. Dark Mago, a bit far away from the team, but senses something bad is happening. Has a very good read. Here's the Aegis.
TP scanned them as well. TP know exactly where SG are, even if they don't have the vision to fully clarify the position. We're just standing in a position here to try and break some smokes, as is that Eco Mars. So they also feel like something's happening. Both teams itching for a bit of action. SG, the ones that desperately need a team fight victory here, though, to break the rut they've been in the past 5-6 minutes or so. TA has now been overtaken by the Morphling. Starting to fall behind in the net worth.
What a weird last 2 minutes has been. Both teams sticking together, holding hands in case something happens. Matthew manages to blink out.
Nice blink. Now, it's clever though, isn't it, right? Both teams want to fight, but they both want to fight where they want to fight. They want to be waiting on a high ground for the enemy team to come up to them. So they're not making any rash decisions to just run and charge at their opponents there. They were waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Unfortunately for SG, they give up their position to go back to defend the lanes, and that leaves Ogre completely out in open water.
For SG, best possible scenario, they find only position 5. So all good. We still yet have to see some big combo with Mars, Arena, and Terrorize. They managed to pull off 1, maybe 2 heroes caught inside of it. But as time goes by, it's just going to get harder and harder. I see Morphling that has BKB queued up, which means that they have nothing that goes through magic immunity. So that's going to be really hard. You can kill him only by using some right clicks. He doesn't care too much about Deso and Meld minus armor. Has 37 armor right now. Very good. Thank you, Ice Frog.
Very powerful. Yeah, and Tiny has his own BKB as well, right? So he's not going to worry too much about a magic damage or the disables coming. Matthew in that mid lane and a spear onto Pandaboo. Catch the Bane and the Snapfire. Looking for that pick off. SG get ravaged up. Mars and TA caught out by it. Dark Mango trying to arrive now. They've got the Arena though, zoning him out. So Gyro, he's able to launch towards the Tide and get 3 kills in quick succession for SG.
Good stuff. I think this one comes down to Thunder Predator, their execution. Matthew going with them, but this time around was not able to blink out. I think you just say, screw it, we're gonna take this loss, use 2 supports, and possibly use a buyback if any of them had it, or just dodge a fight, lose a tier 2 tower instead. Because this move from SG kind of keeps them in the game. If they do it one more time, let me check the net worth. It's 6k gold lead, but it doesn't really feel that much, especially once Gyro decides to pick up a BKB. So you're not going to be too cautious. Like, you don't need to care about the Tidehunter's Ravage anymore. And Tide uses Ravage. I think there's a bit of a miscommunication, because if you watch the fight closely, Tidehunter goes in, there is no follow-up. Tiny on a minimap, he looks like he's close in a range of a Blink Dagger, but his Blink was on cooldown.
Yeah. And they might even go again here. There's a quick little nightmare onto the Mars. Essence Ring used. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. As Oscar blinks forward in towards Wid, they've got the Mortimer's Kisses launched out towards the TA, who's been gripped up. The Bane finds the pick from long range, but the BKB's there for KXY. Should be able to disengage, goes for the TP, in fact, as Matthew moves forward. Now aiming towards the Widge Ogre instead. Collateral damage as the 2 supports should drop, a Bedlam will get LTH a kill at the very least. But Gyro and TA surviving.
Thunder Predator, even without ultis, they feel they can take a fight. It was just them getting caught off guard. Gyro being pinged out. You need to start with Tiny. You need to start with Toss, otherwise he's going to be able to get the BKB off. So if Tiny's not the one who's initiating, they can't burst him.
Oh, they go for round 2 on that high ground, though. And Roshan is alive now, but a spear back onto the Morphling. Nightmare saves him, so Pakas able to turn and attribute shift up to strength. Turns to the Gyro for the flat cannon to launch out some AoE damage. And he E-blades the TA, but that allows her to refract and meld and hide away in Invis. While Hiko running forward with like 200 HP. They should find Oscar here.
Oscar, he's still alive.
No, Oscar surviving. No way. He is still alive. They waveform back with the Morph and Dark Margo very low, hiding in the trees. Blink Dagger in 5 seconds. He goes for the TP, but the minus armor Melt Strike blasts through him.
That's 2 buybacks.
Thunder Predator on the retreat.
1 from Mars, 1 from Dark Willow. Still, they get nothing from this, but if they can run inside the pit, that'd be great. They see Roshan spawning with the trap, so let's see what they want to do. They know that Ravage is off cooldown. Let's see if they decide to respect it.
Such an important thing for a TA draft to get that Aegis. Doubled our observer wards here around the Radiant Triangle, spotting out the Tide, sees the Snapfire as well. Radiant Obs sees them going into Roche though, so both teams with a pretty good idea of what's going on all round.
Tiny might need to buy back if they decide to go inside the pit. Like, this is a tough situation for him. 20 seconds, you do not want to buy back, but you might need to.
Yeah, you're right. A good call. And they waveform in. The silence, though, they can't ravage. It's delayed. He comes out now, and Arm snatches the Aegis as Pakas kills the Roshan. Morphling, BKB'd up, just wailing away at this TA. E-Blade is there, but Templar Assassin's still pretty healthy as the Aegis gets used by the Gyro, and that terrorized arena missing completely. Pandaboo, the only real casualty so far, but Matthew will follow him into the grave.
Yeah, I think Tiny buys back there. If they go for that kind of a play inside the Roche pit, he needs to buy back. There is a tier 1, tier 2 tower, so he can relatively easy connect with 1 blink. So I'm very surprised he didn't do it. I said it's a tough situation because either you say, let it go, and you don't do anything. Because right now, the game, like, we have a game. This is a pretty even game right now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I guess the one silver lining for Thunder Predator is that Aegis did get reclaimed almost immediately, right? Gyro picked it up, he died, so they don't have that double life on SG. They're still hitting this double BKB timing, like the panel mentioned, is so incredibly strong for them, with Gyro and TA both doing tremendous amounts of damage. But this tiny move, oh, he blinks out of the avalanche. Didn't get the Avatos combo, and the blinks away. Allows LTH, Hiko, Arms, all to sprint back through the river. Pakas not done just yet, though. They smoke and try and run, but the chase is on. Pakas stunned by the Cursed Crown. And Gyro, BKBs and calls down. Nightmare to buy a bit of time and save up the Morphling, who turns back with a flat cannon.
There's the grip on Gyro.
Blows up the Widge Ogre, and Arms is down. Gyro gone for 60. Morphling should find another here, but Hiko with a great spear disengages from the Morphling, while LTH has been left alone. Ogre's buyback will do very little. It's still Thunder Predator out on the map with 5 alive and looking for another high ground push.
Dark Willow bought back in the previous fight, so she's not gonna be in the next fight for almost full minute, 25 seconds until Ravage. That's gonna be a big one. Tidehunter, like, they can't burst him. That's the thing. Let's see if they try to do so, but yeah, Nightmare save.
Yeah. Mars just dead. 70 seconds without him now.
Ooh, Gyro also buying
Curious
back.
decision. Yeah, jumping that Tidehunter. You've been calling it all game, Lacoste. Like, you can't kill this Tide. Even if he's like half HP, he's got Hood, he's got Halberd. There is no touching Oscar, and Widger just died back, walks into the midst of them all, and still Thunder Predator, with everybody up and running, will look to clear through this lane of barracks. Maybe even shift towards bottom lane, which is already, what, tier 3 at 180 HP. They're pinging out mid. I think they try Megas here. Can they do it?
Yeah, definitely. 50 seconds without Ogre, 30 without Mars, so that means you need to take a fight 3 versus 5, and also Gyrocopter used buyback, which means that he's not gonna be the one trying to front line. If he dies, game just ends immediately. Look at his positioning, hiding behind that tree.
Well, he's used cooldown, and BKB, TA is trying to get on top of Pakaz, but he just manters away from the Meld Strike and focuses the buildings as Oscar's in. Big Blink Ravage onto arms. That's the dieback Gyro. Nightmare save on the Tide, and Dark Margot tosses back. The Dark Willow. She's trapped between everybody of Thunder Predator, and that's got to surely signal the end of the game here for SG in game 1. TA jumped again, and there's the grip. Panda Boot isolates the Templar Assassin, minus armor galore, and a godlike Morphling. The free game for him, 9-0-8 on Pakaz.
Yeah. Great performance by Morphling. I think both teams had a lot of mistakes, unnecessary mistakes, especially in the mid game. The one from Thunder Predator, which allowed SG to go inside the Roche pit. They need to play a bit more careful, but definitely showed a better performance, and I'd say they had a better draft. SG, they gave him a bit too many of these top tier heroes. Morphling, it was such a great pick. Like, we didn't see him turning into Dark Willow because there was no Aghanim Scepter, so his main target was Gyrocopter going in, turning into him. They have no silences, like, that's the problem. Templar Assassin picked up Shard eventually, but like, once you have Manta Style and BKB, you really don't care too much about it. They try to focus him down, not successful. My man managed to get 0 deaths in this game, and yeah, that was kind of expected considering what he was playing against.
Yeah, and speaking of expected, I feel like I said this when SG played against Infamous as well, but going into that series and then coming into this series, we expect SG to lose. Yes. But in both series, there's been signs of life. There have been moves they've made and decisions they're making mid-game, which, from inexperienced or lower level teams, we kind of expect them to do well in lanes and then mid-game kind of crumble. But I think even against Thunder Predator, SG showing some flashes of brilliance, some signs of life, but we'll see if the panel thinks the same way. As we'll chuck it back to Nomad and the boys.
Hello, Design Nomad. That was a pretty entertaining game, actually. I think SG put up a much better fight than perhaps I initially gave them credit for, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough, and Thunder Predator do pull off the inevitable. What was the deciding moment of that game for you, Snare?
There were a couple of things, right? I do think that, one of the reasons that SG was able to have a better showing, I don't think this was the cleanest game from the side of Thunder Predator, like Lacoste mentioned, but for me, the absolute turning point in the game was in a situation where I started to actually worry about the side of Thunder Predator. There was that one fight where Lacoste was saying that Tiny should have brought back to try and defend that Aegis, and that fight didn't really go well initially for Thunder Predator around the pit. Although they end up taking the Aegis immediately as soon as it gets taken, it's still a rough situation. A lot of gold goes the way of the Gyrocopter, of this Templar Assassin. But literally in the next minute after that moment happens, when Tiny comes back to life, they take a fight where they sort of chase them all across the map. But the key thing they did is Tiny initiated on TA in the middle of the game, like in that mid lane. However, Gyrocopter was busy fighting against the rest of the team with the Morphling closer to the Roshan pit. And unfortunately, though, Gyro could turn with BKB active, not really threatened by Oscar anymore because there's no Ravage available. Turns, he goes in, he really wants to fight. Unfortunately, there is still a Bane in this game. Panda Boot gets out the Fiend's Grip. They get out the damage necessary from the Morphling because Pakaz is not scared of a Gyrocopter who's not using spells. And then, like 30 seconds later, Gyro has to buy back to defend the base. And immediately I was like, this game is over. There's no way that they can come back from that situation. So it was one of these weird things where had they, after losing that Aegis, decided not to push in through that mid lane where they'd already claimed a tier 2 tower, top lane tier 2 not really that valuable for them. They have some jungle stacks they can go back to instead of trying to invade Radiant jungle and Radiant triangle. If they did that instead, waited a few more minutes, a little bit longer, this game would probably still be going on. But they decided to go forward even after losing the Aegis and even whilst knowing that they're still a little bit behind. Couple of bad fights later, not even a couple of bad fights, one bad fight later, one buyback on Gyrocopter later, the game ends and there's nothing you can do.
Yep, absolutely. It was a sad state of affairs for poor old SG in the end. I mean, there was a glimmer of hope with that TA there, but the Gyrocopter never really kind of took over the momentum. Why was that, Astini?
You asked about the gyro, but I would like also to mention that the Mars didn't scale because you had on one side, you had the gyro and you had TA. You had 2 cores online. The other side, you had Tiny, Tide, and the Morphling. And what felt weird to me is that the Mars didn't scale because he played a sacrificial game. I guess he rushed the Blink Dagger, and they were on a trading farm game. And if you rush that dagger on a game that you're trading farm and just protecting your side of the map, then you don't scale. And then it was like 2 against 3 cores on fights, and then that's why Gyro felt a bit underwhelming. And I strongly believe also because of the carry matchup. As a Gyro against a Morphling, it's super hard to feel that you can carry the game. That's why it was most on TA hands to do something.
What would you have liked SG to do differently then?
A more greedy build from Heiko, maybe going for that Helm of Dominator or an early BKB that just allows his hero to scale way better, and a little bit more of patience when they got that favorable trades, because they got favorable trades and they would just overextend and give away what they just gotten from Thunder Predator. If they had a little bit more of patience, because it's a game that you have TA and Gyro, so you scale a lot. You're not under a timing, like you're not playing against the clock, so they should be a little bit more patient. That Tiny will lose impact with the game going on because it's a burst hero, and he doesn't scale that much on the burst besides the talent. They should just be a bit more calm, and they could have won.
Bit more calm, so maybe a bit more of a mentality thing perhaps for the side of SG. But Thunder Predator, their mentality was great this game. The whole time they just kind of seemed very confident. Like, yes, there were mistakes for sure, but I never really felt like they were panicking. I never really felt like they were making any kind of desperate moves. They just kind of seemed really confident. I guess that's what happens though when you have that Morphling player, right? Like Pakaz Morphling. Yeah. You just know he loves the hero so much, and you know that if he gets that late game and in this matchup, he is going to win. So kind of felt like they were playing with that huge safeguard behind them, which was very difficult for poor old SG to answer in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. We could actually just see how Thunder Predator was moving around the game. There was this weird, awkward moment between like 18 and 23 minutes where Thunder Predator were really trying to force a fight. They played as 5 like around the Dire Triangle a long time. However, the one hero that wasn't really playing with the team, Packers would get farm in the triangle, get farm in this bottom lane, and you could tell the team, they'd be like, we want to make something happen. And that's why situations like this, for example, when a fight breaks out, they're so desperate. They're like, oh, let's use these spells. We know that this Tiny is going to stop scaling at some point. We know that Oscar wants to fight right now. Let's do this. But what stress is there? Packers is doing everything. He's getting this massive amount of farm. And, Lacoste mentioned it in the game that early on, TA, you always get ahead. But Morphling will eventually catch up and will eventually stay ahead in that situation. And we end up seeing it be the case. Amazing spells to be able to take over. And every single fight, it just really felt like it was a race to see how much damage can we get out from this Gyrocopter before the Morphling just turns around and kills us all. And this was basically the last fight in the game where they got chased back. Things were too difficult. Now, another thing that we need to really pay attention to in this game and why it was so possible for them to win, the first 15 minutes, right? Let's look at what Darkmaker was doing. Sure, it ends with like a very impressive score, 8-2 and 14. It looks great. But most of the impact wasn't simply him getting kills, but it was him dissuading the rest of SG Esports from wanting to fight. You see this Tiny rolling across the map. You're like, oh my gosh, this is too difficult to deal with. We need time to get to our BKBs, to get to our tankier items. But while you're taking that time, guess who's also farming is this Morphling, getting crazy far ahead. And yes, although you do get this BKB timings that allows you to actually fight into Thunder Predator, the one BKB on the Morphling turned out in this game to be more value than the double BKB from TA Gyrocopter, just because of how much more impact he himself has in the fights. And end of the day, Thunder Predator don't need to do, I mean, besides the mistakes, like you say, they don't have to do anything desperate, because why would you need to do that? You have the win condition almost guaranteed for yourself. As long as Morphling is not dying, the game is still fine at any given point in time. If he's still going strong, and he stayed strong, not a single death at the end, the most net worth, the most damage dealt, the most GPM, the most XPM, most building damage, just free Morphling game. Free Morphling game. This is just what happens.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And, like we said before the game even started, in the drafting phase, what do they have to deal with this morphling? How do they play into this morph, really? And at the end of the day, there just wasn't really enough in the tank, unfortunately, for old SG. And that means that Thunder Predator will take the first game in the first of 3 series, but it is a 3-game series, and we do have another match to come up. At the very least, one more chance for SG to fight back against Thunder Predator. I felt like they showed promise in this game as a thing. I mean, in the way they played it, the game was even in the middle of the match, around like the 20-25 minute mark. Like, the game was actually looking pretty even. They've managed to get themselves a Roshan, like that's kind of a good sign for SG. But I think I just want to see SG actually go for a more teamfight focused lineup this time around and just kind of play into like a full 5-man roster. Because they've shown that they can go toe-to-toe with Thunder Predator in the right circumstances. And Thunder Predator, they're not bulletproof. They will make mistakes. And I think SG, the problem they had was that they had, they didn't have the late game secured. And they also didn't have, a fantastic way to just kind of death ball down on Thunder Predator. I don't know. Do you guys think that maybe that's an adjustment they could make for game number 2 to play into what they did well in game 1?
I think it's a draft thing, right? When the other team has the second pick, you usually have that advantage on the carry matchup. That's why it was so hard. But then they choose not to play fast-paced. They choose to be greedy. So maybe if they have that second pick, then they play greedy because they will have the advantage on the carry matchup. Or if they have first pick again, then they try to do some fast-paced draft, maybe with Luna, with Duza, or even the TA, but as hard carry. That you just hit that Deso timing, fast rush, and run into Thunder Predator. Because even though they played an amazing game, it's still Pakas sitting on 0 deaths. We felt like, they almost did it, but they didn't manage to kill him once. So if you're playing on a carry matchup that's not favorable at all, it's going to be extremely difficult for SG.
I see. So you're feeling like it's more like get themselves the carry-to-carry matchup, which favors them a little bit more, and maybe that will put them in a better position. All right. Well, looking forward to game number 2. Then, do you think there's any kind of special picks which SG can pull out in this second game to kind of catch Thunder Predator off guard? Is there any hero throughout this game you're thinking, man, this would have been really good here, Snare?
I'm pretty sure, right, that throughout that entire game, that Hiko was like, I wish I was playing Tidehunter instead of playing the Mars hero.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks. Like,
Definitely.
They should just, honestly, I think it's one of these situations where it's regrettable, but when you're playing a team that has favored against you, has more experience than you, has better accolades than you, has clearly better understanding of the game than you right now, one of the things you do is simplify your life, right? To make this kind of draft work for the side of SG Esports, even the best team in the world would struggle, right? Finding the farm on the map for all of these heroes, knowing exactly when to fight, what the itemization is going to be. Mars, for example, for Hiko, had to go for the early Blink Dagger because he thought his team was going to be fighting. Suddenly, the game turned into a farm fest. Oh, snap. I wish I'd gotten something else. I wish I had Armlet maybe, and I'm very far away from getting BKB. But if I was playing a hero where if I can blink and press one button, I'm still useful in the fight, markedly different than playing a hero where I still need a lot of progression to find effectiveness. So simplify the draft to make things a lot easier for yourself. Don't pick a lineup that's going to, at some point, require the whole team to be sitting back, farming, waiting for one next item, especially when you know that the enemy team is much better at being able to abuse the farm on the map than you are. I mean, we were speaking about that this is like the Thunder Predator thing to do. A 5 minutes of dead portion of the map where nothing's happening but farm. Great, we're probably winning it for Thunder Predator. Don't allow them to do that. Pick heroes that allow you to play more aggressively into them. So I also could have thought about, like, if they wanted to play more aggressively early, potentially some Night Stalker or something in the off lane, or rather than a Mars. But I just feel like they should lower the bar of execution just a little bit, make life a lot easier for themselves by if you're gonna pick aggression, go all in on the aggression. Have one farmer in the back. Ironically enough, similar to what Thunder Predator did, and it looked pretty good for them. So good enough for the best, probably good enough for you. So make it easy, pick stuff that wins, that you can just press R and win the game. It's a very nice place to be. So I think that's what they should do for game 2.
Always a nice position to be in when you can put yourself in this situation where you just have the stronger spells. It's so much easier just to rock up to team fights when you've got something. I thought along those lines, and I feel like the Void would have fitted their draft way better than the Gyrocopter did. I feel like it would have just kind of given them something more to play around, because I really feel like that's where they're lacking in this. TA's running around, she's like, look how much farm I've got, guys. Like, okay, great. Well, none of us really have a big ability to back you up with. The Mars was kind of beaten down from the start, and the Gyrocopter just never really came on the board. I feel like just give them a carry with a nice big team fight ulti would have maybe patched that up. But let's talk a little bit more about Thunder Predator. What was it you really liked about what they did this game, Astini?
Well, what they do every game, that all their cores are super farmed. Pandabu, this guy, he always has the perfect ultimate, because they had the tools to cancel his ultimate, but he always has the perfect ultimate. This guy, you need to respect ban a position 5. That's why it's so hard to play against this team. And then you ban his Abaddon, his Bane, he still has the Ogre, and then more heroes from Dark Mago are open. So their team fight, it's so amazing how they fight. Even without Ravage, they took the tier 1 tower. You feel like, okay, why they're taking this fight? And then you just see those amazing toss back and kills that they're getting on a team fight they should be winning. It's just how they fight. That's amazing. So they have farmed cores, and when they have the items, they know how to fight perfectly. This team, I really would like to see them play an international LAN, and I strongly believe we'll see this by the end of this DPC season.
So you reckon that they're going to hold a candle to Beast Coast in the end then?
I strongly believe so.
Nice. I like that confidence. I like it when we have the competition heating up in these regions, especially SA. It can get so spicy between these guys. Alrighty, we do now have the draft for the second game of the series. Let's find out. I mean, so far nothing really changing. No one really kind of stepping away from those trusted bans.
Yep.
And why would you on Thunder Predator? I'm not expecting anything to change really on the first phase. Maybe Thunder Predator. I reckon they're just going to take their Tidehunter again, honestly.
The thing is, Thunder Predator, now they have the first pick, which forces SG to ban the Batrider, because it's just a strong pick that they can do on the 8th pick. But on the other hand, SG, they can counter on the core matchup, right? So I would hope here that SG comes with a better draft.
That they're doing already. I think Hiko's already made the call that he wants to play Tidehunter with this Monkey King ban. He's like, all right, that Tide Snapfire combo looked pretty good. Let's do it ourselves. But unfortunately, you know what gets given away here, gentlemen? It is the Abaddon. This is surprisingly scary. If any of you haven't seen Panda Boo Abaddon, it's actually terrifying. He's gonna do really well on the hero. So now we'll also have to be afraid of the potential link up with the Medusa. We've seen them do that before with this Abaddon. SG Esports have a lot of heroes running through their mind. And, now with this Monkey King ban, you never want to ban Monkey King and then not use the first phase to pick the hero that he counters. So let's see. I still think that Tide is probably their best option. But, Snapfire, there we go. Come on, just do it. Just do it. Snap Tide. Don't even waste the reserve time. Y'all know you want to do it. You know we need team fight. We know we want magic damage. Sure, it might not be amazing versus Abaddon, but still definitely better than going... I think they might be getting debated into going Snap Mars because of just how good the duo is. But we just saw a Snap Tide win, and they didn't even win the laning phase, which is normally where I expect that hero to really get crazy and start its snowball. And that phase of the game wasn't that great for Thunder, and they still won with this duo. But they got debated. Snap Mars, here we go.
Yeah, and then there's the Batrider open here, which is a hero that can escape the arena, and what Thunder usually loves as an opening with the Abaddon, because he knows the hero won't be countered.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not so happy to see that Mars also, and also because, as I mentioned, I found that Heiko, he can be the best player on SG, but if they just do that sacrificial pick for him, I'm not so happy to see that.
Yeah, they're trying it again. Clearly they believe in it, even though we weren't convinced last game. But sometimes, you can just say oh, but this would have been my game if I'd just done this differently, or I'd just done that differently. If I hadn't, for some reason, leveled Bulwark in lane, life would have been good. So maybe that's a conversation he's having right now and suggesting that, hey, give me another shot, Chief. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to prove myself. And Thunder Predator, they will mix things up. I mean, I respect them for not going just down for the Tidehunter route, but instead they'll grab his arch nemesis and grab the Kunkka instead. What does this say to you with this hero?
It's a hero that cannot be bursted in the arena, so this is a good reason to pick that hero. He's a lane dominator as soon as you don't play against Razor or Bat. And it's a hero that also Dark Mago, he plays flawlessly, this hero.
Yep. I was about to bring that up, that it's another one on the long list of Dark Mago comfort picks. I mean, we already saw the effectiveness of the Dark Mago Tiny in game 1 on Kunkka. We also have the option here. I still really think that they might go for a Medusa at some point, and Coco Rum's so good on that hero. Obviously, right now, it doesn't look that tenable, but we'll see as the draft evolves. So many options, of course, with this hero. Most likely, it's like 95% chance it's going to be for Dark Mago, but I've seen this hero occupying a lot of different roles as of late, both 3, 2, and 1. So I also one thing I love about having this Kunkka matchup is any given game that you have Kunkka within it, you also know that you've buttressed your team fight almost automatically. You don't have to necessarily worry that, okay, we've got the setup, but what's our big spell to at least keep heroes in that position a little bit longer? Kunkka takes care of that for you. And there's very few lane matchups that Kunkka ends up losing, so you're not going to feel unconfident about picking it early and be worried that SG Esports will go for some drastic counter pick that just changes the complexity of the entire game. A very solid, stable hero to put in the mid lane for yourself. Love to see it from Thunder. What do they ban here, though, to try and make sure they protect it? Or do they even... I don't even think you bother protecting it, honestly. Like, you protected it enough with this Ember OD being removed from the game. Now, rather start to think about what do we do to enable Pakas the most with these subsequent round of bans.
Yeah, that's just the similar bans that they did against Infamous, where they banned OD, Dawnbreaker, and Ember. I guess just the comfort of Dark Mago playing the lane. It's an opening that they already did, so the Abaddon Kunkka against the Mars, because it's already 2 heroes that the Mars cannot burst, so not 2 really good arena targets. They're pretty happy with what they have so far, but would be great, as you mentioned, to keep the Kunkka as a flex, because then they're not hard countered on the 18 pick if they show their offlaner or their hard carry.
Feels like they might not be flexing it, though, because they banned this Lina as well at the end of the draft, so I'd be shocked if they're not putting this middle. Does give a lot of information away to SG Esports now. How are they going to respond to this? We still need a 5 position from them. Because they know for a fact that their burst is going to be a bit of a problem. Maybe I'm not sure if they want to angle more into burst or lead away from it. They get Bane, so some lockdown. We already saw the effectiveness of this hero in game 1. Laning prowess is going to be a lot stronger as well. I think that's why they also would feel for themselves that, you know, things could have been better in the lanes. It wasn't a perfect situation from Thunder Predator, but SG Esports didn't exploit it to the max. And Bane is one of those heroes that can help you exploit weak lanes from the enemy. Set up again for more Morty's Kisses. Set up for a spear back. You know, this could work. This could work. And of course, we know that at any given point in the game, you always want BKB Pierce and Disable.
Yep, and just a quick note on the Bane as well. If you're quick on your fingers and good with your brain, which I most certainly am not, you will be able to interrupt the Kunkka combo when he goes for the X marks pull back. Nightmare can stop you getting pulled back in that situation, and of course when the combo's going off as well, you can throw out the Nightmare save then as well. So it's kind of like a mini save, but it's very good against Kunkka just for throwing a spanner in his works and maybe saving someone from that initial burst 100 to 0, which he can put out. And now Thunder Predator, they go for the Wind Ranger. So tell me where we think this hero's going.
It's a position 4 for Matthew for sure. He plays really well on the hero. He has so much impact with the shard. Yeah, and they show the position 3. So I guess it's very clear where heroes are going. Now it's a matter of FG if they will properly answer those heroes into laning phase. They still have the Gyro again. They have Luna, Ursa. And they need to pick a hero that's gonna win that lane against Timber.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Surviving is not going to be enough. Has to be a hero that wins the lane, gets out on the map quickly, plays the map in an aggressive fashion. You do know that, like you mentioned, Wind Ranger, this is very likely the Matthew hero. Shard Blink has been the preferred build-up for him, so knowing this for SG Esports, you want a hero that's going to be able to dish out damage to Timber in lane, survive if he gets ever shackle shotted. There is a lot of follow-up from Thunder Predator, but their initial round of setup is fairly difficult to achieve. So you can try and play into that and play something a bit more elusive in the safe lane. Let's see what's up. Like you said, we have Ursa, Monkey King's banned. Oh, that would have been nice if they still had it. What else have we seen against Timbersaw in recent times? I saw Troll the other day. Didn't go well, unfortunately. Even though they won the game, the laning phase was a bit of a disaster on that end.
Oh, there's SF.
There is SF, yes. There is safe lane SF. Get all that magic damage out. I mean, it does mean that you have to angle more into the magic build. Like, I saw that one game where, although the safe lane SFs have been going all this right click, as soon as you pick it for against a Timbersaw, just all the magic damage is too good to ignore. You're like, changes the route of build up in the game, but it makes life so difficult for Oscar if they do go for that route. Maybe Bloodseeker, you know, a BKB buyer, hero that is really good against Wind Ranger and Timbersaw, being able to keep them in position with Rupture. Combos up well with the Mars as well with Blood Rights. That could be an option for them, maybe.
Templar Assassin.
Nope. They just go back to safety, go back to their TA. Makes sense. At least in the mid lane.
The mid TA or hard carry TA?
Not sure. How does TA do versus Kunkka in the mid lane?
10 seconds remaining.
Should do fine, but the last time that Dark Mago played this matchup, he won.
Okay.
So it should be in favor of TA, but he won this matchup, if I'm not wrong, against Infamous. I'll double check here.
It's almost like almost every lane. Well, how does this lane go? Oh, this is what the hero matchup is like. Cool, what's happening? Dark Mago's playing, he's gonna win. No.
Oh no, actually they decided to put the Mars against the Kunkka and run a TA safe lane on that match. I'm sorry. But he managed to win against the Mars.
Yeah. Alright, so no clues on where this TA might be going. Could be mid, could be safe. Maybe they're leaving it open themselves and just going to flex it up until they see the next pickup here from Thunder Predator. Meanwhile, we have the Loon and the Drought banned out by Thunder Predator, and SG will get rid of the Terrorblade and the Morphling. Final pick now for Thunder Predator. What do they want to grab themselves in the carry position?
10 seconds.
PL's still in the game, so they can't really go Medusa. Or they can, but it's a bit risky to go that direction for themselves. I'm looking at these bans, and it actually does feel to me like this TA is going to go into the mid lane. I also think that like TA is a lot better in safe lane if she has like an Ogre or something. Just some kind of steroid. It doesn't have to be a massive one, but just something. And Thunder... It's always very frustrating when you're going carry for carry at the end of the draft. The potential to get immediately counterpicked with everything already being banned out is there. Now
Yeah, Razor.
Oh god, there is Razor. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I'd like that a
sounds
lot as
terrifying.
well. Also, Razor Wind Ranger. With Wind Ranger getting that shard, you just have like this global backup whenever you're trying to go on someone and steal their damage. It's pretty good. Pretty nice. Seems like the choice, but they do go for the Medusa. Okay. I mean, it's Thunder Predator, right? They want to secure the late game for themselves. They didn't want to go for the Razor because it would cause them to have a timer. And this team, one thing we've noticed about them is that they don't like playing on a timer. And SG Esports, final pickup for them, it's going to be the Ursa. Gentlemen, what are our thoughts on this draft then? Who do we think has the advantage?
I like the Ursa. Astini did mention it earlier, and its effectiveness versus the Timbersaw can be effective versus Kunkka as well. Just good against these super tanky heroes. We have seen games where with this build that you go up on this Ursa, building the Diffusal Blade, you can have some major impact against this Medusa hero, provided that you can get to her. But this game just has to buy Blink Dagger and Snap Bane, Mars. There's enough ways to keep the Medusa in position long enough for Ursa to get there and start right-clicking her. That being said, Medusa has so much behind her. Coco Rum, Abaddon heals, Timbersaw just going into frontline for her, time being bought with Shackle Shot. Oof, I don't think it's as free a Medusa game as it was as free a Morphling game for Packers here. There are some threats that Medusa has to worry about, but I do think that SG Esports are definitely in a situation where they have to make those threats happen quickly. They're definitely on a timer. does feel like you get to a stage in this game where Medusa just starts to take over. It gets difficult for you, even though you have the smarts, even though you have TA, you can play very aggressively and play quickly. You gotta do it. You actually have to make it happen. And I'm really worried about right now the fact that this Medusa, given what we saw in the last game, I think that Thunder Predator is capable of playing in such a way as to protect her for as long as humanly possible until she doesn't need that protection and she's self-sufficient. So I'm very concerned about whether or not SG Esports can maintain discipline, right? Because to run a draft like this requires you to be able to pick your fight perfectly. There's not a lot of downtime, right? And conversely, when there's not a lot of downtime, sometimes you overfight. You end up committing too much to these engagements, and you can't really do that in this game because you need to be able to balance fighting as much as possible with also making sure you're getting the farm on the TA necessary to take these structures. Because if you don't, you'll get a lot of kills. You'll find we're having a bit of a rough time going uphill. And after a long enough time, going uphill is impossible against Medusa. She's just going to sit there, defend forever, and then take over the game. So I'm feeling Thunder 2-0.
Thunder 2-0. I mean, you raise a couple of great points there. I think for me, it comes down to SG. Do they have the fire within them to run at this Medusa and stop her having an absolutely free game? I mean, to do that, they're going to have decent lanes. The lanes didn't go horribly last game, so I'm not worried about that. It is just whether they have the coordination and the captainship to go and make that call, that play, and keep their cool whilst they're doing it. I'm not sure they do. I'd love to see it, though. I am going to go for Thunder Predator 2-0, unfortunately, due to what we saw last game. Astini, over to you, sir. Give me some good news. Go on.
We need to go for game 3. Let's believe Arms and his Ursa. I believe it's kind of free Ursa game. You go that Diffusal, it's so good against Duza. He should have a good lane against Timber. I'm just worried because sometimes Arms, he plays so aggressive the lane, and he might lose a lane that he's supposed to win. Because it seems like Ursa hard counters Timber, but if you play too aggressive and Timber get some kill on you, then you're screwed. So if they have decent lanes, I believe this Ursa can snowball. They have the tools to take towers. Let's believe on SG.
Let's believe. I mean, for me, that lane's interesting because it's Ursa's strength is kind of before the level 6 mark where he can kind of chase down the Timbersaw and beat him up, but once that Timber hits 6, then it becomes a bit more difficult. So as you said, if he does accidentally go down or if he does make a mistake, it can be very, very punishing because you'll just shoot that Timbersaw forward to the 6. I can also see the potential for the Timbersaw being an absolute menace this game. If he can hit an early timing on a Heaven's Halberd against TA and Ursa, these are two heroes which absolutely hate playing against that. That could be a real issue and a timing I'm certainly going to be looking at. And you know who else I want to look at? It's Gareth and Lacoste who are going to be casting this game number 2.
Thank you so much. Yeah, here we are, game 2. As we've seen through seasons of SADPC, Hector K1, we've got Minos K2, HFN K3, the kings of farming in South America. But I think Angel Pacas on this Medusa is one of the best, if not overtaking those 3 members of different teams as the best farmer in South America. We've seen his anti-mage, his more.
I gotta
now
stop
we get
you
to
right
witness
there. I
is
saw
Medusa.
K1 play some great Dota yesterday, dying. Tier 1 tower, dying for the first blood, deeping back, dying again, walking from the base to tier 1 tower, and still 15 minutes in being the most farm hero in the game. So yeah, I kind of disagree, Gary, but yeah, it's very hard to compete with K1. This guy, like, if he ever feels like he needs to change the region, I think every region in the world will welcome him and say, yep, come play for us.
He's an absolute god. Now that's for sure. I just think Pacas has proven his worth in the past couple of seasons of SADPC. But that kind of leads me to the question of this Ursa, right? The panel has talked about how he's very good against Timbersaw and Kunkka throughout the game. Do you consider Ursa as a counter to Medusa? Because
yes.
It's something we talked about in season 2, where he feels more of a counter than AM does.
Simple yes, Gary. I've seen this matchup so many times. I mean, it's going to be much easier. You have Timbersaw that's going to frontline for you. You have Kunkka's boat. You have like Abba with heals and shields. But just straight up carry-to-carry matchup, Ursa does really well. But you fall off. If we're talking about like 50-minute game, Medusa most likely going to carry. But once he gets that Diffusal Blade timing, and also you have 2 best heroes in the game to kill the Roche with, Templar Assassin and Ursa. So they need to be very careful about it. I would still prefer if Ursa is played on Radiant because of the value that you get. Like if you split the map in half, once the tier 1 tower falls, Ursa's going to be playing Triangle and also going to be playing top part of the map, which means you threaten Roshan much more, and you're also putting a lot of pressure on the enemy team who's playing Dire to play a bit like more top part of the map, and then if you have advantages team fight, or they either waste time or they lose a fight. So Ursa on Radiant, at least in my book, is much better.
I think that's a great point, right? Because we used to talk about Dire Roshan advantage a lot years ago, but you know, with the map changes and the way the map is played now, like you say, when you're guarding your triangle, it's the most natural thing to do right now for Radiant to be top half of the map and automatically guarding Roshan by doing it. We'll see what they can actually do, though, to get that Roshan for SG. As that top lane is just Widge spamming nightmares onto Matthew, trying to keep Arms farming away. 4-0 so far, so a good amount of pressure from Oscar and Matthew so far. That Blightstone doing some serious work, while down bottom, Pakaz does get speared back. LTH and Heiko can't quite kill her off, though. Of course, Pandaboo there with the shields and the heals. We'll keep her topped up and farming away.
Pakaz, very interesting build. 3 branches, Band of Elvenskin, now bringing Gloves of Haste. In the pubs, I don't think you can do that, but in a professional game, it's okay, because your position 5 will have healing salves. He will have tangos, like mangoes, to pop on Medusa. Right now, she's sitting at no mana, so a bit of a tough situation. Unless he pops the mango, she's going to be sitting at no mana for a while. Snake 140 right now, it's sitting at 70. But to go back to top lane, like, this is not a bad lane for Timbersaw, because Bane, even though he has pure damage, they can still get a kill. Let's see Matthew, another shackle shot in a couple of seconds. This should be the first blood, actually.
Oh, the stick in the brain sap, though. Widge is there just enough. Kills off a couple of couriers as well, I believe, as he gets himself a triple kill top. Oscar and Matthew lose couriers. Matthew loses his hero. Bane now going to go and try and deny himself to the tier 2 tower, and also double waving for that Ursa.
Great trade. Matthew, like, very close to using the shackle shot, but yeah, Bane got level 2 with the sleep, and Brain Sap was able to get the kill. One more time, Oscar, he really loves Bracer, man. He just loves to buy this item. But to go back to like lane Timbersaw against Ursa, you should feel like relatively safe. I want to see if he puts a point in Timber Chain just to be able to get away once they start chasing, or he puts another point and gets a bit more solo XP and then gets it on level 4. Because right now Matthew is trying to stack the triangle for Medusa. You gotta be careful about that, because if SG, they have great ways of taking the stacks, especially with Templar Assassin. So you need to be careful. If they decide to play that part of the map, let's say with Bane, who's one of the best zoners, whether he sleeps you, or if you decide to bring a Snapfire, a lot of kill potential there.
Yeah, such great ways to invade that triangle. You're absolutely right. TA so far doing pretty well for herself. Dead even in the CS with the Kunkka mid, so a farm trade between them there. I do want to come back quickly, though, to that Medusa item build you were talking about, because I remember AUI talking about a similar kind of thing back at TI, where we had a couple of like Spectre games, or there's like Falcon Blades being brought up, and he just said, why doesn't the carry buy Blades of Attack, a couple of branches, and then your position 5 ferries all of the regen to you? That's basically what Pakas is doing here, right? He's rushed treads, 4 minutes treads, and of course Pandaboo has tons of sustain to back him up in the lane.
It's very efficient.
Very efficient.
And as Abba, position 5, you really don't care about your items. You can play the game,
True.
I don't know, 30 minutes while having boots of speed and the Windlace plus a stick. This hero really doesn't need any kind of items to have value in the game. He's going to completely ruin Bane. Oh, Matthew.
Is Bane going to ruin the Wind Ranger? Matthew has Wind Run. Widge not going to Nightmare the Wind Ranger just yet. It's level 2 Brain Sap, though, so pretty close to a kill threat there on her. Looks like Arms pretty low on the mana, though. Didn't want to come and join in, as Pandaboo down bottom gets cookied upon after that trap slow. KXY closing in, but a very wise TP. And then cancels it as well, so he can rejoin the Medusa.
Oh, what a player.
Yeah. Very smart. Oscar Gets nightmared. Again, Matthew is just incredibly low, continually getting whacked around by the Bane. But you look at the Ursa CS in comparison to the Timbersaws, and you'd consider this a lane win by Thunder Predator, wouldn't you?
Yeah, for sure. I said it's a decent lane for Timbersaw. Yeah, Ursa's gonna hit you multiple times, but Timbersaw becomes super tanky early on, and with that extra bracer, he even gets a bit more value in the lane. What I don't like about SG's lineup...
Oh, but Matthew's dying. Which being very cheeky. Go on, what do you dislike?
Because it's the same thing that they had in the previous game, where both cores rely on dealing heavy physical damage, so you can counter them again with Heaven's Halberd on a Timbersaw, which is something that he really loves to buy.
Yeah, even the Kunkka, right? We've seen, maybe not this most recent DPC season, but we saw Kunkkas go like Phase, Halberd, BKB, something like that. Do you think that's an option for Dark Margot?
In this game, Armlet, very good. They don't have that much burst damage, and just feels very nice on Kunkka. Accelerates your farm so much. So I would... BKB is not needed. You have... Not as a first or second item, maybe as a third, but I would love to see Armlet, Heaven's Halberd into a BKB.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Right now, he's stacking bracers, it looks like. Bringing one out, and has another one queued up.
Has there been a patch, Gary, that I'm not aware of? Why are people buying so many bracers?
I don't know. Is that what does that indicate to you? Is that Dark Margot saying, "Hey, I'm gonna run at them. Like in 1 minute's time, I am just going to start running around the map doing some crazy shit"?
I don't know. It's not cost efficient. I just hope he doesn't go for a second bracer. It's not good. It's better to not upgrade it. You bought a second bracer, okay?
Yeah, I mean, in 5 minutes he's gonna have to sell one of them basically, and there is a Halberd queued up. So yeah, nice call there. Nightmare onto the Kunkka though. KXY gives a bit of a chase forward, but Matthew will be able to hold them back.
So if he wants to go for Halberd, like, I still not approving double bracer build, but then he needs like something small to play with, any kind of small item, so these two bracers are gonna keep them in game. I would still prefer if these are two raid bands over two bracers because of the armor that you get. If you're playing against Ursa and Templar Assassin, makes more sense. And raid bands, they got buffed.
Alright, bands are super strong. Some very, very deep wards here from Widge, like one behind that top tier one who's already got him a lot of use chasing the Wind Ranger around. Now there's that one deep in the mid lane. So they try and close in on the Timbersaw. Widge comes around after his little warding excursion, but Dark Margot nightmared up before he could cast a spell. Transfer just a little too late. Couldn't get the X mark out there.
I've never heard this voice line. Is that a level 30?
I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, I've not seen that either. Some mouth noises from Ursa.
For a second, I thought it was some of the new voice lines that got added a couple of days ago.
I was so ready there for you to make an ASMR pun with Ursa's name, Lacoste. I am disappointed.
Oh, what am I missing? Oh, ASMR with the sounds. Okay.
Ursa SMR,
arms.
You know?
Okay. My bad. Took me a second.
And
I'm being
arms?
stupid today.
Well, like you said, Timbersaw is a bit of a boss up in that top lane, just soloing it out against two. While the rest of Thunder Predator, Medusa and Kunkka are both farming bottom side jungle. Under dire vision, they pretty much see everything happening. But SG having a very quiet one now. Sitting in all three lanes, they are farming up, not giving anything away. TA, top of the net worth, as she should be, with Dragonlance and a Blink Dagger queued up. So a bit of a change there from KXY. Not going for the Deso after that Dragonlance this time.
Maybe he feels he needs to be able to blink out of stuff. Even though there is Nightmare, there is Cookie Save. A Blink Dagger is also a farming tool because you jump in between the camps. It's not on Templar Assassin, just an item that she can close the gap with. Might still change his mind, we'll see. I think in this situation, both are fine. Ursa will go for the Diffusal Blade after finishing off the Morbid Mask. So that's the Roche threat. Oh, Oscar.
Yeah, he's just chasing this one, but he's going to have the Timber Chain away from the Ursa. Overpower at level 2, so Himself a couple of hits there, but he can't close the gap. Good chain TP. But while that's all happening, bottom tier 1 does get taken down by Catapult and that TA rotation.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying. I was listening to Ursa's voice line.
Well, they killed the tower bottom.
And there's
Now,
going to be a
looks like
trade.
they're going to try and move into mid.
Ursa needs to move. Already on the mid lane.
Is under attack.
They don't have the catapult. Snapfire also no point in Lil Shredder, so that's going to take some time.
Oh yeah, true. 3-2-0 build on Snap.
Radiant structures are fortified.
TA has a Blightstone, but she's still stuck down at bottom lane.
Is under attack.
Arms very aggressively, pushes forward, thinking
Dire's
something's coming, and it's going to be Dark Margot's X-Boat. Spear, not going to save him from that. Perfectly timed combo from the Kunkka. Shackle Shot won't latch onto a tree. Now Oscar trapped inside the arena, but SG, they evacuate the area while top lane, they're going on Pakaz, TA and Bane. Clear through that Medusa very, very quickly.
Fiend's Grip very efficient against Medusa, stealing the mana. Also, I think she should be in a triangle considering everyone else rotated to the mid lane. Yeah, so far for SG, they're doing really good. 2k gold lead. Templar Assassin, Blink Dagger finished using the Courier. They're gonna hit a really big timing with Templar Assassin, Diffusal... Deso and the Blink Dagger, plus the Diffusal Blade on Ursa. Templar Assassin for now a bit too overfarmed, so like usually that's not the timing. Sometimes it's a bad thing, you know, you're waiting for that third item. Usually it's a 2-item timing. But yeah, gonna take a bit more, needs to farm over 2,000 gold. I can see them coming inside the Roche pit. I love the aggressive move on a mid lane to try to go in and take the tower. Once that tier 1 tower falls, it opens up the Roche much more for them, even though there's still tier 1 tower on the top lane. Like the map opens up for a pickoffs much easier, and there's not gonna be like rotations.
tower is under
So far, Gary, not impressed by this ABBA. Like, I don't think he can do... It's one of those passive games. You're playing with Medusa in the lane, so you can't trade kills or anything. You are just going to be pretty much position 6 in this game.
It's just sit behind people. Like, you don't have catch, you don't have kill threat. You just sit behind
tower is under
a Medusa or the Kunkka, try and save them up.
Radiant's bottom
Shackle Shot mid, just a bit of chip damage onto arms. Let's see if Thunder Predator want to try and amass their forces in the mid lane for an actual shove on that tier 1. Sat near half HP. And Oscar more than willing to tank a few tower shots. Not so willing, though, to battle straight into an Ursa Templar Assassin, though. It's a good Shackle Shot, though, and the Chakram, that's good damage onto the TA as the Nightmare buys a bit of space. Now the arena comes in, but Arms is on the run. They don't want to battle Dark Margot, who runs straight forward. Thunder Predator still have tons of spells to cast here, and they're all incredibly tanky, but they've got a good grip. Dark Margot all stuck up in
good
place.
spear.
Speared back to the tower, beautifully done, but the heals and the shields. Dark Margot, he can't survive this. He's not allowed to. 50 HP, he does get himself away, while Oscar, deep in behind enemy lines, running himself backwards. KXY finally claims the kill on Kunkka. That blink allowing her to gap close onto Dark Margot, and Oscar. I don't know if Widge and Heiko can actually catch him here. Pretty speedy with the timber chains.
I think Mars is a
He
good...
sticks around.
He should be fine. How many charges does he have? Only 4, but should be okay. And even cuts down the tree. Even though it would not connect, still a good play, just in case. Yeah. Mars is going to be very... Like, Mars Spear, a repositioning tool, going to be great against Abaddon. Because if you click over a Photic Shield, you need to be close. Like, you need to be 300 range away from someone to be able to cast it. And if someone is speared back, that means that both Ursa and Templar Assassin can focus him down easily.
Yeah, it was very well done. And that gives Ursa a nice little boost. Diffusal Blade ready. So yeah, you pretty much have Blink Dragonlance Deso done at the same time as that Diffusal Blade on the Ursa. 2 very farmed core heroes.
Yeah, I said they're overfarmed on Templar Assassin.
Yeah. Oh, the blink in. Matthew Wind runs. It's a weird thing, synchronization in Dota, right? It's like a... Oh, well, hang on a second. It's a Nightmare on Dark Margot, but the spear off the mark from Heiko. That allows Oscar and Dark Margo to close in on the Mars. Matthew has been popped out by KXY and a good cookie forward. Hiko still alive, chasing Dark Margo's Kunkka, speared up again. They've got the Ursa on top of him.
This is big.
Oh,
SG,
yeah.
I'd say they're in full control of this game. Medusa's still not fight ready. You have this position 5 Eva that doesn't contribute much on top of Wind Ranger, who also, like, her contribution is power shot and the shackle shot. You're not using other 2 abilities, like you're skipping ulti. There's no need to go for it. But let's see, deep ward behind the tower.
Yeah, sees Oscar. Nightmare into kisses. He's tanky though. Gets himself away from the lava being chucked at him by Mortimer. It allows SG to just take the tower though.
They can go inside the pit. Like, they can force a Roche fight with haste on Templar Assassin and the freshly bought Deso. They know that there is no ghost ship. Okay, lanes were not in the greatest spot. Mid lane meeting near the tier 1 tower, and also top lane needs to be pushed out a bit. But still, I think they could have just gone straight into Roche pit. I don't think there would be a response from Thunder Predator.
Yeah, there's like no Ravage, there's no Arena, nothing like that, right? They've got Timbersaw who's tanky but doesn't offer you much control. Kunkka is the be-all and end-all of the team fight here from Thunder Predator. If he doesn't have his spells or doesn't feel fight ready,
Man,
nice things
Abba's
the Radiant
line,
can really do.
Abba's inventory looks kind of sad, not gonna lie. What is this?
Oh, he's
He's
9-slotted, mate.
He has... This is what happens when you have Trusty Shovel. You're running out of slots on position 5.
Jeez. Goodbye, Matthew. Just a grip in to slap down from the meld. Very easily done. Timbersaw also dropping low. Yule's up on that Ursa. While Medusa toys with TA. Or the other way around, I'm not quite sure. There's a haste on KXY, so that's giving that safety net. And they've got another catch. Nightmare and Pandaboo pops his ulti very early, and the TP home cancelled by a well-placed cookie. Now it's Roshan time.
Templar Assassin refusing to go Roche with haste. So that means... I think first Aegis should go to Templar Assassin. She's level 17, Jesus.
She side blades twice off a small camp, trap slow, blink in, meld strike, kills the Timbersaw. Now a spear. Heiko's on the Medusa. Kisses launched out from long range. KXY side blades down onto Matthew. Now Pakas on the run away from there, and Thunder Predator just not in a position at all to match this aggression from SG.
This is their big timing. Having Aegis plus 2-3 big items on their cores. Mars has a full BKB. Compared to previous game, this Mars is going to scale. Like, he rushed a Blink Dagger previous game. Oh man, Templar Assassin doing some real work here.
TA is huge. Pakas gets out of range of that spear. Has a decent stone gaze as well, but they've still got damage coming in towards her. Oh, Pakas, half HP, no mana remaining. The Mystic Snake bouncing back, giving a little bit more sustain as Heiko BKBs himself. Shiny Golden God now on the run. Thunder Predator, they've mounted a defense, an X-Mark drag, KXY back in, but a cookie away. So many ways to save this TA, but inside the chakram, what can she do? Refracts up, Oscar chasing with a timber chain. The Meld Strike nowhere
Big
near enough,
kill.
and the grip has to be cancelled. A huge takedown, the streak gone, and Oscar wants a bonus. The cherry on top is going to be Widger's Bane. Mules into the air. Dark Margo with the rest of the crew surround him.
Okay,
Easy
this
pickings
is
on
a
the way
bit
out.
throwy from SG. Like, they don't respect how many times they can reset with the boat and with Stone Gaze. What Thunder Predator are looking in for right now is to delay the game as much as possible. They found a big boy Philly. There we go. Philosopher Stone drop for them, which means you're going to be able to get items on your position for Wind Ranger. She can buy a shard. I think in this situation, considering you're not fighting, you're not... staying ahead, it would be much better to buy Aghanim Shard because it's a global saving tool as well, and they don't want to fight. Like, they realize how bad of a situation they're in right now. But once it comes down to itemization, it's very hard for Thunder Predator to itemize in this game. Going for Heaven's Halberd, the second one on Timbersaw, we already saw one on Kunkka being done. And also Medusa, I think Scotty into Butterfly, because with Butterfly you also counter both of their cores.
Yeah. That's very true. And Scardy, super good against that Ursa as well. Podcast can get there. And what are we talking about here? Like 10 minutes or something? If we think Thunder Predator want to be ready around 30 minutes or so, they need the space to be created for them. If SG crash their heads against the wall of these tier 2s like they did just now, that could be just what Thunder Predator want them to do.
Some of
They're a
these
big fan of that voice line. If I go in, I might die. Not Dark Margo making sure that he doesn't die when he goes in by X-marking himself back after clearing the wave. And a smoke sweeping across the map. SG encroaching on Radiant territory. Thinking about getting up towards that triangle. There's a courier there by the secret shop, but that's small fry compared to what they could get if they push up the ramp. Smoke breaks. Widger's Bane spotted out by Pandaboo. They kill off a trap. Now, what do you do here? You've smoked halfway across the world. You don't have your TA with you. Just kill the tower.
You can go in, kill the tower. Ursa getting closer to his. BKB, I think a bit of a misused timing in the Aegis, because I said it's much better to put it on Templar Assassin first. I think Ursa gets second Aegis and even a second Shard if they are the ones to kill it. Yeah, look at Templar Assassin. I like that. She's already preparing. She knows what the itemization from Medusa is going to be. And this is not what you usually see from Templar Assassin, going for MKB as their like third item. So yeah, she has great understanding like what Medusa wants to get after the Scotty is done.
Yeah, absolutely. Good foresight there from the TA. Still feels like the Dire are pressuring the Radiant back. And Mars is just sitting in that mid-wave, tanking spells. Top lane's being pushed in by the Ursa. Thunder Predator trying to find space elsewhere with Medusa farming quite far away from any form of assistance. Does Pakas TP? Oh, what are we waiting for? There's a nightmare on the Abaddon. That's a good shackle shot. Finding the Bane. Now Medusa is perfectly fine. Gathered up with the rest of her team. The BKB from Mars stops any X-mark nonsense and spears the Kunkka up against the side of the Colosseum. Ico gonna get used up though. On the retreat, they're getting picked off one by one, and another little move in there. Shackle shot.
Matthew gets
stops any kind of attempted cookie save, but Matthew destroyed as the Mortimer's Kiss is landing beautifully. Pandaboo trying to tank it up with his borrowed time. But Mars down. Ursa miles away from this fight, looking to join from that northern side. They've still got X marks to play with. Drag that TA back again into Torrents. Arms. Defusal slow, but another good Ewel's. Pandaboo with no borrowed time. Couple of hits from that TA with a minus armor. Easy as you like.
Arms was not in that fight. He was farming the creep wave, did not want to join. I guess maybe his call was, I'm not joining until I get a BKB. You guys fight 4 versus 5. What I wanted to say is there is a Philosopher's Stone, and no one is using it on side of Thunder Predator.
No, but not even the Abaddon.
Abaddon picked it up now, after he died. So a lot of gold wasted. Windranger definitely should use it, because you want to give her a bit of farm priority. You can still swap in Keen Optic in between the fights, and you want to get to that Shard. Shard is pretty big, like Shard's Pog.
Jeez. Matthew's like dying to Sideblade splashes in the mid lane. Some dangerous stuff there from this TA. It feels like Thunder Predator want to start moving in towards a team fight. They smoke themselves up. Medusa has the Crystallis now, so even more damage coming out of Pakas. Heiko, BKBs. Good decision. Just reset. Recalibrate where you are, where you want to be. Smoke up if that helps, and move across the map again. No Roshan at least a minute though.
I want to go back to itemization. Medusa buying Crystallis. Maybe she's staying either one step ahead or feels like Mars is causing a lot of issues with Bulwark, so she needs to be able to break him. That's why Silver Edge is queued up.
Oh, Widge. Oh, the spear tank by Pandaboo as well. Scardy slow, Bane in a bit of trouble. Bulwark trying to block and damage, tank up some of that damage, but Widge, a power shot slices him down. A good boat in with a Chakram on the Mars. The bigger target is Heiko. Oscar destroys him and moves on to LTH now. Snapfire, having a lot of that HP removed out by the Whirling Death, and the chain Chakram forward gives Oscar a great double kill, all thanks to this Matthew Windranger with these shackle shots.
Now with 2 Heaven's Halberds online, they have so much kiting potential. If somehow you manage to get it off before they use BKBs or they like mistime it, even though like professional players are really good at Dota, sometimes we see that mistake. They're like, well, I'm gonna dispel it. Well, bad news for you, it's not dispellable by BKB. And then you end up doing absolutely nothing, your BKB goes down. So this is a big timing for Thunder Predator, going those 2 Heaven's Halberds. They have like Yule's Scepter to deal with Ursa, also, which is not affected by status resistance. Veej trying to set things up, but what a Photic Shield will cancel any kind of attempt for them to go with the Nightmare initiation.
Yeah, you were asking if the Medusa was one step ahead, or what was going on with this Chrysalis into Silver Edge pickup. And I guess it's a bit of both, right? Expecting the enemy to expect you to go Butterfly. So you're like, okay, they buy MKBs, I don't buy Butterfly. But also, like you just said, matching and synchronizing with the timings.
You
Double
also,
Halberd to Chrysalis, you just go.
Medusa has a level 15 talent, 15 evasion. And you see that, and you're like, well, I'll need to deal with that. 15%, still quite a lot for a level 10 talent. And then you look at Medusa's item build in general, which at one point, it's gonna be that Butterfly. So there is a full MKB done on Templar Assassin. Medusa might swap things around. She might say, screw it, I'm not gonna go for it. It's not worth it at this point.
Yeah, just go, I mean, maybe goes for the Silver Edge here, like you said, against Bulwark. Maybe thinks about like Daedalus Satanic as the spear from Mars. Heiko, great arena, allows the TA to shred through the wind range. Dark Margot dropping very low as well as Ursa closes the gap onto the Kunkka. Heiko with the Bulwark on, tanking through Pakaz and all of his right-click hits from range, but dies to the Chakram. 2-man stun in there, but Oscar, he's not being touched by the Ursa. Dark Margot helping him out with the Torrent. Now the Yules from the Timber Source slowing and kiting arms. The Ursa can't get on anyone.
And,
the big bad bear turned into a teddy, and now Roshan's alive for Thunder Predator.
This is big. Stealing second Roche from not just Ursa, but also Ursa and Templar Assassin lineup is huge. Like, it's enormous. They lose so much value from both of their heroes. When we talk about, like, scaling, let's see if he decides to jump in and try to steal anything. It's a very risky move. Nah, he says...
Too risky.
He says, I'm too smart for this, and getting the hell out of here.
And that's Wind Ranger with a shard now, so can spend all of that money she saved for the Ghost Scepter. Medusa has Aegis. And look at this, Templar Assassin in that top lane blinks and TPs. Doesn't get caught.
Talking about neutral items, another perfect one for Thunder Predator. Blast Rig on Timbersaw. As like, you go in, anyone who tries to focus you... Oh, hold that thought, boat.
Have they just got the Mars? Yeah, Pakas with that Silver Edge. I mean, Mars BKBs and tries to run the cookie home. He's behind his tier 4s now, looking a little worse for wear. Dark Margot jumped on by Arms Ursa, but Arms is the one running back towards his fountain yet again. Medusa just standing her ground, this mobile turret, launching projectiles left and right and killing off the TA almost. Good refraction, blink away, now the arena in from Heiko. Arms can stick on to Oscar as he's pushed by the shields, but SG, they don't have enough left in the tank. They're turned around upon. Ursa dead for a minute.
Abba also doing quite a lot of work using his Mistcoil, Photic Shields, even Holy Locket, plus a healing salve in a team fight, keeping everyone
like
alive.
5 salves.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, he's been digging. My man, he's been mining, investing into those graphic cards, getting those healing salves out.
He's tanking the market. Salves on the down. Oh,
look at this
look
shard.
At that Gale Force. Look at that Wind Ranger just pushing them, dragging them into the waiting arms of Thunder Predator as they're up on his high ground. The onslaught continues. First lane of barracks down. It's bang on 30 minutes into the game. That's when we expected the Medusa to be ready to take this one out, and she absolutely is. Pakas, top of the net worth, holding that Aegis, and now looking to snipe out Widger's Bane.
Yeah, they don't have enough.
Margot
Like,
claims
Ursa
it.
needs to go in, he needs to make something happen. 60 seconds without TA. They saw TA buying MKB, which means that she does not have buyback. She can't be that farmed. Yeah, that's game, Gary.
Yeah. LTH jumps into his own demise. Ursa and Bane in the fountain while your throne is falling. Tier 4's collapsing. The foundations of the Dire base being shaken
Oh, there we go.
by Thunder
Albert
Predator. The
before
disarm.
the BKB.
Absolutely right. Arms can't do a damn thing. Enraged BKB, now the Yule's up. The Ursa has done very little damage this game because he's been kited, disarmed, and kept at bay. GG is called. Matthew diving fountain gripped up there, but they've got a good drag back again on that Bane for another 5-man wipe, and the throne will crumble.
I gotta feel bad for SG because of the situation they were in. Like, they had this game, but unfortunately decide to like swap things around, not give first Aegis to Templar Assassin, and also like she got caught. They lost the momentum. Ursa not joining a team fight. Thunder Predator is just a better team. They have a better understanding how to, like, once they're ahead, how to keep the advantage going, and they also know how to play from behind. Also, itemization. I think the SG put themselves in a tough spot with drafting 2 cores that rely on dealing heavy physical damage, and itemization wise, Thunder Predator, they were on point. 2 Heaven's Halberd, 1 from Kunkka, 1 from Timbersaw. Just a kind of a natural in this situation.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. A couple of days ago, we saw a Drow Ranger picked to counteract a Terror Blade, and the Drow Ranger did 0 damage to the TB in that game. And I just wanted to look here, Ursa versus Medusa. We talked about how it could be a good matchup, how Ursa can counter the Medusa. You mentioned that Timbersaw and Kunkka
I don't think
frontline.
I don't think Ursa hit Medusa.
27 damage. And I think that was probably an Earthshock. That was like Ursa did 27 damage. No, 27 right-click damage to Medusa, 100 damage from Earthshock, 127 damage from an Ursa who potentially counters Medusa feels pretty bad. But yeah, a much more straightforward game as we got later into the match there for Thunder Predator. We'll throw it back to the panel and listen to them break down the rest of this series, though.
Unfortunately, SG Esports could not pull out anything out of the bag in this second game, and they do get 2-0'd, unfortunately, by the side of Thunder Predator. I mean, game number 1, pretty close at stages. We had some nice things to say about SG Esports, but this game, unfortunately, that was just complete domination from Thunder Predator. I mean, what were the major talking points of this game for you, Snow?
There was so many, because initially it actually seemed like to me that they were doing such a good job, SG Esports. We were talking about like the potential surprise, and that first 15 minutes, my goodness, it looked so good. They were making all the right moves on the map. Sure, they weren't killing Dusa, which is unfortunate, right? Because that's the one win condition we identified. Like, can they actually find her and reliably kill her? And they weren't able to do so, but they were killing everybody else, right? All these other heroes, especially the Timbersaw and the 2 supports, were practically getting no farm on the map. Panda Boo kept dying over and over again, breaking smokes, giving away gold in the other direction. And it looked like everything was going well for them. They do all the things you want to do when you have a TA and or Ursa in your draft. Go take that first Roshan, get the Aegis on one of these cores, and then start playing aggressively into these buildings. And that's where it all goes wrong. All right, it all goes south almost immediately afterwards. The first Aegis, Lacoste mentioned it there at the end, that they put it on the Ursa instead of on the TA. And the reason at that point in the game is such a big mistake is that Ursa not really able to get forward in the same way that TA is. TA is the one that's still playing aggressively. Ursa's kind of still farming. And the first fight they decide to take after that, right? It sort of reminded me about what happened in game 1. In game 1, they took an Aegis, lost it, and then still decided to play aggressively. This time, they put the Aegis on the hero that can't get aggressive yet and still play forward, and they get beyond punished. The most farmed hero on the map dies. Not only dies, but dies to Medusa. But okay, that's the start of the cascade of bad effects. And everything from there just really felt like it was going wrong, right? They were still getting some kills here or there onto the supports, but they weren't able to skirmish anymore. Any of the big fights that started, what would happen? Kunkka would throw a boat, Medusa would show up, pop R, fight's over. You have to leave. You just will not be able to sustain through this. They stopped being able to kill Oscar. At some point after this Heaven's Halberd showed up, the Timbersaw just became way too strong. And here we are still in this period of the game where they still feel very, very favored, right? But it's this next fight coming not too long after this. And sure, this so far looks all good, but here we go. It's this exact fight. It's a continuation of the replay we just saw. This death, the game honestly ends here. If you lose your hero that's the most farmed on the map, she's the one that's opening up the most space. She's the one that is building and closest towards getting the BKB, which is absolutely required to play into Thunder Predator. She's the one that's able to two-shot supports. Then you're not going to have a good time, because this Ursa, we were talking about it in the pre-game, how difficult it's going to be for him to reliably close in on those targets. And my goodness, we saw that. Arms, did everything you could, but just wasn't able to actually hit anybody important. You kill Van Matthew, whatever. You kill Pandabu, whatever. Can you kill Kunkka? No. Here comes the boat. Here comes BKB. Here's Halberd. Can you kill Dusa? Well, Parkas is just doing Parkas things, going ham in the middle of these fights. Really did feel like SG Esports, that one engagement goes south and the rest of the game cascades from there, especially because when you lose the ability to kill Dusa and you're now losing the only hero that can make that happen, the game is just not going to go well for you with how many ways they have of keeping her alive in the fight.
Astini, I mean, is this kind of on par of what you expected from SG today, or, did they perform a little bit better than you expected, or a little bit worse, perhaps?
They performed even better. I was expecting, to be honest here, Thunder to stomp. I guess we need to be honest with that, because Thunder, in my opinion, is the best team on the region. And SG, they didn't play well at their first match against Infamous. So I see a lot of improvement from their side. They played very, very well that game in the beginning. Like, to be 6k ahead against Thunder Predator, that's amazing. But they made that one small mistake, which is not small, of letting the Aegis to Ursa, which made they lose. So they just need a little bit of better understanding of their playstyle, because they need to understand KXY, he's the position 1. If you have one core with 14k and another one with 8k, the one with 14k, he's your position 1, and you want to keep your position 1 alive. And especially if that's the hero which has siege damage, then you definitely want the Aegis with him. So I cannot call a small mistake. It's like extremely huge mistake that they made, and they were punished for that.
Yeah, elephant in the room, I would say. It really was bad. And I kind of almost felt like this Tim, but I don't know. He definitely had some really awesome items this game. Like, he completely itemized against the Ursa. The Yules is so hard for the Ursa to fight into, and then the Halberd as well. I was calling for that at the start of the game, and I mean, he gets it, and this Ursa just feels like a little... He didn't feel like a big scary bear. He felt like a little cub running around trying to gnaw at people's ankles. It didn't work. And then they give him the Aegis as well. Meanwhile, the TA is just there like, I completely agree. I didn't really understand that choice. I mean, why do you think that is? Do you think like SG just kind of a little bit of an experience there, maybe still believing that their Ursa was going to come through and carry the game, even though from our perspective it was kind of more clear that it was the TA who was going to be the big raid boss?
I don't know, maybe it's a lack of practice on that strategy. Maybe they just came up with that because they saw the Thunder Predator picks and it was an amazing game for that hero. And they end up like with the Ursa TA, and you usually don't want 2 heroes that rely on have Aegis, and they end up on that situation and weren't sure on what to do, because I strongly believe if they tried this before, they would have the feeling, it's a natural feeling that it should go for TA. So I believe they just try to improvise to not surprise only Thunder Predator, but surprise themselves, and yeah, we were all surprised.
I mean, Astini, you did want surprises in the game, right? And you got what you wanted, Might not have been exactly how you wanted it, but you still got it. And just to build on what Astini was saying now, I think what probably ended up happening, and Lacoste mentioned it in the game as well, when that Aegis attempt happened, TA wasn't there, which that should never happen. But I think it probably is a thing of, sometimes, okay, Aegis is dropped, go, take it, let's do something. And TA was already trying to get moving on the map. She's out here killing this Timbersaw in like 2-3 shots. So, sometimes you're feeling yourself a bit too much. You're playing from the mid lane and you're like, I don't need the Aegis. I'm like halfway towards BKB. Ursa, you're the one that's struggling right now. You take it. I'll get BKB. Then we can just go. Spoiler alert, you can't. Spoiler alert, you can't.
Yeah. Feeling themselves a bit too much. I mean, we've all been guilty of that over lockdown, I think. But that is going to do it for this series. We're now all done with Thunder Predator versus SG Esports. And again, I actually want to say, SG Esports, they put up a great show today. I was expecting them not to get a look in both games or points where they looked ahead, and some very clear things then to work on. So I'm definitely going to be watching these guys throughout, season 1. Hopefully they stay in it. I mean, so far it's not been a great start for them, but I hope they can stay in Division 1, and maybe we'll see more more of them in Division 2, in Season 2, sorry. And that could be their time to shine. But yeah, unfortunately, still a little bit of growing for this team to do. And Thunder Predator still looking absolutely dominant as we expect. These guys, since they're formed under the Thunder Predator roster, they have just been looking really, really great. So definitely excited to keep on watching their performance and hopefully see them soon on an international stage. And now next up, we have Infamous versus NoPing as the next series of the day. So we're going to throw it to that game. Of course, we'll have a break before then, and we will see you in about how long we got before that one? Not too long, about 48 minutes time for that game. So don't go anywhere, and we'll take a little break, and then we'll be back with that series.
Hello, guys, and welcome to game number 2 as we get ready for the panel. I see that I'm still Nomad, which is an honor, Fish, but maybe you could change my name there to Avo Plus. But we are getting ready for the Trent. Don't you know? I have not had any throws to you today. You know, you have nothing to say to me. There's no. I haven't called you wonderful yet, Trent. Then you can get angry. But before that happens, let me tell you guys what the game is for today. It's SG Esports it's NoPing versus Infamous. I say NoPing, I say SG because it does have some of the old SG members like King Jungles, and it's looking like the stronger Brazilian team out of the two, at least for now. And this is their real decider match, as Infamous has been looking as a very promising team, but the results unfortunately don't really show it, despite their players being top tier. And for NoPing Esports, we have our Brazilian expert, which is unfortunately not here today, who has been hyping them up as probably the best team in Brazil for now. Will he be right? Will we get to send Bowie some angry letters mocking him? We'll have to see, as they have to beat Infamous to really prove their worth. Of course, here on the wonderful panel, it's Winter, our TI expert, and then Trent, our SA and international man, connoisseur of the world.
Yeah.
Who will never misinterpret your words. Hello, Trent.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes. So happy to be here and to watch some more SA Dota. Woo! Yeah. Bowie's not here, but that's okay. I definitely like this NoPing roster. I definitely agree that it's one of the more promising Brazilian squads, which is hard to say considering they've lost HFN, which was that was kind of the thing that was making it HFN's so sick, and it felt like a lot of international teams were even kind of talking about the way he played. And now he's gone, and NoPing's still looking like quite the threat. Obviously, a basically completely new roster at this point. So looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm. I like that you pointed out because HFN was Hector before Hector was a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like he was the guy who everyone looked at. It's like, oh, how does he farm? How does he do this? And then after a while, they just forgot about him completely. He's actually struggling in lower div. He's in Team R way, or that's how they qualified, and it's not been doing as hot. But it doesn't matter because we're in Div 1. Winter, you've got to see some of these teams. You've gotten to familiarize yourself with the region. Do you have any favorites here, my friend?
NoPing.
Okay. Clear, concise, nice. Why?
From hearing from hearing about what you guys mentioned, about them, we have a lot. There's a lot of expectations on Infamous, but they didn't really show up as well as all the expectations. But I think for NoPing, I would go with them because they have more experienced players, overall.
Mm-hmm. What do you value more right now, Winter? If I will give you two teams and you didn't know them whatsoever, would you value more the experienced captain or the hot young players, like Alone and stuff, like the high MMR players?
Can I choose what I want? Mix and match.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'll choose a team with 3 to 4 young players and with experienced captain. I think that's a recipe for success right now. Because most of the older players, the seasoned players that we're playing for, say, 4 or 5 years, a lot of them are really burnt out. They have motivation issues, where the younger players, they always have a lot more motivation than the older players, but they have issues with discipline. That's why you always need to have one old dog in the team. If you have 5 young players, it doesn't work.
Which one do you think assimilates Winter's analogy more, Trent?
Oh. Out of these two teams?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, to me at least, NoPing, I just recognize so many of them from a longer time, so I feel like they're more of the old dogs, right? Then there's just Excel, who's just here come on, guys, round them up, let's go. So it's that recipe sounds pretty Infamous to me.
I like that. Trent is correct, by the way. NoPing has a couple of people. I mean, it's hard to tell for NoPing because the definition of young player for some people is so different. Because RDO, is he young? I mean, he's not had much success in the scene. No big opportunities just yet. He might still be very hungry, right? The biggest thing I guess RDO you could say did was bait. And that's saying something because they got eliminated off EU lower div. So, it might just be that NoPing has these people that are still hungry, even if they are a bit older and they've been in the scene for a while. Analog is also still hungry. He comes from the new iteration of Brazilian teams. I think everyone has claimed Monster is a god ever since. That's Monster is probably the best thing to come out of NA in a while. Out of the young players, he's really made a splash in the scene. So Are these three enough? The Lacoste and King jungles, the classic two supports that are old dogs, and then some of the young players. Who knows? Infamous is completely young, though, as you mentioned. So they literally have some 19-year-olds in the team, which is crazy. We'll see.
He came to see like a couple of years ago. I remember he was here.
Yeah, Monster was there. Yeah,
He was, I think, for 1 year. Was he 1 year?
I don't know if it was a whole year. I remember like it was all like a. What team was he on?
Team Oracle.
Oracle? Was
he,
it?
He was
Oh, yeah,
on
he was on
that
QO.
squad.
Yeah.
With like QO.
Yeah.
Oh, he was really angry.
Yeah. He's kind of made a splash everywhere he's gone, to be honest. Like, considered to be a top tier offlaner, which again is rare coming from NA because usually that's what they lack. To a guy that dominates the game. And Bowie was telling us on stream the other day how Manguso, I want to say, which is the coach for SG, the old coach for SG, the current coach for NoPing. He took 7 weeks of looking for players until he found the one that was right, and that was Monster. Damn. And like he was looking through all the regions, trying to find the perfect fit for the team, and he thought Monster was it. And that's why we have such high expectations for NoPing, even though they did fail us last week, and they didn't look that great, to be honest, in their matches against Apu King of Kings. They kind of got too old by now.
Yeah, that was our big upset, I guess, the whole region, really. I would say so far. I definitely was not expecting that. No doubt. That weren't they? They were a qualifier team, right? Like they came in from the lower division, I suppose. Sorry, not
it was Binomista's last season, Trent.
I mean, we know that like the divisions are weird in SA because it felt like Binomista's were like above a lot of their opponents last year. And then there were some teams in uppers who you're just like, I'm pretty sure Binomista's would beat these guys, but I wouldn't have expected that sort of a jump up. So, good time to get sponsored. That's for sure. You know, gotta show off for the new bosses.
Yeah, for Apu. Yeah. You know, in case you guys don't know, I mean, people call it APU, but I like to refer to it as Apu because even though this has nothing to do with their business model, that's what they refer to the old Incan gods. That's the gods of the mountains, the Apus. That's the people you pray to. So maybe they've been doing a lot of praying. Maybe that's why they have the power of the mountains now with them. Who knows? Because we've seen a King of Kings has looked 10 times more consistent than Binomista's was in lower.
Yeah.
Because they did lose some games against teams that was like, whoa, that's atrocious. You're a better team than this. And I don't know. Mini
that's just Mini, dude. You know, that's it's the Mini life. It's all right. You live and die by the Mini. That's fine.
As Titi was saying that he can only play 4 heroes, but you know he's like, why do you need any more? You know, you're the mid laner. 4 good heroes is better than 8 bad ones, right? And Mini has been styling on those until now. Really impressive performances for him, especially against NoPing.
Well, NoPing, we have 4 straight games of Io Luna, so I'm kind of curious how that's going to factor into our series today. They won 2, then they lost 2. I feel like if I'm Infamous, I'm just like, nah, I don't feel like dealing with that. But they also just beat SG's IO in the previous series, so maybe they're happy to go up against it. I'm very curious to see how that starts. I noticed who was it in C? I think it was SMG. We're bringing out the Luna in the first phase, and they made it look really strong. So I do think there is some value to this hero still.
I don't think the Io Luna was the problem, but as Tina was mentioning, particularly something that I liked a lot, he was against the analysis, and he's usually a resident flame drafter, and now Winter's taking over that role.
Right.
We're going to see who attacks the draft the most. But the idea that he was saying is that Io Luna pigeonholes you into one kind of strategy. You can like deviate slightly towards more death ball, deviate slightly towards more of a late game carry, but it's like you know what you're getting with Io Luna when you first phase it, right? And he was saying that if a team has figured you out, you need to change strategy immediately because it's not like a hard strategy to figure out particularly. There's no intricacies to that strategy. Would you agree with that, Winter? Are you the kind of player that would try to switch it up if the enemy team has figured you out?
You might not be functioning yet. There we
go. Oh, okay, yeah. that was a gamble. No, sorry, we apologize. I that was my gamble. I thought it was we're gonna be waiting for Winter to fix his mic. Trent, you are gonna be my flaming analyst today. Well, tell me.
Yes.
New strategies or stick with what you know?
Well, to me, Io Luna is a strategy that says I'm better than you, and I think I'm just gonna win.
Right.
Because like I'm telling you what I'm gonna do, and I think you won't have an answer. So I'm going up against Infamous. I'd probably change my strategy. I feel like it was fair to try that versus Apu, but.
Right.
You know.
You think if it was too good?
Yeah, I think Apple was too good. At least that day. Again, as you said before, consistency. Not always been their strong suit.
Yeah.
See how things change
So
as
I
we
want-
continue.
Since we have a 2-man panel now, I'm just going to be asking you questions. So take this as an interview, Trent. You did the Div 2 last year, right?
Yep.
You guys did Div 1 and Div 2. You got to see Ego Boys back then with Alone as well, which
Yes.
is one of the up-and-coming teams. What is your opinion on him? Just as a general, I'm curious.
I just think Huskar when I think of Alone. It's like the first thing that pops in my head instantly. He's like one of the few players that has that ever since like it's the first time that's happened with a player since like Kataro used to play it way back when he was, going by Kataro. Of course. And
Oh,
yeah.
and Atun, remember that?
Yeah.
That was also his thing as
Yes,
well.
yeah, that's true. Well,
There's a reason for that.
Had some issues with that one. Yeah, so he's I don't know, he's very interesting. I wouldn't say he was like a massive standout. I heard a lot of hype about him too, so I tried to pay a lot of attention. He definitely looked like one of the better players on the team for sure, but I also felt like the team as a whole would drop a lot of situations that maybe made it hard for Alone to shine a little bit. And sorry to hit on his buddy, but it kind of felt like Sacred. Sacred's the guy who needs to impress me. All right, I need to be like wined and dined by Sacred.
Do you know the Sacred meme?
No, I don't.
So in Peru, Sacred is known as like people throw a lot of flack at him, right? And people consider him a really bad offlaner, even though he honestly isn't, right? But it all comes from a meme because Sacred was playing in a pub against Hector, and Hector obviously a fine gentleman in pubs,
Fine, upstanding, yes, of course.
Yes, a flower really of positivity, and so he destroyed him in lane, right? And then Sacred was angry and kind of told him, hey, if you bring this combo to lane, you're not a real true man, right? Because he had like a strong 5 with him or something, right? And then Hector replies, Sacred, you lose because you're bad. You're not even worth 1 sol, which is the Peruvian currency, right? It's like you're not even worth $1. You're a worthless offlaner. And ever since Sacred has been dubbed as the Sacred not worth a sol. And then he told him, go study, my friend. As in, don't play pro Dota. Go build yourself a career. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Winter.
So, hey, Winter. How you doing? You're in the middle of story time. Nice to see you, man.
He's a 1 soul panelist over there, am I right?
Yeah. Good. Look at that. Trent, you're already part of the SA meme. I like it.
I'm in
I like
there.
it.
Yeah, well, it's only 1 soul because apparently the audience still can't hear him, so we're
Yes,
working
indeed.
on it here, guys. But you have a draft now.
We're working on it.
Hey, wait.
We do.
I know that hero. We talked about that hero.
Yeah, Ayo.
Oh.
I wonder what will they pair with it. I could you imagine a Luna, or is that too crazy, Trent?
5 seconds.
All right, well, they banned the Mars. Maybe they go Gyro. Oh, it's Luna. Might as well try.
Yeah, try to be like the smart. If you guessed it, you were a god. If you didn't, who cares?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I got to go for it.
Yeah, I like it. IO Luna, I mean, I love the Magnus strats versus Luna or any IO things because you just take the partner for a ride. I actually think Magnus is a pretty decent counter. And usually Magnus also counters the style that you go with IO Luna or IO anything, which is hard carry that usually stays static and hits things, like Dusa, Luna, whatever.
Yeah.
Magnus just kidnaps him, takes him to your side of the map, and you can actually kill him. I love this. I think it's really
Oh,
solid.
and you know what's nasty is that NoPing can't leave in the Wyvern. Because Infamous have first pick out of this phase. Wyvern's great versus IO Luna. Typically counters the Magnus. So it could end up being a trap there. I really hope Infamous just grab it if it's left in.
I like that idea, actually. I like that idea. Because you already have a decent enough lane with Snapfire as your second support that you can kind of forego the Wyvern lane a bit, right? Because that's one of his biggest weaknesses, his lane being trash.
Sorry, you pick someone who can lane at least a little bit and you'll be fine.
Right, like a carry, you mean?
Yeah,
like just a decent
you just
carry
get
that can
a
uphold it,
troll, so okay, maybe someone good. Maybe
yeah, please, not a troll. Don't do this to me. I like it, yeah, because I have Magnus to recover after lane as well, right? You have last pick overall, so you have you can get a good matchup there. Yeah, I like that idea of a Wyvern, actually. That's exciting.
They actually have a lot of stuff they need to cover, speaking of which, because, like you just pointed out, they have the Magnus. So, like, they've done the IO Luna, that's their combo, but now NoPing has to be considering, like, what do we want to face? Like, should we give them the PA? Is that a little bit worrisome because it's a Luna who she doesn't really like to go on to like those like single targets. She likes to hit everybody and then maybe doesn't want the MKB. Or do we go for that classic Medusa, which is also not bad with Magnus?
Yeah, it's true, actually. Medusa, I think, is probably the only rage carry that you'd be like, yeah, it's okay. Because obviously you already have your own cleave, so the extra damage is nice. You usually go for stats. So actually Empower hits you a lot. I mean, the PA is also great against IO, to be honest. There's so many things they have to cover. And they even have to cover IO counters like Disruptor, for example, which they just banned now. Interesting Void ban.
Void's good.
I mean,
too.
that is a Lumiere hero, so
Yeah.
I guess that's also partially why.
It has its
mean,
hits
they-
and misses versus the IO for sure. You don't want to get like relocate saved, but sometimes you catch both and you're like, nice save, nerd. So it's all right.
Yeah, that's true.
They can play really fast with the Luna.
Oh,
Oh,
Interesting.
Production, is he good? Can they hear him? Welcome back,
Okay.
winner.
hey Winter, we missed you.
It's true.
What'd you just say? I was only listening to your beautiful voice.
yeah, like against all this like PA, like I think as a Luna and Io, you can choose to just like go for like a really quick draft, like just keep pushing. I don't really see the bench pick going with this kind of lineups a lot nowadays, but that's something that I would tend to go for. If I don't get to ban the PA, I don't have enough bans, and I have to deal with him, I will go for those kind of lineup. Just try to play faster than the PA.
I like that idea actually. I would love to see the bench lineup. But
Have you
judging by the Ursa ban,
seen-
maybe not.
Have you seen any partners against PA recently?
Any
Pugnus?
what?
No.
Partners, yeah.
Pugnus? No, we have not seen any Pugnus. No.
Has the hero got like nerf a lot? Didn't see the hero so much.
People don't like
You
him
know, I
as
think
much
it got
anymore.
buffed, right?
Yeah, he got small buffs.
So-
Like the ward is better now, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the whole
Nice.
rework to the ultimate, which I guess was like a decent time ago, but I feel like he hasn't been played that much since the ulti got shortened by so much.
Yeah, I agree.
He's like the anti-physical damage hero.
Okay, so they pick up Bait Trent as opposed to the Winter Wyvern.
That's great.
Yeah, just a good hero, right?
The lane is much better than the Wyvern. Wyvern is always great against those kind of IO lineups, but the laning phase is atrocious. I hate playing Wyvern in the lane. Every time they bully me, I feel so sad. I have to try to start with Sentry so that I make sure I can pull. Then the other guy is stronger than me. He body blocks the cam. Then I feel like shit.
Yeah, and every position 4 is like a good laner right now, right? These like snaps and weavers and all those kind of
Yeah,
heroes.
you
Everyone's
can't
playing
you
like
can't
that.
fight anybody. So sad.
Then you're Bane.
Yep.
Just like,
Bane is much more solid. Yeah, I agree.
all right. So what's
I,
our twosome pick here then? You see all of this as NoPing. I assume we're saving our mids. So we probably need our 3 and our 4 here to lane against a Bane plus 1 mystery hero.
What would be good here?
Just pick,
The Ursa ban.
just pick pushing. There's no Tide, there's no Mars, but there's Beastmaster. I would go for Beastmaster with Luna if I want to push.
Okay, and you play a good tempo.
Yeah, or LC. LC is pretty good against the Mac and the Bane.
I like the Beastmaster for the Vision versus Bane and Snapfire too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canceling Fiend Script relatively easy once you get the shard as
Oh,
well.
I hate the dive bomb, man. I always
Yeah,
forget
that's
about. I always forget about it, and then I'm like, wait, what the heck? I'm stunned. Oh
Yep.
shit, I'm dead.
I've seen so many Beastmasters today. I was casting Eastern Europe, and there were just dive bombs everywhere. And it makes that little deny notification, so I kept getting confused, thinking heroes were getting denied somehow. And I was like, "What is happening?" I was like, "Oh yeah, just birds." Just
Hey, it's
plummeting
one of
to their
those-
doom.
One of those things that you don't really remember all the time. You just randomly get stunned, and then, oh, the hawk, and then I'm dead.
Whoa! AOE
Interesting.
Dispel versus Empower. That's cool.
Yeah, that's nice. He's very
guess-
similar with the like Tide Mars kind of hero, where in the team fight, the Luna's just hitting the tower, and you have someone that you can stand there, and the opposing team cannot really get to the Luna.
Right. Is the idea as well that you counter Magnus lineups because you cyclone whoever's empowered on top of Master Spell, and you can kind of take him for a ride?
Yeah, it's also very annoying for the Bane. Cannot cast your ultimate.
Yeah. That's true.
Makes this pick a little bit hard for your position 1 too, though. Has to be an early-ish BKB, right? Because you don't want to get tossed up the whole fight by Brewmaster. Just be sad. And now you can just like cull Brewmaster. This is a bad matchup for Brew. Although actually, statistically, interestingly enough, on Dota Buff, I actually think Sven is the worst hero, or the worst hero to play into Brew.
Interesting.
Which I thought
I
was
wonder that's
surprising.
because Brews just play well Sven and they like pop ulti before and cyclone him, right? And then makes Sven's life really hard.
Yeah, I don't know. I was very surprised by that. I thought Sven would be all about that matchup, but maybe they're just not as good at coordinating and getting like the burst down when you're playing in pubs. 'Cause, like, in pro games, it feels really good. But maybe I'm totally wrong because that stat doesn't seem to be popping up when I search it now. So ignore everything I just said. Clearly, that was about some other matchup when I messed it up.
Okay, that's fine.
Perfect. That's what we'd like to hear.
Let's look at the final bans then. NoPing, they both need mid laners here, but last pick goes to Infamous. Here's where you want to pick a mid laner that, well, doesn't lose or just a generic one. What is your ideas there, Winter? What mid laners do you pick that can't lose the lane?
They need a tower defender or some sort, someone that can stall, cannot lose lane.
Why is
Lina?
Kunkka still in, dude?
Puck? Yeah, I think Puck. Puck's
10
okay.
seconds remaining.
Good puck.
Lina's okay. They need some wave clear because right now the Sven is busy hitting ancients. No one's actually clearing creeps quickly. Snapfire is not enough. Magnus
Oh,
is
so you're
not
thinking
enough.
about Infamous then, their pick?
Oh, yeah, talking about NoPing.
Yeah, because
Oh,
Infamous has
okay.
last pick, so I guess they'll just wait to see, right?
NoPing, they probably need a initiator. They don't have initiator now. Like Brew is a good counter initiator, but it would be nice if someone can go in first. So Puck again. Puck can disrupt the fight. He can start the fight for them. Is there Storm? Oh no, Storm's banned.
No, Storm ban.
I mean, Ember's there, Void Spirit's there, the classic ones. You can't really go wrong with those heroes.
I feel like Ember looks kind of good for Infamous as well. Like, get an empowered Ember as well as the Sven. These poor
10
Brewlings.
seconds remaining.
Yeah,
5
but you also have the
seconds
Master Spell to get rid of the Flame Guard, though.
I mean, the issue right now is I see this Luna, he doesn't really have like a... There's so many lockdowns that he doesn't have a Dispel for him at the moment. He's just gonna have to rely on the relocate to get his ass out if he's ever in trouble.
Yep. I mean, now they have a bit of stun with Void Spirit to bring someone down, but you're right that there's a lot of lockdown for Infamous. And you always have the Skewer combo here.
Yeah, they have a really sharp timing that they want to achieve here with this kind of lineup. Probably around like minute 20, 25. They have to try to...
Trent.
They have to try to, you know, get the rush and then try to siege. They are basically gonna have to be on the offensive this game.
You know, I was actually hoping they'd pivot into like a mid Doom or something. That would have been kind of hype.
I think the Ember's
Oh
solid
yeah,
here, though.
that would be nice against the Brew.
Yeah, but Ember's safe. Like, much safe.
Yeah. Void Spirit,
Also-
Ember Spirit, those heroes are like, you go for those heroes when your mid laner's like, I'm not sure if there's anything better, just go for the safe picks.
Look, with Alone's history, I'd rather they have the Ember, who is forced to rotate and do things, than Doom, where I feel like if he could, he would buy 2 Midases, and would be his game plan. So, the less greedy heroes, sometimes you want to condition your mid laner to go and help your team to a degree. We're going to have to see, however, guys, because this game is going to be starting soon. Predictions here, Winter, Trent?
I think it's gonna be a real close one, but I kind of favor the Sven draft a little bit more. I think they have the tools to be able to drag on and defend their towers and win the fights. If the Luna had a save like a LC or something to help him, or Beastmaster, then I'll probably go with the draft. I think the Brew and the Luna, they have less chance of making mistakes in the game, so it'll be harder for them.
Yeah,
Trent?
I think it is harder. I'm gonna believe in Brew because it's one of my favorite heroes. I never get to see it. It is actually a kind of good game because the toss is nice if you can focus down the Sven. So let's see if NoPing can do it.
All right. On one hand, Winter, doubtful of the potential of the Brew. On the other hand, Trent fanboying for the Brew.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? We're going to have to see. Let's go into the game with our wonderful casters, Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you so much. And yeah, you're right, guys. Lots of interesting matchups here. The Battle of the Spirits, the Void versus Ember, the Sven and Luna, the Masters of Farming. Lacoste, do you lean one way or the other?
If you remove the names of the players, I would definitely lean towards Infamous's draft because they have like nothing that goes through spell immunity. So once this Sven comes online, it's gonna be very hard for them to deal with him, and he has like a good way to buff him up. You have empowered. It's not like he needs it, but it's gonna help. Like it's not like there's a downside to it. I don't feel good for Brewmaster. I've seen this hero a couple of times. I just don't feel like he's the good fit in the meta right now. He's so ulti dependent. You use 1 or 2 ultis.
Yeah.
If you don't get anything done, the hero's just dead. Like I don't think you can play Yoda. And you're playing against Ember Spirit with Sleight of Fist plus Empower, also Cleave plus Empower. I don't think he's gonna have a good time. I think
And RP and Fiend's Grip. There's so many ways to control them as well, right?
they have like Io, but Io wants to be tethered to Luna, so this is not gonna be a save for Brewmaster. Also, I want to see what the item build is gonna be. I see Urn, so that's a good thing. I'm a big fan. Last time I saw it on the offlane, I believe it was twice yesterday. A Meteor Hammer, not very effective, especially if you don't have any kind of stuns. Also, there's not enough lockdown for for Ember Spirit, so a bit worried about that. You know, Dark Willow, she provides some remnant as well, but he should be okay. When I talk about the mid game fights, Brewmaster, he might need to like preemptively use a split. There's going to be a lot of value from the Dispel mechanic, Dispel the Empower, Dispel the Shield, Flame Guard, and also Dispel Warcry. So if you, like, he needs the micro. This Brewmaster needs to pop off.
It sounds like there's a lot of things that have to go right for NoPing, while Infamous, much more easy to execute across the board. Does that mean you need to see NoPing pop off in the lanes and have a good laning stage, or do you think they've got ways to split push with this Luna IO to kind of get back into the game if things go badly for them?
Seeing how NoPing played with Io Luna, I've been really impressed. What they do, RDO on a carry position, I don't think he makes many mistakes, and KJ on Io, they feel very stable. I don't see Magnus and Snapfire winning this lane, but we'll see how it goes. It's very hard to lane into Io in general. If you're don't have enough damage to burst him immediately, it's just pain in the ass. And Luna, one of the strongest laners right now, and like heroes that always feel good no matter what the hell is happening in the game. Having Luna, you can like always do something as a carry. She's not one-dimensional like some of the other carries.
Yeah, she can move and hit towers, clear ancients, clear waves, like sit mid lane and just hold on to your tier 1 there. And she's got a lot up her sleeve. There's lots to talk about this game, honestly. We've already seen like a D-ward down bottom by the Radiant. They cleared out the Dire Observer. But they've also got a Radiant Observer in that Dire triangle blocking up the Ancient camp as well, something that I don't usually see. An Observer, not a Sentry. Blocking up that camp.
It's gonna take a while until that gets devoted. They understand how strong Sven is with Empower. So that's gonna be like what they need to go in and possibly try to take fights in the triangle. Not necessarily at this point, but having vision and see if the like big camps are being stacked. Void Spirit, like he's not the best hero to clear those big camp stacks with. But also I want to talk about Void Spirit against Ember Spirit matchup. Before Void Spirit was, I think, my go-to deep strongest spirit, but seeing how a lot of the games have been played out, when I checked, I think it was a week ago, at the start of the DPC, Ember Spirit was 5-0 against Void Spirit.
Yeah, we had a similar discussion at TI, didn't we? Where Ember Spirit was like unplayed, then he went like 5-0 because Abed was analog. Yeah, he's okay. Because then Abed won like 4 games in a row on him. People started copying him. Then Ember went 5-13. Void Spirit and I guess Storm Spirit were the 2 strongest ones. Now it's complete reversal, where we've seen Void Spirit fall off a little bit. Currently, pretty much even in the CS department between the two, though. Both going to get themselves a Water Rune early on. And then that third lane up top, Brew, Dark Willow against a Sven Bane. Oh man, if I was either of these Radiant heroes, I'd be crying tears. Like, support lane against Bane feels bad. Trying to defeat a Sven who's just whacking you and he's got a Stormhammer to set up.
I don't think
Doesn't feel like a great lane for the Radiant.
Die in this lane, nor Dark Willow. They could be the one playing aggressively. Sven still keeping 2 points in case he wants to like start harassing Brewmaster with the cleave, have an extra point in Stormhammer if they feel like there's an opportunity, if there's an opening, so they can set up a kill. But still, in terms of kills, like once they hit level 3 on NoPing, I think they can start playing a bit more aggressively. Urn is already done, so with the Cinder Brew, I mean you need a charge, but you can easily ignite that with the Bramble Maze.
Yeah, it's pretty handy. Well, Courier goes down bottom. Michael loses it to KJ. There was also, KJ gets cookied and skewered right under that tier 1 tower, and down he goes for first blood. The final touch is there from Sacred, helped out by the tower.
Nicely executed.
Little grab there.
Cookie in front, skewer in the back. Who got the first blood? Was it Magnus? They shared the gold.
It's Magnus.
Okay. But Magnus going for mana boots. He wants to be able to kill in this lane, going for shockwave build, which is a correct choice. Void Spirit managed to pick up a water rune. They're still chasing.
They don't have chains. Just Sleight of Fist with a Blightstone. Nice cookie there. Attempted dodge by Analog. But even with the stick charges, he will go down. That was down to Analog stealing that dire bounty rune as well. He moved off to the right-hand side, spotted and chased down by that Snapfire across the map.
Huge rotation from Snapfire. This means Ember Spirit will hit level 6, while Void Spirit will still be level 4.
Magnus takes a Lucent Beam to the back of the head. Needs to tango himself up. And I guess Michael now has realized that the Ancients camp is blocked. So he'll make
Would you realize
a bit of a move here for the large camp.
There, Gary?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I personally wouldn't because I am stupid. But I absolutely have 100% faith in Michael.
Michael has the Sentry Ward queued up. And now this is where the problems are. You can't kill Luna. You spam the spells. Luna's gonna be like full HP. Snapfire made a rotation, which was a good one, but this also opens up the lane for Luna, and you're spamming the spell. 11 magic 1 charges, once that combined with Io's healing, his stick, and the Fairy Fire, it's almost impossible to take down Luna. One of the reasons why this hero and a combination of these two heroes is super popular.
Incredibly strong with Wand and Shreds. You can't really catch KJ because he's just going to tether away. So instead, contest the pull, grab up a little bit of CS on your way through. Some big stacks being made over in that dire jungle, though. You see Axel. Look at Bane go to work. So he's going to stack and guard that top rune, try and make sure that Theo and Analog can't make their way over there. It'll spawn bottom anyway, but you also have the Snapfire rotating in. 6 minutes, they've got both supports guarding runes, so much more active from Infamous to give this mid lane a better time.
This is big. If Michael can get on top of Analog before he gets level 6, there's the Siege Creep unit. Oh, he gets the deny.
Ooh, deny?
He's level 6. If we tilt the monitor, that's level 6.
He's literally 1 XP away, hey? Sad times for Analog.
Gotta use the gravity.
Clear this camp. Should move to Australia. Theo, after moving in towards mid, then back towards top, he's not quite sure where he should be. Sven has ditched the top lane, leaving Bane to lap a bit of that experience up. Clear through some of these juicy stacks. Oh, look at him go. God's strength, he's level 6. Got himself treads. Even attempting a stack of his own. Not quite working. A good attempt.
Value from Tumblr's toy. Jumps, gets from one camp to the second one faster. Just pure value out of the item. He's gonna keep it for himself. Most of the time, tier 1 items, if you find it, you keep it.
The dive top. I got the Bane. So 2 little moves there being made. There was Ember Spirit moving into that bottom Radiant jungle, scouted 3 heroes, just remnanted away. Then Brewmaster, of course, diving that top tier 1, gets the Bane kill and allows them to push with a huge wave plus catapult. So first objective should be going to NoPing there, opening up the map for themselves. And once you do that, it's such a nice place for your Luna to shift up the top half of the map and start playing there.
She can start playing around the triangle, she can start playing top. There is a bit of vision, but they need to set some things up in the outpost area for Dire to see Sven's rotations and where Sven is farming and any kind of rotations coming out from there, because this is where Infamous wants to smoke. There's going to be someone on the top lane trying to push out the wave. If it's Luna, you want to play around that area.
Some supreme rune control here from Infamous as well. Pretty much getting all the active runes for this Ember Spirit as they guarded top. He rounded down bottom for the DD. Has his Javelin already. Analog is full HP, full mana, so not really under threat of dying just yet. Infamous looking to get level 6 on their Snap. Try and get a bit more XP on their Bane as well, because Grip plus Kisses allows their 2 supports to roam around and open up kills on pretty much anybody.
I like that every single time I see KJ play Io, he always goes for mech, pretty much. I've seen different item builds. Either it's Holy Locket or mech. I feel once you hit that mech, it's a big timing, especially with the chip damage. Once you try to like siege, there's gonna be a lot of sleight of fists from Ember Spirit. Oh, look at those stacks being cleared right now by Infamous.
Ardio's pausing because he's like, those bastards are doing what in my triangle? They're invading and taking my creeps? You look at Dire Triangle, it's full of creeps. There's a large camp that's like 6 stacked or something. Radiant Triangle. If Infamous get both of this, I don't know, that's a lot of money, Lacoste. Do you not do the maths on that?
No, we're not doing that on stream, but check Dire's Triangle. Look at the big camp.
That's what I mean. Like, if you add all of these camps together, Radiant and Dire Triangle, that's a lot of money. We need Texas Instruments to come in and hand us a calculator as they RP onto that Void Spirit, and down he goes with a chain stuns from the cookie. So, large camp secured, stolen. Kill on the mid lane, taken. Theolacore nearly dying. Remnant defensive there from Alone as they loosen Beam and Curse Crown, attempting to take him down. He's going to slide dodge, jump away. Beautifully done, but it's into the Brewmaster. Monster is there to zone him back into KJ and RDO.
NoPing said sec Discord. Maybe the thing was that they were trying to tell Void Spirit to go back out of that area on Discord and he wasn't listening. So they needed to fix that. Unfortunately, in the end, he dies. So right now, Void Spirit is 0-2-0. Can they get this kill? Would need to use Split, but it's a tough one. I don't think you want to commit to it.
Yeah, there's a Bane lurking around as well. He's only level 4, but if he had a Nightmare there, would have delayed the push forward. So while that's all happening,
Sven
Lumiere,
level
exactly.
11, 10 minutes in. I saw, who was it?
What?
It was Shad Kunkka, who was level 21 or level 22, 21 or 22 minutes in. So he kept one level per minute. It's insane. And then he couldn't keep up. Like the XP that you need to get to level 23 to level 24 is just too high.
And you got to keep on accelerating. Well, NoPing trying to break themselves out of this. Smoking up with Monster.
Oh, this is
leading
big kill.
forward with
This
a primal split. If they can take down the
plus
Sven.
reload, it's 100% kill. Give it to Luna.
Yeah. Highest net worth hero on the map taken out. Courier also sniped by KJ. And this should lead into that mid lane push. But they've got TPs arriving. Sacred Magnus with a mech. Michael has the Mortimer's Kisses. Tier 1 at around half HP as Bane starts things out. There's the kisses coming. Monster dragged back into the Fiend's Grip as well. Good pick on the Brew, and now disengage. Just hold out, defend your objective. That's the key goal here. Theolacore might get tagged by a slight chains. We'll see if they can finish off the Dark Willow. Yeah, should be reasonably simple with Axel the Bane, position 5, getting a double kill.
That's something you want to, but he'll take it. He'll get his mana boots faster. I'm okay with the Brewmaster gameplay so far. He managed to get all the involvement from Primal Split. 2 times he used it, 2 times he got a lot from it. First time he got the tower and a kill. Second time he got a kill on Sven, which is pretty big. It still lack a bit of a tower damage unless there's Luna hitting the tower. I don't think you feel so much comfortable just hitting the tower if everyone else is alive. Before you get a BKB. Once you get a BKB, gonna be a different story. Analog going in.
He's gonna dodge this one. Nightmare save. Curse Crown still there. Cookie forward. Alone's gonna slide back as the Shadow Realm hides the Dark Willow, but burned. So that Remnant jump back. Every time Infamous make that first step, it feels like they get kills and there's no real answer from NoPing.
This Sven's
I need
gigantic.
this Yule Scepter on there.
He has BKB if he wants to disassemble Echo Saber and then go back to it. If they want to hit this timing, I think you just keep the Echo Saber for now. I don't think BKB timing. If they siege a tier 1 tower, I think it's okay to disassemble it and just have a bit more security because they have no abilities that go through magic immunity.
You remember back in the day when we used to talk about like Anti-Mage and Spectre and Naga farming, and we would talk about 10xing?
Not real. 10xing?
Like 10 last hits per minute.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, Sven has 170 CS at 13 minutes. It's insane amounts of farm. Okay, these are like neutral creeps, he's been clearing camps, but
it's very hard to compare like any of the items because game changed so much from back in the days. But yeah, he has that BKB if he wants to unlock it. He unlocks
What's he gonna do? There it is. And the rest of his team smoked up in front of him. KJ warding up the triangle, gonna get found by the Ember Spirit. Alone, so easily on top of him, and the timing on that cookie to stop the tether, beautifully done by Michael as well. Dark Willow scrambling to clear that mid wave to try and stop any kind of push into that objective. But it looks like the top lane is where they're heading. Sven has already cleared the path in front of them. But NoPing, they've got a different idea of what's about to happen. They don't want to give up this tower. They want to go and fight themselves. There's the Brewmaster and the Void Spirit straight onto the Bane. Axel down, tower defended. Primal Split did get expended, and Monster's looking for that +1. Can he get the Magnus? Where's the rest of his squad? They are coming in from the back, but there's a Sven with a God Strength and a BKB ready to battle. Relocate forward, puts the Luna there in front of Sacred. They get RP'd up, though. Sacred, without Eclipse on him, does die. The Mother's Kiss is well placed. But there's no Sven. There's no backup. Now Lumiere's joined in. Double taps Theo Lacoste. Stormhammers as well. With a God Strength, he will get a kill. There's another stun on Analog on Monster as well. This Void Spirit and Brewmaster are getting blasted. The great.
Oh,
great
Nightmare save.
Oh, Michael's still dead to the urn. Damage over time, and Monster stunned. Stormhammer comes with a high ground observer ward given by the Bane. Beautifully placed. And 2 core kills plus a support. Infamous get the better trade as Alone also kills off KJ.
KJ also, this is big, like this is huge for Infamous. Bane setting things up with the ward. Sven hesitating there, did not want to fully commit. Void Spirit, I mean, Analog, he's not having a game. I think it's a tough situation for him because your Brewmaster is not going for any kind of like initiation item, and until he gets Aghanim Scepter, he can't just preemptively use Primal Split. So he needs to be the one initiating, putting himself in a bad spot with using either Astral Step or double Astral Step, which he did use on Bane, and then had only one left, used it. Suddenly he's out of spells, gets even Fiend's Grip, which was not necessary considering that everything else was on cooldown, but they still got a kill.
Yeah, they got both of them in the end. It was well done by Sacred as well. You know, he has that mech. He survived a little bit longer than the Radiant expected. Got a good, 3-man RP. Was able to drag that fight out a little bit longer. KJ and RDO very, very forward in terms of where they are on the map right now. This is dire territory, and the smoke will lead to them finding the IO, but he's tethered back to the Luna, very distant. The pig pole allows them to escape, and Luna is out of there, ever so barely. Clipping onto KJ, though. Sleight of fist, though.
And now you have Snapfire with completed Solar Crest, so that's another buff for your Sven on top of Empower. It's looking scary. 3k gold lead, big timing for Infamous is going to be picking up 2 Blink Daggers. One on Sven, one on Magnus. Also, Ember Spirit getting very close to his BKB. And then once those BKBs are up, they can freely just go in and delete any target. Lock onto one target and completely delete it. Panel talked about, and we mentioned how Brewmaster's Brewlings are not going to be very effective against Sven with Empower and also Sleight of Fist with Empower. That's a ton of damage. They're really not tanky early on.
At what point do you think RDO has enough physical damage? Like, what item do you look for in this Luna? Because she just disassembled Dragonlance into BKB.
And has my favorite
the Ember Spirit,
quick buy, 4 Ogre Axes. You go back to Dragonlance as well, because the item's too valuable to pass on Luna. I think they can still like take a fight. It's just that Brewmaster needs to control one of the heroes in the backlines. He needs to stop the grip with either Boulder or a Cyclone. Most of the time you want to use it on Sven, so he's completely out of the fight. I think if Infamous gets the first jump, they win a fight.
So we'll look to that Monster Brewmaster. And if you can control the Sven, maybe even before that BKB would be ideal. Tier 2 neutral items. Lumiere grabs a load of them, but mid lane, they've got the Bane caught up. Dissimulates on him. Axel down. Monster wants this tower. Sends his Bruling straight onto it, and the Storm Bruling also looking in towards the back lines. Cyclones the Magnus. Oh, that's the Blink reveal as well. So no Blink RP coming just yet.
Dire's middle
And there goes the tier 1. Oh, Sacred. He goes for the RP, Shockwave Skewer, drags the Luna back, but Ardio has a BKB. In comes Alone and Lumiere. They're chasing the Luna down, but she is out of there. They've got to switch targets. Monster's popped his second Primal Split. They're on to Analog now, but Void Spirit is a slippery devil. He's holding the high ground, just standing on top of the staircase. And now what, Infamous? You're dealing with a Luna who's tethered up with his Io, relocated back into Lumiere. Sven cleaves into Io and looks for Ardio now. Skewered back into Alone and Axel.
Oh, great save.
The Nightmare save, beautiful. Oh, Axel, what a move to keep that Ember Spirit alive.
Dark Willow, they overused their abilities to kill a position 5 Bane in the mid lane, and there was no need for Terrorize. They already used one split, and they kind of lack that Terrorize to control the team fight post BKBs. Once Sven's goes in, as we already said, they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing to control him. So during the BKB duration, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Same goes for Ember Spirit. So they need to be able to either have a buyback on one of the heroes that they lock onto and kill, because it's pretty easy to kill them, or they need to kite. Like, they need to reload them out, which is not that easy. Sven just dishes too much damage in short period of time.
Yeah, it comes back to what you were saying earlier, right? There's lots of little aspects here that NoPing have to get right. You talk about the Brewmaster controlling one of those heroes, potential buybacks they need, the IO has to be with that Luna with a full, full wand, the mech to go as well. As Alone's going to BKB, chains up the Void Spirit and the Dark Willow here. They've forced him to BKB, and oh my god, okay, Theo just dies. Okay.
Also, not a big fan of Dark Willow's skill build. 4 points in Shadow Realm. You're more about that control. Bramble Maze, duration, scales. You want to control the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit was so close to dying. Like, if you have a bit of an extra damage, a bit of an extra lockdown to keep him in place, so Luna and Void Spirit can deal damage. Like, she's very under level. Level 8 compared to, like, Snapfire's level 11, level 12 after the book is consumed.
Underfarmed as well, right? 3,200 compared to the Snap's 5.6. So now we're looking at, you said the Solar Crest already, but Blink Dagger is like 2/3 completed. And Infamous got to feel pretty strong with their position right now. Just put Lumiere onto objectives, get him towards tier 2 towers. Start considering Roshan soon, though. 21 minutes in, you've got to be thinking about the big man in the cave, and that's why the Dire are scanning Roche, maybe expecting NoPing to go in there and sneak it.
Because they're showing a lot of heroes bottom. You see Sven with Solar Crest and Empower on, you know that they are sitting behind him. Io Luna ready to relocate. Let's see the split.
Oh, Sacred. There's the Yules on Sacred. He's got a Remnant out onto Alone, though. He tanks it for the Magnus. Still holding the mech. Sacred inside the Eclipse. Going to get burst down by Ardio's Luna. And Lumiere struggling a little bit here to stick on a target. Going to go for the BKB TP, and it looks like it should be successful. Gets the hell out. A 1-for-1 trade. A good initiation from NoPing, but a good retreat from Infamous equally. Can they find any additional kills, though, with a Cyclone into that Remnant? It looks like they'll find the Bane, but they lose the Brew to Alone. This Ember Spirit shreds through them. The duo core here from Infamous proving so valuable as these Sleights of Fist are cleaving through NoPing. He's even going to Remnant forward aggressively. No BKB and no mana left, but in comes Sven to look for the Wisp. Io's down, KJ's gone, and the Luna left stranded. No one to save her. Analog, what's he got left in the tank? A Dissimilate, not even ready.
Once again, they fall for this Trixie Bane who dies twice but manages to almost fully team wipe NoPing. That fight was close. Like, if Brewmaster dies, he was left at 70 HP. Grip was cancelled and he couldn't... so he used one of the splits. He needs to use it preemptively. Like, he needs to pop it. If he gets gripped, if he gets jumped on, it's gonna be a whole lot of a different story. So Sven has Orchid, so that means he has a bit more control against the Void Spirit. If Fuel Scepter is used on himself a bit before, or aggressively on someone else, Brewmaster has that split again.
Yeah,
this Nightmare lasts forever.
Yeah, he's just stuck there for absolutely ages. Roshan down, Lumiere gets the Aegis. And Bane going to get focused here by the Primal Split. He's got another Nightmare and a Cookie to get to high ground. Axel, Nightmare's the Fire Panda. Brain Sap's another one. Can they save him? There's Michael here, and oh, Spirit. It's going to end soon. Monster. He's got the Aghanim, so he can drag back to the Storm Panda. Well played by him. But honestly, that bottom... Wait, hang on a second. Is Brew... Yeah, Brew's fine. That bottom fight felt like it was almost identical to the fight that was north of Roshan, the previous one, right? They go on Magnus. That first fight, he got a big RP. This one, he just died. But the ability for Infamous to drag the fight out, extend it, and move your opponents away from towers, away from objectives, has been superb. With Sven and Ember just rejoining over and over again. There's the IO. Well, he gets away from the Horn Toss, but he can't escape from the Sven and the Snapfire.
Horn Toss, now it's 100% move slow and attack slow instead of the stun, which is pretty big. It's a rough one for NoPing. Like, I don't think Luna can solo carry this. Void Spirit is so far behind, trying to farm the Aghanim Scepter to be able to deal with Snapfire and Bane, because these are the targets they want to delete immediately. It's just not enough control. There's not enough like jump power to be able to go to the back lines. Brewmaster has E on disc right now, so that means he will be able to get his ulti off in a team fight.
Ember Spirit chasing Void Spirit. Not going to find him. Analog's away in the trees. So how much of this lead do you think comes down to that Radiant Triangle invasion by Infamous? You know, they clear out the large camp on Ember Spirit. Sven clears out his own triangle. Is that the amount of gold you're expecting, you know, the Void or the Luna would have to keep them in the game?
It's significant, but I don't think it's like game-changing compared to what they drafted. You have Brewmaster.
And the execution.
I just don't feel this hero is good. Maybe
Okay.
I'm wrong. I've seen it fail so many times. Right now they're being scouted by the reward, which just expired, so they feel really safe. Sven, with Aegis, I don't think they can go on him. Level 21, Warcry armor, that needs to be dispelled. Right now, that is 25. You heard that correctly, 25 armor.
25? That's a lot of armor. Brew and Willow playing just offset from the Luna IO. Trying to trade places on the map here. But Bane is causing some issues. He's just lurking around, nightmaring people, looking to set up onto anyone they can find. Theo into the Shadow Realm.
Wait.
It looks like Infamous a little bit afraid. They didn't know what was up the high ground. They were thinking it was a bait, I think.
No skewer. Horn Toss is not a stun
Cookie
anymore, so it doesn't stop it. Cookie would do the trick.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Someone made the call to halt activity.
Dire's bottom tower is
Not go on the Dark Willow there. Vision for the Radiant spots the Bane and the Sven. Axel will clear one of them, but still one observer remains just outside of sentry range. Now it feels like a game of cat and mouse, a bit of split push action for NoPing. Analog cutting waves bot.
Assemble CC
Luna
on
trying
this.
to find any space. And Monster. Primal splits as well.
I feel you were not watching what I was watching, Gary.
Oh, I was watching Analog trying his best to make space on the map.
There's
Might
the
get
grip
caught
on
here.
him.
There it is, and Sven's TPing. Who else is arriving? Ember Spirit with that Aghanim's upgraded Remnant, super long range. Yule Scepter and an Astral Step and Assimilate maybe, but the Orchid, Lumiere has the silence before the Void Spirit could even pull the trigger on his escape abilities.
Everyone upgraded to digital. Void Spirit, he's still playing analog. Maybe that's why he's not doing so well.
Very good. Very good. Is it high ground time?
It is. Aegis 30 seconds. I think you pop the ulti here with Sven and just beat the tower.
radiant structures are
Well, it
fortified.
forces the glyph at the very least. What is the defense plan for NoPing? Void Spirit's gone for 15 seconds. So that's 15 seconds of Sven destroying and annihilating every single member of your team. Theo and Monster dead, with buybacks though. They're going to use it, but I think this is a lane of Rack's gone regardless of what you attempt to do. Alone trying
Another
to find
Horn
anyone.
Toss.
There's the Horn Toss skewer. Sacred drags the Dark Willow in, just brought back, and Theo Lacoste dies back as Analog jumps straight onto the Snapfire, but Michael's pretty tanky while Alone and Lumiere, they're just bursting through KJ. IO gone, Audio's got himself a BKB still. but struggling to find anyone that he can actually continue to hit. Now the Sven with no Aegis and no BKB, though, is a big kill to take if they can just find him, but the RP! Sacred stops them in their tracks, allows the turnaround from Lumiere, the cleave and the damage comes through, RDO finally kills the Sven, but at what cost? They'll lose everybody for it. The Brew and the Luna will try their hardest, but down they'll go. Monster stuck in between 4 infamous heroes, and Luna's buyback. Well, that doesn't feel too good.
Oh, it really doesn't. Like, they managed to kill Sven, but the great RP, Sacred was so patient when it lands at 3-man. He was also, like, skewering the back. Dark Willow, just not a hero in this game. Like, she has Shard. I didn't see any big terrorize ultis. Most of the time, you either want to stop Bane's ulti, or at this point of the game, you need to play for that RP. Like, this is your counter initiation to RP.
Yeah. Try and defend the Luna and the IO.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A minute and a half until potential spawn on Roshan, so a bit of breathing room here potentially for NoPing. Especially with Sven dead for another 30 seconds. So they can go out and clear bottom wave. Maybe plant themselves on the map when Brewmaster's alive. And they've got some good vision here in their triangle to make a hold out of their mid and top lanes at the very least. It really has been a rough one for Theo, you're right. I mean, I keep forgetting how poor she is, looking at the inventory right now. Tranquils, Voidstone, Magic Wand.
Why is he still called Tioli Core? Can change the name to Tioli Support, right? Make more sense.
I thought you were going to say Tioli Poor.
Well, that can work as well.
Sad times. Yeah, I like this move still. You know, you're down, you're behind, you know that the game is slipping out of your hands. You come out of your base, you get some vision down, you know that you want to play here. You want to play around Roshan. This is one of the best chances you have to sit on your triangle, hope for the best. But it's also an obvious one, as is signaled there by the snap, drawing the big circle around every hero of NoPing. And a smoke straight across the map as well. And again, 20 seconds before fast Roche spawn. Who will they find? Ether Remnant on the high ground. Blink past it. Straight in with a skewer. They've caught out Monster, and he's all silenced up. It is, and he gets the primal split out there as KJ being focused down and killed off by Alone. Ember Spirit gets the first kill of the fight, and they've also managed to isolate Chains Up onto 2 core heroes. Void Spirit and Luna able to dispatch with the Bane at least, but now it's TP home time until the RP comes.
There's no Sven.
Sacred arrives, and the kisses come. They don't need the Sven Lacoste. They've got the damage and control they need. Burst through that buyback Luna, dead for a minute and a half. Now Sven can focus on the primal split instead. Monster's Brewlings last a grand total of 1.5 seconds. And his Earth Panda waddling away, slowly retreating. Michael and Lumiere have got his number though, with a final touch. No, they don't kill him off. He's actually popped back into his normal form. He's kiting. He's baiting them away from his base. They're not hitting towers. That's a victory for Monster. TP successful. Cancels the
canceled
TP.
it. Give him the high
he
five.
doing?
Okay.
Oh, come on, high five him, please. Oh, he's dancing around Sven. He's pirouetting and dropping his shoulder, but Bane's TP will force him away, and a TP from KJ relocate him back to Fountain. But in the meantime, you look at that mid lane, it is gone.
Oh, I mean, in that fight, Sven didn't deal any damage. He misused his BKB. The rest of the damage was dealt pretty much by Ember Spirit, who's gigantic. Oh, the big horn toss.
He's got him. 3 heroes dragged in because of the tether as well, so KJ's put himself in harm's way.
Yeah, they called
Another
it.
sweep through. NoPing tap out. Infamous. A great burst of moves and plays in that mid-game. Some beautiful execution. But yeah, Lacoste, questions about the draft of NoPing?
Yeah, I mean, they go with the same stuff every single time when it's available. Io Luna, this Brewmaster needed to be something else, some kind of a lockdown that goes through magic immunity, either like a Legion Commander, Beastmaster, something like that, so you can get a lockdown on Sven, because Sven had pretty easy game. Like he was not contested during his BKB timing, and Ember Spirit, he completely popped off. The rotation from Snapfire, killing the Void Spirit, then once again he dies. Void Spirit was kind of not felt in this game compared to Ember Spirit, and Ember Spirit once again prevails.
It's like you think about, net worth to damage as quite an easy metric to figure out how impactful someone was in a game, a core hero in particular. Analog, Audio, Monster, they all had, 15,000 net worth or so, doing around 15 to 17,000 damage apiece. Alone, 20,000 net worth, sure, it's a bit of an increase, but he did 50,000 damage on that Ember Spirit. Beautiful performance from Alone on the Ember. Like, I don't know, we could add up the numbers, but he basically did the same amount of damage as the whole NoPing team. Ridiculous stuff. But with that, game one, Infamous take it. We'll pass it back to the panel, see what Avo and the boys think about what could come in the remainder of the series.
What a game number one, honestly, by Infamous. We've been talking up this team for a while. They don't prove it right. They don't prove us right. They want to make us look bad. But then today, they just they popped off. I mean, maybe NoPing should consider changing strategies because, what is the saying? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, still shame on... No, fool me once, shame on you.
Almost there.
Fool me thrice, don't throw a shoe, right? That's how it goes, yeah. And obviously, Infamous didn't really... Infamous just kind of destroyed the Luna strat. The Sven idea worked really great. And Trent, look, I love Brewmaster too, but he yeah, that was an oof game.
There's a reason why I preface my love of Brew. I know he's bad, guys. There's another saying, Avo. If it is broke, fix it.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
That one you don't hear as often. And I think maybe Brew's a little broken in a bad way, and I think maybe Luna's a little broken, at least for NoPing. I think I just have to try something else,
I mean, I'm not sure why they went with the Brew that game, because I felt like it could have been player hero preference. Like he just really wanted to play the hero. I think we saw in the game there was a lot of ancient raids by the Dire. When I feel like if you look at the lineups, it should have been the Radiant team pushing more towards the enemy Ancients to try to stop the Magnus fan from clearing them. Mm-hmm. So if you have a Luna draft and that's happening to you, that's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah, I like that point, actually. Do you think, because we've been criticizing this panel before, that they don't give monster heroes that can play his protagonist role? Like, we've seen him play heroes like Sand King, for example, to great success, Centaur, Tide, but when they give him the Brew, last year's they gave him a Doom as well, he doesn't have that tempo controlling impact that he likes to have, usually.
You remember the game? Remember the game when they were pushing the mid-tier 1, 18 minutes in the game? That only happened because Luna felt like he needed to buy a BKB before he can push that tower. That's why I was suggesting the safe picks would be LC or Beastmaster. Yeah. With LC, the Luna would be okay, I can just push this tower, buy Dragonlance or whatever, and the LC just stand behind me, and I won't die to the Grip or the Magnus RP, But because he didn't feel safe, he only had relocate, so he wanted to farm the BKB. And when that happened already, the Sven was already so farm. I think he was around 800 to 1,000 gold ahead of the Luna at that point of the game because of the stacks. And overall, I felt like every time the Brew Split was used, they only kill one hero. Like in the first 15, 18 minutes, every time they used it, they didn't get much from the Brew Split. And every time the Brew Split was down, the enemy team would just get so much from the map. They just farm, they kill heroes, they kill towers, and I felt like if you're using the Brew Split like this, and you're not getting much with this kind of lineup, you're gonna lose the game eventually.
I really want to be a cool Brew player, so I like to play him every once in a while, and I have these feelings where I could see it in this game from Monster, where he's moving all the Brewlings around, and he's waiting with the Storm Panda, and he waits till the Flame Guard gets popped exactly, and he gets the Dispel off. I'm like, whoa, that was sick, and he gets the toss up on the Sven, and I feel like he's got the numbers floating around his head as he's hitting every single perfect little spell, and then you still lose the fight. I feel like that every time I play this hero. Where you try so hard and you're working as hard as you can, and he still doesn't offer unless everyone's there with you the whole time, it doesn't feel that incredible. And unfortunately in this game, they picked it in a situation where there were still 2 core picks left to counter a Brewmaster and an Iona Luna. And this is 2 situations where you're looking for big AoE damage to deal with pairings, little friend groups. So in the end, we have an Ember who's sliding through an Io, a Luna, and then 3 other units and absolutely obliterating their team while having Empower, not to mention the fact there's a Sven.
Yeah. Look, I will say, Trent, in defense of the Brew, because I'm also a Brew lover. I don't think this is all Brew, because when I've seen the Brew Luna pairing, the idea behind it, because actually we've seen this a couple of times, not particularly by NoPing, it's Luna tends to lose most core-to-core matchups once it gets to a certain point in the game. So Brew controls it with Cyclone, and you actually get like a window that's a bit longer, right? Like 5 extra 10 minutes. But the difference is that when you do this, it's because you either have a push cover in other senses, like a Lesh mid or like a DK or something like that, that helps you out to set the tempo. Or alternatively, you are certain that the enemy team is not going to steamroll you while Luna is destroying. Like, she'll be the strongest hero in the game. I don't think any of those conditions were fulfilled. Like, they kind of forced it, like just, yeah, Brew. That's my concern. I don't think I feel like there was other options. Like Winter said, I like what he's saying about the Beastmaster Legion, because Winter's saying, let's go play tempo. And that to me was what they had to do from the get-go. Brew does not play that kind of tempo, at least not without push. So
yeah, you draft Io Luna with your first 2 picks. I felt like whenever you pick something like this, first 2, your draft is gonna be based around it. And I think I think you were saying about maybe in another situation when you pick a Brew, I think it's fine. But in this game, because the first 3 picks, if I remember correctly, it was Snapfire, Magnus, and Bane. Yeah. And when you see these 3 heroes, I felt like if you're thinking of Luna hitting the tower, you're gonna need something to save him. You cannot just let the Luna hit the tower and rely on, okay, I have relocate. I'll just relocate out whenever he gets creep. It's hard for the Luna to hit the tower in the early game if the game goes like this. And the other thing is also because Brewmaster has a really long cooldown in the early stages, and every time you use it, if you don't get enough, you're gonna lose a lot on the map. Every time you pop that R button, the Sven is like, oh, ancient time, my ancients, clear creeps, I'm safe now, So if you don't get enough out of that, it's really hard to play the game. That's why I mentioned after the game ended, the draft ended, they can't really afford to make a lot of mistakes in the game. They have to play a perfect game to win. Even if they play a perfect game, it would still be easier for the opponent to play anyway. So that's why I felt it was really difficult for them to play.
All right, guys. I'm gonna ask you in the next panel what you guys need NoPing to do next. But for now, we're gonna take a really, really small break to break this post-game panel, the pre-game panel, and then we're gonna get with game number 2 between Infamous and NoPing. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be back in literally a couple of minutes, and game 2 will start any second. Well, as it's time, it's time now to go and give some advice to the drafters. Winter already got his. It's time for you to give out yours, Winter. I want to hear from you. What changes do you need to see in NoPing? What strategies do you need to try out? Because I think the Luna IO is done. Put it in the trash, honestly. Oh, thank God.
10 seconds remaining.
Wow.
Magnus Snapfire.
Wow. Copied the opening, huh? Maybe they had nothing else, and they were like, well, time to adapt.
Yeah, to be honest, Snapfire plus offlane is one of the pretty common offlane plus position for openings now. Usually you see, I think, Mars or Snap TIE Hunter. I think those two are more preferred compared to Magnus Snapfire because of the lane. I think it's a lot stronger with Mars or Tide in the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't like that hero. That's game 3 material right here.
5
What,
one?
Silencer?
Silencer? Yeah,
Okay.
I'm out on this guy.
Dire team
Let's go, Trent. Give me a rant.
What
Why
does
is Silencer
What
bad?
does he do?
He's smart.
Press R, bro.
Damage.
RP press R. Hello. Snapfire ulti press R. Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
It's sometimes it obviously, yeah, you know, there's some benefits, like if you're a feeder, you just make sure you always have buyback gold,
What?
and then it doesn't matter if you die, you just buy back ulti. That's kind of hype.
Oh my God. Oh my
Okay,
God.
that's the reason.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
no.
Axel does like the feed. It's
Yeah.
part of his contract. He has to die at least 8 times a game, so like it's looking good for his pick then.
I will say
How
it
does
is.
he? How does he die? Sorry, how does he die usually? Does he die because of the smoke gangs and the carriage hitting ancients?
No.
He's standing on the cliff.
No, part of his contract is also that 50% of his deaths have to be in lane. He used to do this a lot. He used to be like, you know what? I think I can dive the tier 1. Axel, you're playing Disruptor. I can dive tier 1. Yeah. And he like will dive to harass. He does a lot of these Mimi plays. I think he's gotten a lot better at it recently, but he is known for dying a fair amount in the early game. Not to block
team
smoke.
back.
But,
but-
I mean, it is a better laner than
please.
Wyvern, and it has a counterplay to the RP, so you know it does have that.
Did you watch the Beast Coast game, Trent? Because they ran it against Lava, and it actually looked really good.
That was because that wasn't fair comparison because that game they picked Silencer early and the enemy still picked heroes that were shit against Silencer after.
Yes, but did you listen to the interview, Winter, or were you dozing out?
Sure, I know.
Right.
They expected
Yes.
the enemy to do that, so they picked Silencer first.
Yes, next level play. That's genius, Winter. And now I'm assuming Infamous has similar inside information on NoPing.
That's pretty big brain there.
Radiant team
It is big.
back.
I was very
Just
impressed.
just
Whisper was
pick
very chill
Clockwork.
about it.
Just pick Clockwork and destroy the Silencer. Go hook him.
Okay, are you
Boss-
on Trent's
boss
side
fight.
now? Are you
No,
on the
boss
side
fight.
of hating the silencer?
I mean, I think the hero has a lot of weaknesses. I didn't really like it the other day when I saw it. I mean, I'm sure it worked, sure, bro.
Team back.
But doesn't mean it's good.
Okay.
They played
Alright,
it
It's
both
easy
games,
to it's
eh?
easy to deal with him. You know, you just need some hero. You just need to see the hero.
Yeah.
And draft a hero that can catch him. Because the other day
Ooh,
they
PL.
picked it early. Yeah, whatever whatever hero that can get close. The other day the Silencer was picked early, and the enemy didn't pick any hero that can kill the Silencer easily in the team fights.
That's true.
Dude, look how
It's like they didn't
nasty
care.
of a
They
PL
didn't
game
care.
this
You
is.
know, oh, Silencer is a shitty hero. We don't care, and then they lose because of the Silencer.
Like, so we got PL versus Mars. We got PL versus Silencer. Come on, PL.
When was the last time we saw PL? I don't think I've seen the hero for a long time.
The hero's quite bad right now. But
No,
it
here's what
hasn't-
you do. No, watch, okay? This is what's
Okay,
going to happen.
watch.
They're going to pick not PL, and then Infamous are going to pick Terrorblade +1, and then NoPing are going to have the greatest PL game of all time.
If this happens, Trent, I think you get double your rate
points.
for today.
Yeah, then it happens, then they lose. They lose the PL. That's
true
the reality.
analysis. Okay,
Alright,
Ogre.
perfect.
This is not a good PL.
Oh my god.
Bloodlust
Olga
empowered
Magnus.
PL. Perfect.
Yeah,
Wait,
so they
didn't
can know
we
exactly which one's the real one all the time.
Did we see one of the drafts similar like this? Was it with the anti-mage draft? I remember it was like Olga Magnus and then there's an elk in the game with an AM.
Oh, that was the Lumiere draft. Yeah, that was sorry, the
Oh.
Hokori draft. Yeah, the Hokori draft, where it was
They're
Alk
gonna farm.
offlane.
That sounds
Yeah, I think
disgusting.
yeah.
I mean, I hope that's not it.
did
I'm-
they lose the game or did they win or did they lose that game?
They lost.
They
They
lost,
lost, yeah.
right? But it
I'm
was,
seeing with the ogre, who knows? Maybe they want to go back to the Luna. They're like, you know what? We deviated too far. We missed the IO. Well, let's go for the Luna still.
Yeah, they just bring it back.
Hey, don't blame the IO. It wasn't his fault, man.
I wasn't blaming the IO, that Winter. I'm just saying it was a great strat, and we should go back to it. In my opinion, the PA is still open, right? I don't know why they wouldn't go for the PA here.
Well, you were mentioning, Empower and Bloodlust and identifying the hero. Like, Brewmaster's really good at dispelling all of that. They could maybe find a 4 with a dispel, but they say, why dispel when you can kill?
I like
Guys,
that.
there's a game tree already.
What? Okay, explain yourself.
Lion Silencer. Time to pick some heroes that can kill them.
Like PA?
10 seconds remaining.
Like PL? Yeah, I like the PL. Yeah, okay.
Terror
If it's
Blade.
Terrorblade now.
Terrorblade.
Hey,
Would you
wait,
pick
why don't we see like life stealers anymore? Yeah, did he get like hit by a nerf so badly?
He feels pretty
Usually,
bad. I think he's only played nowadays with a dual core. Like you have like a TA mate or something that can really carry and lifesteal.
against this kind of silencer lion, back in the day, you would see like Storm lifestealer just jump them and then bye bye.
Oh, yeah. You know what it is? Is that BKB is 6 seconds. It's like, I don't even life stealer anymore, man. Like, lowest BKB. Everyone's so farmed now. Rage sucks.
Lifestealer isn't. He really isn't that farmed. Oh, but hey, Trent, he has an ability that every time it hits you, it slows you by 24%. Wow.
Oh,
I know.
If
If only I could buy Orb of Venom and get the same effect, but
In Dota 1, it was 40% at level 4. It was called Poison Sting.
Oh, it's
Yeah, I know
true.
that
The
guy.
old lifestealer.
Yeah,
Back when
I
Rage
think
was
his
the
old
old.
spells, it was what, Unholy Rage,
Mm-hmm.
Poison Sting.
And it was like
I don't know
Avatar.
what's-
It was the Avatar thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the ulti. I don't remember the first spell. I think it was Lifesteal or something. Maybe it was the Lifesteal spell.
Just lifesteal. Yeah.
Feast. Yeah, Feast.
Wraith King. Wraith King.
That works. I'm still down.
This is still a PL game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
still looks
honestly.
hype.
The more you mention it, Trent, the more I'm sold. This is better. I mean, PA is bad
Stronger
now,
it
obviously, because Wraith King.
becomes.
Where are you leaning towards, Winter?
10 seconds remaining.
I think PA is still okay against the Wraith
Really?
King.
Go against
Yeah.
the PL. Look at it. It's like the best PL game ever.
I hate. I mean, I don't know about PL, but PL is great against their lineup for sure. he can disrupt the fight easily against this silencer, mana burn, the Wraith King. It's pretty annoying, and Wraith Kings don't go Radiance nowadays. I think if you're against a PL, I don't know what you buy, because usually the build now is what, Armlet, Deso.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
Dazzle.
Against PL, what do you get to buy? Maelstrom?
Battle Fury.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mjolnir. Yeah.
Battle Fury.
Yeah, Battle Fury Wraith King. It's a new meta.
Okay, at least you're just the host.
Ha! Wow. Destroyed. GG, Winter. I
Don't
wasn't
worry,
actually
I'll
genuinely
buy-
suggesting that you wanker.
I'll buy you dinner when you're back.
Thank you,
Broth,
thank you.
want the
That's
broth?
why I'm the
I'll
host.
buy you the broth, okay?
Phantom
Where's the
Assassin.
PA?
Oh.
Just the host, though.
Alright.
Could guess that, huh? Could guess that. Anyway. So
It
why,
was
why
one
do you...
word off, to be fair.
One word, true. Why do you think that the Wraith King is still fight, like PA is still fighting against Wraith King? Winter, can you explain that to me, please?
I think with Ogre and Magnus and Power and the Bloodlust, PA can beat any hero, can outcarry any carry.
Oh, okay.
I would
that's
say
easy.
the hardest matchup would be just TB though, to be honest.
Right.
In this
Yeah,
kind of
fair enough.
scenario.
Because
But
Wraith King
if-
is still a bit awkward, right? Do you buy like Mjolnir or MKB or something to deal with a PA? Like what's
Yeah, you hate buying MKB on that hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Silver Edge maybe? I'm not sure which
No.
is better.
Yeah. But so far, just still
Actually
limited, right?
sounds okay because they don't really have great save on NoPing.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, 5 seconds. Do you kill the PA in just 5 seconds if just BKB activated?
5 seconds.
With the
remaining.
lion, you do. Yeah, no, it is tough. That's true.
I mean, if they get the jump and they click global, and they can definitely burst the PA.
Why is Kunkka lasting so long in these drafts? I think he got banned like last game. I feel like every other region I'm in, it's like Kunkka this, Kunkka that, safe lane, off lane. I'm
They
sure I'm
don't
gonna
play
get a
carry
position
here.
for Kunkka soon.
No, please.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Lone plays Conka is actually a pretty good Conka game. Pretty good
5
punish to the
seconds
PA. Good against Magnus.
Yeah,
Space Creator.
relatively safe. I mean, there's still Lina
Yeah.
for NoPing in terms of just like a solid laner that honestly looks pretty good this game with the Silencer and the Lion.
Dire team pick.
There's the Kunkka.
There's the Admiral.
And then do you respond with Lina here? Was that what you were suggesting?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, the only issue with Lina is that you can, if Lion rotates appropriately, or at 6 on Kunkka, you can kill her relatively easily because there's no save.
Yeah, Lina's gonna die a lot though this game.
Yeah.
Against these kind of heroes. I mean, that's the thing with Lina. That's the thing with Lina. You know, you pick her even if she wins her. Wait, what? Tide? Okay, so what?
Oh,
go
Magnus
Snap.
mid?
Magnus.
No. I was gonna say Snap maybe would be kind of hype, but maybe Tide.
Yeah,
mid?
Magnus
Who's mid?
mid.
Magnus.
Okay.
Mid. That's actually a pretty good pick because Tide is very good against Wraith King in the lane.
Yep.
He can't really do much to you, and you have the Dispel, your Kraken Shell against the Global in the team fights.
Yeah.
And like I think overall they have a massive advantage in the 5v5 right now with this RP and Tide, even though they are up against this Global Silence and both.
Wow, that was a great pick. Excellent flex at the
Yeah.
end there, putting
Yeah.
the Mag mid. That was definitely the problem with the Kunkka, because like the Kunkka gave them a lot in the draft in terms of like what their team was lacking, but then it opened up the melee versus melee matchup for the Magnus mid, right? They kind of got caught in that little bit of a trap there that happens sometimes. Very well done.
I mean,
Right.
this was the issue of the last game, the offlane pick, you know, and I think this game they have a better offlane pick which counters the opponent. It fits their draft good in the lane against the matchup. So I think we're gonna see a game 3 here.
Okay. Trent?
Yep. Game three, let's go.
Game 3. Let's see if it will be a Game 3 or if Infamous will once again bedazzle us with their playstyle. Will they be able to make this draft work? We're going to have to see. For that, we have the casting duo bringing you the second match between Infamous and NoPing. It's Lacoste.
Very good. We're seeing a bit of a sub-meta develop now. Brazilian teams up against Infamous. SG did it in their series where game 1 they went with this IO, split pushy, move around the map and outfarm. Game 2, heavy team fight. Now NoPing doing the same thing. IO Luna game 1, try and outfarm and move around the map. Game 2, team fight galore. Lacoste, do you think it's going to go game 3 as well?
Yeah, even without seeing tool aspects, I didn't feel like Infamous can like fix their draft so much. Kunkka, I don't think he's a game winner here, considering what he's playing into. 2 supports is I'm most worried about for Infamous. Playing into PA with Empower and Bloodlust, and then you have Tidehunter to back you up, Snapfire to possibly put the Solar Crest on them or on you. These heroes are gonna melt. Like, we're talking about some super fast timing, Phantom Assassin with either like Deso, or you want to get a Maelstrom, something that Skeeter did. He didn't even have Empower in the game. It was a kind of a hybrid build, something that like a lot of analysts and some players that I talk to still feels like you're missing the timing on Phantom Assassin in certain games if you go for Battle Fury. So it's most likely gonna be Deso into BKB, and then you have like the strong timing. You have Roche opened up. They have ton of minus armor, a lot of damage to just kill the Roche and kill towers with. So I'm really worried about Infamous. They need to pop off in the lane. By pop off, I mean I don't know. This needs to be
10-0.
pretty much. Yeah.
Battle begins.
That's a rough one. Hey, what happened to like Sandra and Yasha on PA? Is that just an indication of the times where people are playing faster and we need BKBs faster? Has SNY kind of dropped off?
It's okay maybe to get it as a third item. You're playing against Lion, so status resistance is always going to be great. They pretty much every hero has a stun or some kind of disable. So it's not a bad choice. Maybe as a third item, tank up a bit.
Okay.
There has not been so far a game in South America where there's no pause at the start of the game.
Yeah, we need a little bit of time just to collect our thoughts, figure out exactly where we're heading.
At
As it
least
looks
the ones
like
that I'm
K-
casting.
this- Yeah, I think I've had it as well. But what's KJ doing? Is Ogre going to block the small camp, I assume, with that sentry ward? Yeah, looks like it. Stop alone from getting any extra farm with his Tidebringer.
You're playing
Double
against
wards
Kunkka.
again around that mid lane for the
You
Dire
want to
team.
block the small camp. I'm also want to see what this mid Magnus does. You still want to be some kind of a damage dealer. You do not want to fall off. So getting Echo Saber into Blink Dagger, or if you wanna, like, depends how the lane goes. Getting Blink Dagger into Echo Saber is also fine. If he feels he can get away with Echo Saber first item, that's cool, because that means you're gonna be able to farm up your Blink Dagger much faster. Skewer back onto the tower on a mid lane. Tower only hit him once.
What did you expect?
And that Blink Dagger is pretty useful if you look at the lanes that he gets to play into, right? There's Tide, Snap, plenty of stuns and slows for Blink RPs, to Blink Skewers to come on in. And Ogre, such a great hero, just walking into a fight, baiting people to surround him. To open things up for the Magnus as well. I wouldn't be against that. Right now, KJ walking straight towards Michael. A dagger from RDO, a couple of whacks and an ignite. Try and keep that Lion at bay.
He gets it on both heroes, something that you want to do. You kind of try to isolate them, but you can also play with the RNG. A lot of slow in this lane. Phantom Assassin has Orb of Corrosion queued up. This is the item that you can skip if you don't plan to go Battle Fury, because it delays it by so much. So in this situation, I think it's justified. They hit level 2, so they could potentially try to go on Lion. But Ogre's only level 1, so we'll see. Blink Strike still available.
What did you expect?
Just throwing this continual chip damage over and
Ogre's
over,
dead.
but Ogre's the one that gets turned on. Michael Fairy Fires stays alive for a second longer, and with that magic stick, he might slip away from the PA. RDO, the creeps block the Lion, he pings it out, he's upset. Stupid melee creeps making me die. But a trade out there and a 1-for-1 first blood goes to Infamous. But RDO gets a trade out.
KJ brings in the Healing Salve and a full Magic Wand for Phantom Assassin, so that means she's gonna be full HP, pretty much. And also the Blightstone, bringing the Orb of Venom. Lion needs to be careful. Even though they got the first blood inside of Infamous, it's still a good trade for NoPing, where Phantom Assassin gets some solo XP. That means she hits level 3. And now Lion could be in a bit of a trouble if they decide to just keep on harassing him. This Magic Stick's doing fine, but you still need to be very careful about the jump. Once you get... Like, if you misuse your Earth Spike, like, this is go time for Ogre and PA.
Absolutely is. And down in that bottom lane, Silencer's trying his hardest just to put Arcane Curse, do a bit of damage here and there. But his small camp looks like it is warded up with a Dire Sentry. No pulls available from there. Attempting the large camp, but it doesn't look like he'll be successful. And I also like what Tide's doing here. We saw that Bracer in the previous series. Now he's got himself Quelling, Ring of Protection, and bringing a... Oh, Michael, help from the spears there. Lion still being gone on as he hexes the PA. RDO just going to have one more tap.
He is more than
Find yet
fine.
another kill.
Had 14 Magic Wand charges, plus a Fairy Fire. Ogre doing a very good job keeping him alive. Gonna be full HP, and once Lion joins again to the top lane, they can start playing aggressively. Because Phantom Assassin didn't use the Magic Wand, which means killing her this time around is gonna be even harder.
It sure is. Silencer does get that D-ward, so pull camp open to him. But I don't know, handling this Tide now with Ring of Health, Magic Stick, he's pretty much untouchable, and that opens up Theolacore to be able to roam around potentially, guard runes, stack camps, or just come back and play in the lane and hunt the Silencer as they make the move on him with that minus armor and Cookie. Good stun from the Wraith King to slow them down a little bit, and Axel, Fairy Fires.
It's only level 1
takedown.
curse. That doesn't do much. 1-1-1 build on Silencer. You want to be very active with this hero. Problem is you're playing into Tidehunter, so that means you're probably not gonna get a kill on him. Might get a trade kill on Snapfire, but you are probably dead. And Brayton picks up the solo XP. Top lane, I think that we should just focus on this lane, because not much happening on the other lanes.
And Mars, it looks like he might be dying here, but he's got boots and a Fairy Fire. He was expecting that dagger to come towards him. Yeah, you're right. Ogre and PA just getting right up in their faces while farming away at the same time. It looks like Alone's Kunkka coming to the triangle to stack up some camps. Torrent there. Not going to get the Ancients going.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's been a lot of this going on. Like Magnus slips back into a small camp. Both of them getting tons of CS in addition to the lane creeps they're getting.
A lot of farm trade. Not much happening except the top lane.
Matriarch with prize.
Ogre going back to base, buying another healing cell, top tier stuff, very flashy gameplay right there. Very impressive.
High skill.
Top tier skill. We need to do something about that. I don't know if heard some players
regen
talking
sharing?
about. Yeah, I'm not necessarily region sharing, but it's kind of boring. The laning stage, how it is with the pool camps and everything, and especially spamming position 5, spamming healing cells. Ooh, Mars in a lot of
Go
trouble.
on the Mars. He's got Rebuke and Spear, both at level 2. He would like to spear the PA back, but yeah, Ogre plants himself in front to make sure Ardio could still give chase if he wanted to. While in the mid lane, Analog's being hunted by Alone, Xmark and the boat, but there's an RP to slow things down, and the boat actually misses. Mistimed, but there by Alone. And Analog, he's on the run back, but look at who's joined. Michael's Lion making the rotation in. 2 supports to help the Kunkka kill off Analog's Magnus, while Ardio slays Sacred up in that top lane.
It's very hard for Sacred to play that lane alone. He is keeping the spear for as long as he can, but 2 supports showing, making a rotation means he needs to hug the tower. Problem is they see him. There's a ward near tier 1 tower on the top lane, so they can easily just jump him. Now Phantom Assassin got level 6, which means coup de grace. Kinda hard situation. He's itemizing correctly, I would say, going for the chainmail instantly to try to reduce any kind of damage, but it's not enough. Oh,
Yeah, he's gonna get hunted regardless. Well, it's level 6 tide, isn't it?
Going for Hand of Midas.
Monster's level 6 with 14 denies on this Tidehunter, 40 last hits as well. It has been a 1v1 for a little bit, but yeah, how do you feel about the Hand of Midas?
Not good. You are missing out on a timing. Hand of Midas, very, very situational. I think once you get the Armlet Deso, you can deal with these supports. You're not the best hero against Phantom Assassin, so you want to like deal with the rest. You want Kunkka and Lion to deal with PA pre-BKB.
Well, we know how much Lumiere loves to farm. Definitely an indication of that. And he can level up his ulti here if he wants to. Holding a point for reincarnation, but he'll just die instead.
Understands that he's dead. He knows there is Ravage available on Tidehunter. So what he needs to do right now is TP to the top tower, and he has no skeletons, but definitely needs to make some kind of rotation top, because bottom tower feels pretty dead. You can't TP into this farm PA and also Tidehunter's Ravage, so you need to make a rotation on a different side of the map.
Oh, good little courier pick up there as well. Making sure Silencer couldn't deward. I'm just looking at these stacks on the left-hand side. Radiant Triangle. Alone can clear these large camp stacks, sure, but who's going to clear the Ancients? Because Wraithkin can't yet, can he?
Kunkka. Kunkka will.
Okay.
Love this play from NoPing. Monster parks himself bottom, which means they can't take the tower. They bloodlust him to look even scarier, and then he TPs to the top tower, stops any kind of push. So the only way Infamous can play right now is pretty much mid. Let's see if Analog reads this properly.
Yeah, he knows something's going on. Sits back near his small camp. Blink Dagger queued up. Closing in on it. His tower is pretty low though, 300 HP. And Xmark Torrent comboing in with a great cookie. Theo Lacoste gets him right out of danger, straight over the walls of the arena, while Alone wants that tower, but he's being chased down by Ardio now, and Magnus, yes, is hexed up for a sec, but he's still holding that RP, and Kunkka's dead anyway. They didn't need to spend the RP, this PA is going ham.
They also saved the tower. I don't think you want to deny the tower, you can still play around it. Especially if they have a glyph, which they don't. But it might reset. Phantom Assassin's massive. She's gonna have that Battle Fury, Deso timing relatively quickly, farming the stacks with the Empower. Empower is maxed out because it's a mid Magnus. Ogre even gonna stack Ancient Camps one more
another
time.
Good cookie. And Magnus skewers to high ground. X marking Snapfire now. Alone switches targets. Not sure if KJ... Oh, he's just going to save the Snapfire there with a quick Ignite and Stun. Nothing to be gained by Infamous so far in his first 10 minutes. And a quick deny on that tier 1 tower as well.
That cookie was top tier. Getting out of Arena, getting out of Kunkka's combo. It was freshly baked out of Grandma's oven.
Delicious. Yeah, we see it back on the replay. Analog straight out of there. And then they're able to turn back onto that Kunkka. Alone. When he has a regen rune in his bottle, he pops it, but he's like, well, 5 heroes surrounding me. No way to escape. There's a Shadow Blade queued up on Kunkka. Going straight for that. So no armlet, no halberd. Not tanking himself up. Going straight for the invis.
A lot of value from Silver Edge. Not sure if it's needed to go for it immediately. You want to break Magnus, break Tidehunter and Phantom Assassin. This is 11-minute Deso plus Empower Phantom Assassin. Few supports, they might die. Like once you get that level 12, I think supports just straight up die from a dagger if it's a crit.
Just one hit and they're gone.
Yeah.
I guess it's go time for Infamous now, right? Shadow Blade on Kunkka, Blink on Mars. Wraith King's going to AFK farm with his Midas.
Yeah, you can play with other 4 heroes. He might decide to join, still keeping a point. 1, 2, 3, 7. Yeah, still keeping a point if he wants to have ulti available.
Is that how you count in Croatia? 1, 2, 3, 7?
Yeah, because I'm doing math while I'm counting.
Oh, yeah. Four steps ahead. Production's confirming as well. 4 steps ahead of the rest of us Europeans. What is the move though for Infamous? Who do they go on? As a global, they find the Magnus. Can we cookie him out of this dangerous spot though as they jump in with RDO? Now an Arena Spear in on towards them. The kisses are good though as well. The Ravage in the back, finding 4 of them, stunning them with the tentacles as Lumiere is going to slap into the Ogre. KJ's gone, so a 2-for-2 trade. Alone, Invis running away, trying to escape. Lumiere, oh, he's slipping out of this one, but Reincarnation will bring him back up. The trouble being, he's surrounded.
Minus 12 armor, minus 15. He just disappears. Like, they used everything on Mag, the global silence, because Cookie was available. So I think it's justified to use it there. FPS will come back shortly. Arena was good on 2, but there's no follow-up. They already used everything. And then Snapfire from the backline. Snapfire's job in this game is, like, never use Mortimer's Kisses until you see global silence, or if silencer dies. One of the issues with Infamous supports is they don't build into any kind of armor items. Never. You can't itemize. Getting a Solar Crest sounds great against Phantom Assassin and all the minus armor that they got, but that's not gonna happen because it's just that doesn't look good. Like, you're gonna have a Blink Dagger, a Glimmer Cape, maybe a Force Staff, but yeah, getting armor on these 2 heroes is kind of meh.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Just buy the puppy buckler.
Buckler and the chainmail. Protect yourself.
Yeah.
Like, you want to get a Ghost Scepter eventually, but it's going to take a while.
Good
okay,
luck.
Silencer has 1 queued up. All good. Just needs 1,500 gold.
That's all he needs. The trouble being, he won't be getting any gold for another 25 seconds because he's dead. And tier 1 tower under attack by Monster, who just plonks himself in front of the rest of his team. Michael also very distant from his Blink Dagger, which is something it feels they desperately need as that immediate snap jump into action. It looks like it's going to be delay as Lumiere... Yeah, I've just seen what he's got queued. This is a flashback.
It's
Blast
no good.
from the past.
This hero, you're missing a huge timing. Like, when you say Armlet Deso is the build, I think only time Armlet Radiance is justified, even though it's also a missed timing, is maybe if you're playing against any like type of illusion hero, like Naga Siren, maybe PL. I think PL is the biggest one.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just classic Dota 2. You know, the game gets faster and faster, patch after patch. Everyone's looking for those little increases in momentum and efficiency. When you've got, like, Wraith King buying Hand of Midas into Radiance, it's not just a small window that you're giving your opponents, but it's a 20-minute window of, I'm playing 4v5. I've got 1 hero that is PvEing, and the rest of my team is trying to do stuff. It also feels pretty rough when, you know, Sacred buys this Blink Dagger and he wants to go and create some chaos. get involved with a Shadowblade Kunkka. They have to fight. They have to go and do stuff.
There it is, Gary. You ask for SNY. That's what Phantom Assassin has queued up in quick
Nice.
buy. Yeah. We said a lot of value, a bit of tankiness. Status resistance is the key. It allows you to like break the possible combos if they're not executing properly. Probably status resistance is the greatest thing you can get against Lion. Let's see if PA decides to buy like a dust, or if do they have it, Ogre. He has a dust and a sentry. They also
They've got
are
one
sitting on one
pre-placed.
sentry.
Alone. Just outside of the range of it right now.
Scanning.
RDO and KJ come back in as Kunkka, Silencer, get on top of the Ogre. They're also TPing the Lion down here. No, they cancel that. He's going to stick top instead. Yeah, the Ogre's just so tanky. Can't really be going on him.
When you're
Tidehunter
playing,
just make sure that tier 1 top is safe and sound.
when you're playing mid Magnus and you have hero like Phantom Assassin, that also means you need to sacrifice a little bit of your own farm. Since you need to follow Phantom Assassin, and it also means you're not getting the camps close to where you were standing. You want to prioritize her farm.
Yeah, it does leave him a little bit behind, right? He's lower net worth than the Tidehunter even. Like, Tide is opposite side of the map, getting full waves, full jungle. Yeah, you're right. Magnus slipping a little bit.
Their team fight
Still
is
ahead of the Wraith King.
super strong. Having Magnus and Tidehunter. But also heroes that can walk in. Like Tidehunter just say, what up? Show up in the middle of a fight, and then you have Magnus initiation. You also have Ogre, who doesn't really care whether he dies or
Radiant's
not.
top tower is under attack.
They just walk and say what up to the tier 1 top lane. No cares. I do have Glyph on the Radiant. They are preoccupied elsewhere though. Don't even bother with the Glyph.
Has fallen.
Lumiere now 600 gold or less now, 400 away from the Relic. If you can clear this creep wave, get the tier 1 tower, he will be reasonably close to the Radiance.
Dire structures are
But Roshan's being taken. NoPing are in the pit, and if we thought the PA was scary already, having an Aegis on her as well, oh, man, it really does compound the issue. And it looks like NoPing are coming down to defend their tower. Skewer back on the Wraith King, obliterated by the minus armor. His first life didn't really show off anything, and now the PA's on top of him. Lumiere just getting hacked and sliced apart by RDO's PA. The rest of his squad scattering to the wind, running the hell away.
middle tower is under
I don't want to be a downer, Gary, but this one, not looking good. Says 4k gold lead on top. It's misleading. To me, if I'm having a read on this game, this is more like 14k at this point. And I'm not even trying to
seems-
exaggerate.
No, it really does feel that way. With Aegis PA, she's level 13. And Power, Bloodlust, still only level 1. Still good enough. Medallion on Snapfire. And the fact that they're choking out the map as well. Infamous can't push tier 1s. They can't farm their own triangle. And you've got Lumiere TPing to bottom outpost. Scrambling and desperately trying to get what little farm remains out on the map. And the world gets incredibly small, cold and dark for Infamous. Michael's Lion is hunting for any straggling bounty runes.
A bounty.
Tumblers toy into that dire side of the map, but he's been scouted. They know the Lion is out there. They don't care. NoPing in the prime position. Hold the high ground.
under attack.
Push into mid and top lane. And Monster's going to come and even cut that mid wave as well to make it a little easier for themselves.
Red King
He's
finally
speared back.
finished Sacred Relic. It's still not Radiance. Needs another 1,000 gold. One more Hand of Midas usage plus a tower. We'll get him closer.
So, honestly, the fact that Mars spears the Tide behind tier 3 tower and Monster just like, nah, I really just don't care. I'm going to kill the creep wave in front of you. and then walk away is a massive indication of how this game is going.
Tower is under attack.
20 minutes in, they get 2 tier 2s. Still holding Aegis for another, what, 2.5 minutes? What does Radiance even do for the Wraith King here?
Good question, Gary. Mischance
He dies-
against Phantom Assassin. I don't know. It's just not a good item here. Like, I'm trying to stay positive, find something that is good. A huge missed opportunity.
Okay, so what does he buy next then? If you know he's committed to Radiance, that's what's happened. Midas Radiance is there. Does he go for like Blade Mail next? Does he need a BKB? Does he want Swift Blink?
Maybe one
I just can't
extra...
see the progression.
I actually don't know what you buy after Radiance. BKB, you're playing into Ogre, they could ruin you. Like, you still need to be able to stand your ground and deal damage. Maybe he's not gonna even be able to finish Radiance. Let's see, he's getting close. He's got it.
Oh
He's got it. All good. Hands off keyboard.
Okay, he has his Radiance. He's dead for 40 seconds.
Magic Wand.
Yeah.
That's next in his quick buy. Going for
Very
big
nice.
items. Go big or go home. Okay, I don't mind
Oh, he's
having
buying
Halberd.
Halberd.
Multiple Halberds
I was going to say
against BA.
he should
Not bad.
roleplay as Alchemist. He should roleplay as the old Alchemist. Go Radiance, Manta, Octarine, and just split push and control the map. Hope that he can drag this game out.
By what you just said, I can't believe that was a thing.
Man, the good old days. Radiance, Manta, Octarine, Alchemist.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, it's one way to play if you're this far behind. You know, map control, you can't underestimate what it gives you. Cutting waves. But he doesn't have, you know, boots of travel or anything, so it's a little bit awkward. But now they're all hemmed in their base. They are bunkering down. Only one hero showing on the map from Infamous. That's the Mars, who's going to probably blink and TP back home in a sec.
Still a 4k gold lead after taking the tower, so that means Infamous is getting the farm out on the map. Okay, question for you, Gary. Your silencer in this game. You have just freshly purchased Ghost Scepter. You see a dagger flying towards you. Do you pop it or not?
Yes, I do. I'm scared. I press buttons.
There's the Aegis.
Is there a punchline to this?
No, I was just wondering if you would, because like first time you're probably not gonna press it, but if you die instantly, then you're gonna be next time I'm using it. If I see dagger at all, if I see PA, Mars.
Yeah, half HP and an RP. We've got that jump in as Axel is going to get ravaged as well, even through the Ghost Scepter, skewering him across towards that high ground as that PA and Magnus find two reasonably simple kills. 2 ultis expended though, RP and Ravage now down for a good 2 minutes. And you look at the rest of the map. Alone, Lumiere, they're out there, they're farming. Michael's clearing camps as well.
top tower is under attack.
It's getting a little bit interesting. 4k lead still just plateauing out. It's been held at this for a good, what, 5-6 minutes.
Carry to carry matchup is not good for Braid King.
Oh, is it not?
It's not so much about focusing each other in a fight. That's not what they want to do. They want to deal with the rest. Now Phantom Assassin has that BKB. It's about being able to lock down on certain hero, mostly supports. You've seen Magnus in the previous fight using RP on Silencer. Like, what are you gonna do about it? He popped Ghost Scepter, kept himself long enough to be able to use Global Silence, but the fight was already over, so no point in doing it.
And a smoke from Infamous. Kunkka, Silver Edge cooldown for 2 seconds. They're leading out with a high ground observer ward. RDO, the first one to make the move though. Michael, destroyed by the hits and crits as Lumiere is dropping for the first time in Alone's boat. Well, it doesn't do too much. RDO's BKB giving the cover he needs. Lumiere and Alone trying to move forward. In with the arena we go and focusing the PA. Doing some serious damage onto RDO and disarming the Phantom Assassin as well, but the Wraith King dropping to the Mortimer's Kisses. Gets one stun out at the very end, but Sacred now down. And NoPing just clearing through this fight.
They were close, but they call it. I'm
It's
not
over.
surprised that they call it because the game looked pretty over when we talked about the 4K gold difference. Phantom Assassin, too many steroids for her in this game, and they couldn't do anything in the lane. Like Panel talked about it, this support duo is just not great. It's bad. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, item build and Wraith King also,
Not a thing anymore.
questionable. No, it definitely used to be, but yeah, a massive 20-minute window where Wraith King just wasn't a hero pretty much throughout the just throughout the whole game, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, 10 minutes in, it felt like NoPing had that victory. They close it out. They make sure that they hit their timings and execute their draft. Well done by them. And back to the drawing board for Infamous, I guess, for Game 3, as we'll head back to the panel, and they'll talk some more about Dota 2.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the panel. Our panel, once again, ever so right. You guys guessed the draft. Our panel, ever so great. You guys guessed the draft twice. What a genius. Yeah, what a genius analyst panel that we had. Indeed, they guessed that this draft was not going to work really nicely for them. The rating did not look as great or good at all, and they would kind of run over. Who would have thought? NoPing changed their strat and it worked.
Wait, what hero did you say?
Wraith King.
There was a Wraith King in that game?
He was definitely not the king in that game.
Oh, I didn't even see him. Well, where was he, Avo?
Well, mostly dead, which isn't surprising because it's a whole ability. I don't know if you heard of it. It's called Reincarnation. They didn't seem to do much that game. You just get killed twice. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway. Hand of Midas, more like Hand of Dead.
Wow. Next level wordplay, Winter. Thank you so much. So to me, I don't know if you guys would agree, but the Magnus pickup or the Magnus flex was what kind of ended up determining the game. Would you guys agree with that? Because Analog was incredible.
Yeah, I think that was just a sick call. Great abuse of that like late pick Kunkka, where typically like he's a hero that's hard to beat in lane and like really shut down, so that he'll be irrelevant. But he gives you openings to make flexes like that. Just perfect. And going beyond what you'd expect from a Magnus too. You know, it's not just like the empower bot and stuff, like getting that extra bit of oomph coming out of the mid lane to actually empower your team through the team fights as well with good RPs, good spell usage, and honestly just pretty much a complete runaway game here, frankly.
We saw the highlights there just now. I'm not sure if you guys noticed at 9 minutes, the PA, he TP'd middle to defend the tower. Like, I felt like that was such an important play in this one. Yeah, that was such an important play in the game itself. Like I always say that carries nowadays, you can't really wait for your team to make space for you and get rich yourself. You have to get rich with your team. You have to make it easy for your team to play at the same time that you are farming. If you cannot do that, if you cannot do that, the game is gonna be really difficult for you to constantly just want to farm, you know. And I think having the Magnus means that you don't have to buy Battle Free. Obviously, it's making it easier for the PA to come to the fights as well. But I think the mindset is key right now as a carry. You always want to look to help your team if you can.
I'm very glad that you mentioned this because if you guys have watched RDO for a while, particularly in Bait or even in lower division last season, that was actually one of his biggest weaknesses, something that Cass was constantly talked about. It's like RDO, he wants to 1v90 or 1v5, sorry, but he
1v9.
doesn't mix. Yeah, well, sometimes. He has it when he was on Bait, but he doesn't want to create space for himself. He's usually like a very selfish carry, like very old style, you know, the black HFN style heroes where they would just go and farm all game and not actually help their team. And we're seeing a lot of change for RTO, particularly now, I guess, because he's in a team that has a coach and a really vocal captain in King Jungles. And it's wonderful to see a player improve even now, right? We're talking about the young talent. RDO not so young anymore, but you can tell by these improvements that he's still very hungry. And I'm glad that you pointed that out, Winter, because that's a very good storyline for him.
Yeah, going back to what you said said just now about him being able to accept criticism and able to change. That's also one of the reasons why when you asked, I think in the previous panel, you asked me if I were to put a team together, what was the composition that I would want to have, and I always I always prefer to have young players plus old players right now because empty cups are easier to fill, and most of the seasoned players they play like 3, 4, 5 years. When you tell them something that you need to change or you need to adapt to, they they tell you okay, but they don't change. It's hard for them to change, or they still do the same thing. And then at the discussion at the end of the game, you're talking about the same things again. He go, yeah, I know, but I can't help it. I see the creep wave there. I want a TP and farm. And then the coach is like, how many times did I tell you, don't use your TP like this? You see, after your TP, they push top and you can't come, and we give up the tower. Shit like
I
this.
feel like you had this
habits.
conversation.
Yeah.
I think you gotta name names here, dude.
He says the coach when he means myself entirely.
I don't want to die. If I say names, I'm gonna die.
Okay, right. That's scary, Winter. But yeah, he's totally right. I think we saw this here, and Trent Infamous also an empty cup. They can easily be filled as well. What is it that need to change for this next game? What would you like to see before we go to the break?
Well, I mean, straight up, it was like 5v4. The draft, maybe it was that good at the end with a Tide Hunter to slow down the Wraith King and everything, but I think that abandoning and trying to go for this like late game play was just kind of strange. Maybe they just felt like they were so comfortable after game 1 that like, oh, but if we get away with this, the game will be easy because like our Wraith King will be so huge. And I feel like just go back to all together, all for one for all sort of strat, and Infamous will be fine.
Okay. We're going to have to see if Trent is correct, and if they go back to, a team play, who would have guessed that in Dota, they would do a better job. We're going to have game number 3 starting shortly. Before that, though, we're going to take a small break, and we'll be back with the next draft between Infamous and NoPing. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're waiting now here for game 3 between Infamous and NoPing. Will Infamous be able to beat the fact that NoPing copied their strat Will they instead try to sue them for copyright infringement? Who knows, but they need to think of something because otherwise Game 3 is looking dire for them. We'll go into the draft in a second. I asked Trent before the break. Now I get to ask you, Winter. Changes for Infamous that you'd like to see in game number 3. What would you like them to do?
And just go back to what worked, in game 1.
So the strat that they got stolen.
Yeah, the strat. Just draft normally. They don't have to go for something too adventurous.
Okay.
And I think the combination I disliked the most the previous game was the support duo, because when you pick support duos like this, they lack a lot of things. It doesn't take a lot of boxes. When you have silencer, you want to have like a Earth Spirit or Clockwork as a duo, so you can attack the enemy team, initiate, and you can click your global instead of like they jump you and you click your R button. It kind of sucks a lot if you have to do that as a silencer.
Okay, that's fair. They also found out that one of the issues was Tidehunter, and they banned it, so that's good. And look, they secured the Snapfire this time. All right.
Yeah, Snapfire
looking good.
Very strong hero.
Today, huh?
Is the question now are we getting Io Luna again? Is this gonna happen?
No. Surely.
Let's just go for Mars +1, That would be safe.
I like that. Monster's a monster Mars as well.
Yeah, Tide's banned already too, which is like the other good laner I think of with Snap, like the Mars and the Tide. So you take the Mars yourself, and then Snap's lane already is looking quite a bit weaker. I feel like I've seen a lot of Axe as that like third offlaner to try and put on some sort of pressure with a more aggressive hero like a Snap or a Weaver. And I don't think Axe is very good.
The other option they have is this is what I've seen certain teams do, and I feel it could be good. When you have last pick, you save your offlaner as the last hero. Because a lot of the play dictates around. We always talk about, they didn't TP to the offlane to open up the tower. That's why it's very important to wait for the carry matchup, and then you pick your offlaner so that you always have the advantageous matchup. But in this case, we are just gonna see a Mars early, because Mars and Tide, they're just pretty much my opinion, the strongest offlane heroes where you can open the draft with.
Probably Willow too, right? I feel like it's pretty good here. I think Willow's okay versus Snap. Good with Mars.
I like the Willow.
They like to play Ethiolcore, probably one of his best heroes. I always think of his Bounty as another one, but that hero's dead, so...
Bounty?
Yeah, it's Bounty, Techies, Willow, and Rubik.
Yeah, that kind of player that deserves a report in the game.
Yep. I actually would have loved the Techies here. I think Techies Mars is there was a time where whenever I casted with Winter, the first thing we'd say on draft is they should pick Techies. He's the most OP hero. And then I would ask him...
that was true for a while.
No, but then I would ask him, have you played him? Why do you say this? Like, I don't know. I have a feeling. And I go, okay, thank you, Winter. Cheers for that analysis.
Yeah, because don't you feel it in pubs? Every time there's a Techies on the opponent team, you're just waiting to lose, but you don't lose quickly. You lose like in 1 hour.
Or even if you win, it's not even satisfying. You're just like, okay, cool.
Get me out. Yeah, that's true.
In Joker.
So I thought for a second we were watching a mini, but no, it's going to be Alone Invoker, which is actually... So in case you guys don't know the story of Alone, not my panel, obviously they've done their research, but the viewers, Alone is this like super high MR player that came into the scene at 16. He was like 9k at 16. Everyone's like, wow, Alone is so good. Turns out his attitude was terrible and his grammar was even worse. And so he was kind of bounced around from team to team, mostly stating, I don't know how this guy can play in a team. He can barely speak the language. He only speaks one. But over time, of course, Alone became more professional, became much more disciplined, but the legend of his Invoker still stayed. Back in the day, Alone would solo carry games, and he was only good on heroes like Morphling or TA. But Invoker was the first space grading hero he had to learn when he was in competitive. His Squad's Wex Invoker particularly. And it's probably his best space grading hero. I mean, now with Void Spirit and Ember and stuff, like he's expanded his pool, but Invoker is still the old classic for Alone, that he's going to 1v5 the team. And also create space in the early.
And Lumiere loves his Faceless Void here too, but I assume that'll be banned because they have Snapfire and Invoker, right? Surely NoPing will ban Faceless Void.
Yeah, they banned it last time, so I would be surprised if they didn't, right? He's also good against Mars in general, so I think you kind of ban the Void. Otherwise,
sorry, does his name mean light, Lumiere?
I would think so.
Good job, yeah.
Does it mean light?
It is. Yeah.
It's just
not light. It's like a...
It's like a lamp, doesn't it? Like a...
Yeah, it's like a chandelabra, I think it's supposed to reference.
Yeah.
Okay, you Winter. Impressive.
Good to know.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's like, just feels like just illuminating. I don't know, maybe I saw it somewhere, like this word.
It is. You're right. It is French. He illuminates his whole team by farming the fastest.
Very nice name.
10 seconds remaining.
How do you know that he was like really toxic? A lot of the players, I mean, alone, like a lot of the players were complaining, or
I
it was
follow
just
his Facebook page. It was not a private toxicity.
Yeah, but what do you expect a 16-year-old from a 16-year-old?
No. It was really funny, but like, it's hard to describe. Like, Spanish is such an easy language to write, like because you just write how it sounds. That when someone makes spelling mistakes, you're like, what? Who taught you the language? And he would do this thing with a lot of people do that I don't know why. It's like a fad among teenagers where you put capitals, like capital letters in the middle of your words. And he used to do that very often. Like, you've seen the thing, haha, right? The emote to make fun of someone. Imagine that, but for every single word. That was alone. He would write rants on his Facebook page about his teammates.
Dude, that's just someone who grew up playing on USE servers. I think
What?
he was hanging out with some of those guys a bit too much, you know?
It was bad. But a lot of people said really good things about it. Yeah,
about
rants,
your teammates on
Yeah, yeah.
Facebook, and you add
And his
your
team
teammates on...
his team managers, yeah.
What?
Hell
Who does
yeah.
that?
It's funny because then he would get signed up with the same team, and then he felt bad about it, so he would rant like an opposite rant, saying how he was wrong, and then he would get kicked, and then write a rant about how he was right the whole time. It's really funny. You should really check out his Facebook page. Maybe it's private now, but it was really good back then. However, everyone that has played with him since has spoken about him as being a hardworking, hungry new player who's looking to change, and he's much more disciplined now. So,
10 seconds remaining.
Why'd they leave him
Good things
Faceless
about
Void?
I don't know, Trent. That's a good question. It's a very good
It's a
question.
game winner. That's a game-winning hero. I mean, I guess they'll have 2 picks after.
Interesting choice.
I'm already liking
you
it.
would-
I still like it.
You would
Is
go
that the
for
only
it.
core Mirana then? And then we pick a line 5?
Yeah. I guess
Probably.
the only
Right?
good thing about this Miranda is they can't go Faceless Void Phoenix now.
10 seconds remaining. Pick.
The lane's much stronger with Mirana Mars.
Dire
Bane.
team
Could be Luna here as well. Oh,
Aha!
you've been suggesting this hero for a while, Winter.
Leave the carry to us. But at this stage, you just want to pick the hero that won't. Okay, I think it makes sense because the enemy team is banning the offlaner. So if they probably feel like
10 seconds remaining.
there's less options for the offlane hero, so we have to pick because they're picking 2 heroes anyway. They don't have overall last pick, and usually at this junction, you pick the hero that has no replacement or less replacements.
Well, Theodore also quite the Mirana player, so could be for him.
Yeah.
Could also be potentially for Analog, maybe. Maybe he's feeling real flashy. Maybe get a core Mirana.
Mid Mirana.
Yeah, you know.
Interesting. Another jump.
Only I think only Moon does that.
Yeah.
Mid Mirana.
I've not seen anyone else do that.
You think it
But
would
it could-
show
I
up
mean-
a couple times at least with all these Bane picks, but yeah, it's out there, unfortunately.
10 seconds remaining.
I did see
I'm
that
assuming
recent
the-
game actually by Moon. Forget if he won though.
5 seconds
He did win.
remaining.
It's actually impressive.
Right,
Cap
let's
made
go.
fun of him the whole time, and then he won, and then Cap was quiet on the panel.
Boy, let's go. I remember watching the replay, but I couldn't remember if he actually pulled it through because every time I watch Sumail, I'm like, Sumail, this would be like a really good mid Mirana game, and I'm thinking maybe it'll come back.
To be fair though, he did have I think 12,000 damage at the end game, which was less than
That's not
one of his supports. Yeah, it was not great, but it was good in the game.
What is
like,
it?
was just for different reasons.
January 6th.
What was
I
the
think
build?
she's getting that
What was
anime
the build?
season 2 buff, so it's fine.
It's
What's
true.
the
true.
build?
What was the build that Moon went that game?
Back.
Yeah.
I actually don't remember. I think he went Dezo. I think he went like an early Dezo.
I think he did. Yeah, he went right click.
Yeah, he went.
He didn't
right
go
click.
like E-Blade Eggs or whatever.
Was maybe Maelstrom Dezo or something like that? Could that be?
It was a funky build. I feel like there was a crit too because of the
Yeah.
shard. I remember he was abusing the shard. That was important.
Yeah.
10 seconds
And then there was, and yeah, I think he went BKB early as well, right? That was obviously.
Yeah, I think it was like
Was the
Deso.
offlaner a Slada that game? I think maybe I saw that game. They had
Maybe.
Slada.
Might have been.
Yeah, that's why he went
SMG
for this
drafts
build.
weird heroes. It could have been, yeah. To be fair though, Afu kind of carried that game because his Earthshaker that game. I remember that, and he like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he played in both games that series. Yeah.
Yeah, it was incredible. He was Earthshaker. It was incredible.
We have to talk about this game now, I guess.
Radiant team
Maybe.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, as everyone expected, and I'm sure Infamous knew this, there was 0% chance they were going to face this Void
Yeah.
at the end of this with the setup of their draft. And that's fine. I'm sure they've got some other options. In fact, they picked pretty quick. They had a ton of time left, but they're going to put the pressure
Nice.
back on NoPing.
Nice.
That's good.
Medusa, their lineup is pretty well balanced. They have catch, they have team fight, they have late game, they have buff.
Winter, what's your stand on Jarakam to Dusa core matchup?
It's better for the Dusa,
5
for sure.
seconds remaining.
I
Now,
think
what's your-
early game you would put the argument that the gyro has the edge in the early game, but I wouldn't underestimate the Dusa. Sometimes when you push the mid tier 1 towers and the enemy Dusa shows up, then the push stops. It's pretty hard also to push sometimes. So as long as the Dusa reacts and tries to help her team, otherwise the gyro will just run everywhere and just take the towers. They just need to hold the towers as long as they can. Because late game the Dusa is gonna outcarry the gyro.
Should
like
this get flexed? Should we ditch the gyro carry and go something else? Something maybe anti-magical versus Invoker. Single target
Mirana
disables
mid,
of
right?
Bane and Beastmaster. Gyro 5 or Mirana with the Mirana mid or Gyro mid. Lion 5, Mirana 4.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
Ah,
Okay,
boom.
Void Spirit.
Get the other purple
Something's
guy.
getting flexed. Who's getting relegated? It's gonna be the Mars. No, sorry.
Nah, it's just
Mars?
Nobody's getting
What?
relegated.
Just-
I'm an idiot. I'm an
Oh,
idiot. I'm such a moron.
You're getting relegated next game.
I'm getting relegated. I'm in Div 2 now. I'm so sorry. My mind went places there.
Huh.
Final picks
So-
of the draft. Thoughts?
Easier for Infamous, I think. Overall, they have a balanced lineup. The last pick from the last pick, Void Spirit didn't feel like, oh, this last pick is gonna do wonders. It's the last pick where they didn't have any good options. You don't know what to do. Oh, Ember Spirit, Void Spirit.
I'm trying to think when they look stronger. And I feel like this is all on Mars. I feel like this is one of those games where I really need the Mars to hit all the first arenas, right? And that's kind of hard this game because you would think that they're gonna have a really good idea of what's happening because they have a Beastmaster and they're gonna be playing that style where they're like keeping themselves in between the opponent and their Medusa, so the Medusa's just like farming constantly around the map. I don't know if Void Spirit was the answer.
All right. Our panel is doubtful of the NoPing draft. Does this mean Infamous is better? We'll have to see because we have a game 3 about to begin right on your screens. And to cast this wonderful game, it's Gareth and Lacoste for the last time today.
Thank you. Yes, we are going to see game 3 here as we get ourselves underway. And Lacoste, I agree with the panel. I think that last pick is a bit meh, doesn't look amazing. Whereas Medusa, she wins games. Do you share that thought?
Pretty much, yeah. Also, I've not been impressed by Analog's Void Spirit. Maybe he asked for it. Wasn't he? Maybe he was also, yeah, I want to play it again. I want to show I can do better. I'll stomp them. Not going to be an easy one. They have decent amount of lockdowns with Bane. Anything from Invoker is also okay-ish. Beastmaster. I feel some of these heroes like Beastmaster, OD, who goes for Meteor Hammer every single time, Beastmaster going for a Helm. I just don't find that fun to play. I don't find that fun to watch.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those posts on Reddit, right? Where, is Meteor Hammer a balanced item? Is Helm of the Dominator a balanced item? Only 2 heroes are picking these items up. Nobody else wants to get them. I think you're right. It is a bit one-dimensional in terms of this is an item for this hero, and you pretty much have to buy it.
I just don't see the hero. Sorry, I don't see the item that Beastmaster can go for and get the most out of it. But I'm really happy that we don't have Aghanim's Beastmaster.
The flinging of the axes. Yeah. Or was it whole of season 1? Or just
Season
Beastmaster
1
mid wins the game.
Pretty much. The best part was teams thinking that they could beat it.
Or by picking dispel heroes, we'll pick a Baden and dispel the axe buff.
We'll take
Yeah, that didn't
Rubik
work.
and try to steal. Well, it still doesn't work because he has it all the time. You need to steal it, and also you need to be alive. Beastmaster doesn't care. Oh, yeah, I think Medusa in this game should be the one true carry. What they got, there is Mars, so let's check if he decides to get the, maybe a Silver Edge and try to break him, because it's very annoying. Bulwark really is one of the most annoying spells to play when you're playing Medusa, besides Mana Burn.
Yeah, that's very true. Like Arena plus Bulwark, just remove all of your damage. There will be Medusa Bane against a Mars Mirana. Some kill threat offered there between Monster and Theo Lacoste with a spear and an arrow as potential. But Axel is going to have Nightmare saves. The ability to trade out with the Mirana. Mirana's currently just arrowing range creeps over and over again. So that should push the wave into Radiant and then, of course, mirror back and bounce towards Dire Tier 1 a little bit. As that mid lane, currently, a very close fought battle between Analog and Alone. 6-1 against 3-0, but they're both trading regen very heavily, like tornadoes, cold snaps. That Resonant Pulse all being spammed out incessantly. Top, a bit of aggression onto Michael. He's already spent Little Shredder, throws the Scatter Blast onto KJ. Audio and KJ can't get the kill, but they've zoned Michael out a little bit.
It's also one of the games where Gyrocopter doesn't have IO, doesn't have Bloodlust. There is no way to buff him up. These two supports like Mirana might get something like a Solar Crest later on, but it's still not something that amplifies Gyrocopter's farm potential. So he will need to take care of himself, and they also need to get some stacks going.
Yeah, so that's a good question about itemization on position for Mirana in general, right? Do we want to see an Urn or a Yule Scepter, Arcanes, Mech? Do you want that Spirit Vessel?
That Spirit Vessel just
what is
feels too good to pass on.
Okay. We'll see where Theo heads with that. I guess a similar story for this Invoker who's gone Quaswex. Yeah, he's got Urn queued up. We might see that Urn into Hand of Midas or so. Michael up top again. Yeah, just a little shredder down the homing missile. They're trying to chain stun him. This gives so much room to Sacred. 14 last hits. Has his helm already, so plenty of sustain just to stick around in the lane. They're also making sure that the small camp is blocked and cleared. No pulls available for KJ.
Yeah, sorry, Gary. When we were talking about how to buff up Gyro, I couldn't find anything. And on the other side, you have Medusa with Beastmaster Aura. You have Alacrity from Invoker. Snapfire will get eventually Solar Crest. So that's more than enough.
Yeah, and you said she's going to be the one true carry. Absolutely, with all that backup. Theo with an interesting deep ward. Scouting for couriers. One is coming out. We'll see if the Mirana can snipe it. Monster is having a few struggles laning 1v2 whenever the Mirana leaves. He's being brain sapped and zoned away from the lane. Good free farm lane there for the Dusa.
He got the courier. That's something. Bane should try to figure out where the ward is, but it's very deep. Usually it's on the high ground. So this might not get spotted. Arrow, great arrow. Whew.
Perfect.
That's,
right onto Alone.
Sorry, 3.2 second arrow. This is exactly
First blood for Analog.
Needed. He gets shared tango, picks up the rune, and yeah, like he's back. He's back. This is exactly a rotation that he needed. I want to go back to a bottom lane a bit, because you see this Bane holding 2 tangos and 2 healing cells. You don't even want to try to harass Medusa. It's mental damage that you're getting from seeing this on Bane.
Yeah, just focus on hitting creeps, I guess. Just shove wave, clear creeps. That's what Monster's doing with his God's Rebuke. Try what he can, and watching Theo here. Coming all the way behind this top lane, through the Radiant Triangle, into the chain stun. Well set up by KJ. Allows the Lion to get that kill in top. So 2 rotations by Mirana so far. Yes, you're sacrificing the Mars a little bit, but you're getting so much more out of these additional lanes. Starting to wonder, with Void Spirit and Invoker, are we going to see these early rotations and TPing into lanes, or are we going to see people move into the mid lane to try and fight there?
I see Snapfire keeping mid, trying to set up some vision. Theolicore already on the mid lane, trying to find an angle to kill the catapult. Invoker, he'll block it, so you need to be careful about it. And once Invoker leaves, you can just one-shot it. That's the power of Mirana. And Pudge, don't forget about Pudge.
Don't forget Pudge, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Can Doom still Doom can still devour catapult, can't he?
Yes.
Yeah. I guess he's the third one, but we no longer have the Eidolons or the Enchant or any of that good stuff stealing the catapults. Ooh, alone into the Ghost Walk quickly. Sentry drop though, as Analog gives chase with a nice Earth Spike. KJ sets back up on the Invoker, but Michael's here with a little Shredder, Scatter Blast chipping away at the Lion, while Invoker Fairy fires, but he's dead. Caught in an awkward position, trading out in a 2-for-1 it looks like. They should have Michael. Quick little Remnant into Assimilate. Full wand. And he's got a cookie.
Available. No leap charges. Bane's coming. He's okay.
Yeah, they had Astral Step coming up. He just got the mana for it there, but you're right. Bane with a Nightmare allows Michael to slip away from them. Still good, though, for NoPing.
NoPing plays 2 deep observer boards. One bottom part to kill the couriers, and one that I don't know if this is going to get devoted. Yeah, there we go. Michael scouting things around. Courier coming. Yeah, that's going to get scouted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Stacking the Ancients a little more as well. So Lumiere has cleared bot wave, goes into the jungle for a little bit. Little vacation from lane creeps, get some neutral items. Now we're 7 minutes into the game. But look at this smoke coming. Theo and Analog. They saw the Medusa with this Star Observer Ward, I assume. And they'll go straight in towards Lumiere. She's level 6.
No
2-3-1 build, no Stone Gaze. A Remnant into Arrow, a lot of damage from Analog and Theo, and it looks like they should be able to bring down Lumiere here, but they're out of Astral Step charges. She's got the Pig's Pole and the Magic Stick to get out.
And here comes Bane. Pops double mango, healing salve. Where's the tango?
Yeah.
He gave him a tango
Shared
as well.
tango.
Medusa back to top lane. Bottom doesn't feel too secure, so this is going to be a trade-off. Playing around the Beastmaster, who has vision with the Hawk. Has already that Ogre Vampire Mage. Ice armor on
with the
top
big
of
teeth.
him. Yeah, this is just gonna be a standard trade-off. Mid lane, Bane looks pretty dead, arrow misses. But doesn't matter.
Got 3 heroes there, yeah.
Are fortified.
Axel was trying to get that illusion rune, it looks like.
Is under attack.
Well, like you said, the trade out. Lumiere straight up to top with Inner Beast level 2. They'll make short work of the tower. Nothing really to stop them.
Dire's top tower has
We need Alone to become a little more active.
Yes.
This Void Spirit has made rotations. He's 2-0-1. He's level 7.5 almost, while Invoker hasn't really had any impact.
He's been playing alone. Yeah, he needs to, like, people need to rotate to his lane, or he needs to be active on the sidelines. Problem is, it's a bit too late right now, because you want to get that earn charge as fast as possible. He relies on it. He needs it to get a second kill. And he got ganked for the first blood, which made his lane much tougher. Analog has Phase Boots queued up on Void Spirit. Not a big fan of that. I still feel going for either Yule Scepter to set things up. Kaya Sanj, always great. Or Aghanim Scepter to be able to control the backlines, which I think is the best one you can get when you play against Bane and Snapfire. But we'll see what he decides to do. If he feels he needs a bit more damage, it amplifies a bit of his farm, and have a bit of extra armor against Medusa and Beastmaster. In the end, decides to go for it.
Oh, nice. That beautiful Tumbler's Tour into the arena, sets up on the Invoker. Nightmare buys some time. The Deafening Blast is good, but that homing missile was better. Third death for that Alone Invoker as they just bring the swarms of heroes of NoPing into the mid lane yet again. And Ardio's Gyro is cleared through a large camp stack, still has Ancients to fall back on, while Lumiere attempting to take out his own triangle, but harassed by Theo, takes a pretty big snake and a roar from Sacred. Axel's here, still level 5 though, would love to have a Fiend's Grip to get a bonus kill, but the spear back holds him away. Medusa gives chase onto KJ and they will get the +1.
That's a very aggressive move, trying to invade enemy triangle against Medusa and Beastmaster, so you could be spotted by a Hawk, a Boar, and now they have a Catapult on a mid lane. There's no Mirana to one-shot it. Let's see if she decides to TP. Yeah, just gonna go for the safe one. Tier 2. There's a lot of units that they can block the arrow with.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, they got Boars in front. Gyro gets in on towards them with the Void Spirit as well, and Snapfire dissimulated upon. The Cold Snap was trying to get the Mars down low, but Infamous playing another game here with -1 hero pretty much. Lumiere is farming, he's not really looking to get involved right now, so it's down to the rest of them to hold the fort, defend their objectives with one man down.
It's important
That's
that
what
they
Winter
keep
was saying, right?
Tier 1 tower mid alive. I don't think they care too much about the rest. If they get a trade-off, they manage to get a couple of kills. They manage to also get a bit of a tower damage on a mid lane. Invoker, as you mentioned, going for Hand of Midas as his next item, needs to be able to scale right now, really struggling. He has less farm than Beastmaster at this point.
He sure does. But yeah, we see what Winter was saying about the carry-to-carry matchup. Like, early game, you kind of give it to Gyro, lots of magic damage, 3 points in the Rocket Barrage, and he's starting to not only farm Ancients, but also run at you and cause team fights to happen around him. While Medusa, not even a point in Stone Gaze yet. Fully focused on hitting creeps. Theo and Analog. And they see a Hawk. It looked like they were trying to angle in towards mid again. They're playing very calmly. While Sacred plants himself in that top lane, pushes out like the Beastmaster loves to do, has his Helm of the Dominator, and working quickly towards the Overlord.
They will have trouble killing that big creep, the Ancient creep. They don't have enough damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Which is the best Ancient creep here, do you think, to like pair with a Medusa? Is it the Golem or
Golem is always
Thunderhide?
nice, giving us some extra HP to everyone.
Yeah.
Dragon is a bit more annoying to deal with. He's like choosing where you want to fight with the fireball.
middle tower is under
Smoke
attack.
from NoPing.
Straight into Alone, who's holding the high ground. He sees them coming. Oh, but he's jumped by that Void Spirit and blown up by the finger. Michael trades out for KJ, but they lose both of them immediately, and this Bane trapped.
Tower is under attack.
What a swift move in from NoPing. It looks like they'll lose their tier 1 tower mid,
Dire's middle
but they do get 3 big kills and probably can just shove straight back across the river.
under attack.
This is tower for NoPing.
Radiant's middle tower
Gyrocopter with the freshly bought Aghanim Scepter. That's gonna be one item that increases his farm.
is under attack.
Medusa, right now ahead, 200 gold. This time around, Medusa not messing around with her item build, going for the standard stuff. Dragonlance, Yasha into Manta style to be able to dispel things and deal a bit more damage. It also increases your farm. Good stats overall. It's all about the stats, and then going for Scotty. So pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, it's funny, right? She's like 200-300 gold ahead, but it feels like she's 5 minutes behind. Still needs more time to be as effective as the Gyro is. A good setup here with the sleep. Axel doesn't have grip though, so it's down to his EMP, the Cold Snap, and look at Analog with all his damage. Holds the Bane back, allows the leaps away. Theo disengages, as will Infamous with a cookie. And run back all the way westwards.
Invoker finally
D-Ward.
finishing his Hand of Midas. That's going to increase the farm, give him a bit of extra XP that he desperately needs. Level 9 compared to Mars, who's about to hit level 10. Mirana's level 8.5.
It feels much more decisive, this game, in terms of how both teams are playing. There's no wishy-washy, we'll have a hero here and a hero there, and we'll do our own thing. This has been, we will fight as a team, it's just chain smoking, basically. NoPing, just smoke after smoke, finding pick-off after pick-off. Infamous defending objectives, holding out and waiting for the waves to come crashing in onto them. RDO still wants to get onto this tier 1 mid. He shows on the wave, the rest of his team under the effects of smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
Obs and Sentry placed very quickly. Medusa alone bottom, but not really a hero they want to go for under a tier 2. Just clearing the zone, making sure there's nobody nearby this tower, and again Gyro just shoves, gets himself forward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Does Sacred want to set up with a roar? Because Bane's TPing in.
Arrow will
Flies all the way across and clips him. And they've got Monster here with an arena for the Bane as well.
My nightmares evacuate bigger than you.
Just the
Well,
Bane.
they got the tower, they got a kill.
Just a position 5. Lumiere's map read was really good so far. He manages to dodge a couple of ganks. His rotations in terms of like where he needs to farm and feel safe were pretty much on point. Level 13 right now. Gyro level 12 and a half. Manta style about to be... Okay, maybe he just decides to go for Scotty because he's keeping the gold.
You two, follow me.
Or Dragonlance, Yasha, Skadi, skip the Manta for now, yeah. Could be a decent option. And we're getting to that point. It feels like Infamous. Yeah, it's 4-10, but it's only a 2k lead for NoPing. They are getting past the worst part of the storm right now. Where you kind of expect this Mars Arena with cooldowns and Void Spirit's ability to jump into the backlines to be finding bigger team fights and more core kills. Alone.
Talking about core kills.
He dropped his items and gets arrowed. There's a core kill for you. That's the pickoff they've been looking for.
The only core killer, pretty much.
He's been everywhere, hasn't he? It's been superb from the Mirana. 118. 9 out of the 11 kills Mirana's been involved in.
Invoker really struggling. I don't know how they like get him back into the game. Right now they're sitting underneath the ward. So good fight for NoPing if they can find another opening.
Another arrow maybe. Whew. Scratches straight past the butt cheeks of Mortimer. And it's also after the story Avo told about Alone being the guy that was like stomping mid. You know, he learned how to play Invoker as his first playmaking hero when he was playing competitively on a team. So far, his performance hasn't really been up to scratch, but a good roar, Sunstrike and kisses, and was that a grip as well?
A bit of an overkill there. Like Invoker,
Kitchen sink
Sunstrike
comes
on
to
top
mind.
of it. Misses Tornado. Who got the last hit?
It was Sacred. So 455 gold to him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
69 gold to everyone else. Nice.
Very nice. Invoker can't catch a break. Lanes are not in a good spot. There's a lot of farm that came in to the mid lane. Bottom lane's also being shoved in. Medusa, yeah, she's just saving for that Scotty for now.
Yeah, fair enough. That's the 2 orbs. 500 saved up. And a triangle open to her. And what's Gyro up to? Aghanim's Yasha. So he's going SNY into Daedalus. No BKB, no Morbid Mask.
Playing into
Doesn't really
Bane,
have...
Stone Gaze, Roar. Doesn't
Roar,
feel like
yeah.
he's gonna get much value out of BKB. I respect that decision. I think it's a correct choice here.
Yeah, it makes sense when you put it that way. SNY with a status resistance going to help him out tremendously.
Even Medusa should skip out the Manta style, to be fair, in this one, and get SNY. You're playing against Lion, Marston, Remnant. There's so many spells that you do not want to be like fully... Especially Lion. Like Lion, this is a position 5 Lion that went for mana boots, which means he doesn't need mana drain. So that hex is online. That's a level 4 hex, 12-second cooldown, 4-second duration. We gotta be very careful about this one.
Absolutely do. They are just carving themselves this massive portion of the map for Medusa to clear through. 300 gold ahead of the Gyro. It did go up to like 800 gap a minute or so ago. So Gyro is closing in on that with towers and kills being picked up here and there. And again, we see NoPing just an infinite amount of smokes in their shop somehow, continually going across the map, hidden under this smoke.
It's a good wraparound.
Radiant Triangle.
If they find Bane and Beastmaster, I think Beastmaster is a big one, because Roar threatens a kill on one of the cores. They know. No, Infamous, they are aware.
They absolutely know. Hellbears and the Boars cleared out by Analog. This is a good position for Infamous to actually just push into the tier 2 top lane. They've got the bodyguards already clearing jungle. A couple of wards placed down as well to give them that vision and safety. Lumiere's pinging it out, saying, hey, I'm going to go stand here. Give me alacrity. Let me hit the tower. Little Shredder. Long-range Medusa with a Dragon Lance. And nothing to stop it.
She's connected
Theo's
with the
trying.
team.
Yeah, angling for that arrow onto Beastmaster, and the Finger of Death finishes him off. Sacred gone, the Fiend's grip on Monster. Mars inside his own arena. Lumiere, the winner of the gladiatorial battle, as Analog needs to astral step away, but he doesn't have it. It's on cooldown. Dissimilate is gonna be his option instead. KJ's also nightmared up, and Lumiere, if he can just get one touch, Ascardi slow, that's all he needs. One hit to slow him down. KJ, cookied upon, but it's not quite on the mark. The Leaping Frog misses the branch.
It's
but
time to roast.
they've got
Beastmaster bought
the
back.
heroes they needed.
Yeah, with the inner base, they have enough damage. They know that there's no arena, no Mars, no cooldown. Time to use this info and turn it into something big.
Get that Aegis on Medusa. And now the landslide begins. The avalanche starts with a smallest of snowflakes.
Arrow.
Builds up and builds up. As it has an arrow, but do you really want to go in here? Lion alive in 4 seconds. Nightmare slows down the gyros, move forward. Analog, astral step, double step into the pit. The Roshan killed off by Dire, snatched by Medusa though, as Michael, being sliced by Monster, has no spear, no God's Rebuke for another 5 seconds, and Gyrocop to your right, slowed and cold snapped. In comes Axel, Nightmare's the gyro, Sunstrike comes on in. KJ trying, and they do bring down the Bane, but this Lumiere Medusa, an absolute beast, chases them down, and NoPing have no choice but to retreat.
Even in the previous fight, Bane kind of misused his ulti, went for Mars, who already used everything inside of the arena, was stone gazed. They need to lock down Void Spirit, so he does not need to rush anything. And this time around, Void Spirit gets the last hit on Roche. Analog is like, he's madman, dude. He goes in, uses every single spell. They don't manage to land a cookie, but if they can lock him down, he's straight up dead there. There is no save.
Oh, there's nothing to bail him out.
Oh,
Invoker, nothing to bail him out either.
Dust.
Ooh, Dusty Dust. There it is. Core player holding Dust.
What is this? What year is this, Gary?
I don't know. I was surprised myself. And Mirana has 2 of them as well. But in the end, Invoker survives thanks to Bane, who moves on in. But now Bane is kind of trapped in that top left corner of the map. And if they spot out this Beastmaster, this Snapfire, maybe NoPing could make a move. Just seeing people just pinging Medusa right now. Beastmaster's pinging Medusa, NoPing are pinging Medusa. How do you stop the Gorgon with 3 minutes left on Aegis? Level 17, about to hit level 18. And a Manta Scardi.
I see Silver
Solar
Edge.
Crest.
Silver Edge is great against Mars, something we've seen in the first game. Break doesn't disable the projectile redirect, but it does disable the damage reduction.
Okay.
To be more clear.
Still pretty handy.
Yeah, it's still good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now my favorite part about Medusa drafts, the 25-minute mark where she goes and plants herself in front of objectives. Sit in front of a tower, hit it until it dies. Couple of balls to help out, and there's Sacred, who is smoked and giving Inner Beast aura. Solar Crest on Medusa.
Pro
all
gamer
stacked
move
up and full
by
of steroids.
Medusa. That was
A
nicely
move.
done.
So pro. Oh, Alone? Is he going to get his first kill of the game? He's hexed, but he's killed KJ, burnt. For that cold snap meatball. 1, 5, and 3 for Alone. And he's got his Aghanim Scepter. He's got Midas off cooldown.
This is what
back
he
in the
needed.
game.
Like a solo pick-off, got almost 500 gold from it, some experience. Aghanim Scepter finally done. So once they use a grip, if they use like a sleep is also a decent setup for Cataclysm, Primal Roar.
Radiant's top tower.
They have a lot of ways to set things up.
I mean, that's 3 heroes dead, basically, right? You Nightmare 1, Grip another, Roar
Calm
another.
down, Gary.
3 heroes stuck inside Cataclysm.
It's not that easy to execute.
It definitely isn't. But a boy can dream.
Bottom tower has fallen.
My favorite question now, is it high ground time?
It is. They still have a minute and a half left on this Aegis. KJ needs to be careful.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, throws an Earth Spike and gets the hell out.
Lanes are in a
Lift.
good position. Mid lane pushed in, top lane of course. You can't have 3 lanes pushed in. You're doing something wrong. If that happens, enemy team's doing something wrong. Look at this Medusa. Solar Crest, Alacrity.
My goodness. Yeah. And a little Shredder to give that minus armor as well. Backdoor regen has kicked in, but new creep wave with a catapult has arrived. A new Alacrity
Dire's bottom
and a new Medusa. Still 50 seconds on Aegis. Now NoPing. They've got that timer down. Potentially, you could look at this Medusa with, what, a third of her mana pool as a potential target. But it's so disciplined from Infamous, the way they're sitting behind her.
38 seconds. They need to time this correctly. Like, they need to start a fight
Dire's bottom barracks.
and go for the rest. 30 seconds. Invoker,
Oh, it's a
keeping
rough
mid.
one.
Like, this is risky. This type of play is very risky. Medusa's already gone, but they might need to take some loss. They might lose 2 heroes.
Yeah. Oh, they'll get the Snapfire. The one casualty that was left behind. They saw the gyro rotating around the 2 mid lane wards there from the Radiant. Kinda saw the smoke coming, even if the other 4 heroes were hidden. They saw the gyro moving and they guessed where they were coming from.
It's a very bad move when you do something like that. Imagine they have a lane ward that is scouting tier 2 towers, so they can react like 2-3 seconds faster than that, and then could result in maybe 2-3, sometimes even 4 kills. Depends, because if you're core, if Medusa TP's out, they lack damage. They're not taking that fight.
Oh, Elven Tunic on Dusa now. Good luck, NoPing. Didn't go for the Silver Edge. Got the Chrysalis, working on BKB next. So worried about the magic damage and the control from NoPing. I guess the fact she didn't go for S&Y means, like you were saying, right? KJ's Hex is a vital tool that NoPing has to control her.
Yeah, there aren't many things that he can dispel anyway, so, I mean, there's no Spirit Vessel. Morana decided to go for full Solar Crest, so would still prefer if that's S&Y in this case. Both carries in this game, 0 deaths combined.
Oh. Yeah, 105, 106. Very close between the two of them, but net worth-wise, 3,000 is the gap between Medusa and Gyro, thanks to that Aegis and, of course, the bot laner Barracks going down. As NoPing, would you believe it? Our 5-man smoked once again. Where do they get them from?
Radiant are scattered.
Discount shop.
Pop down to the corner shop.
What if we had a discount shop that sells items that malfunction from time to time? Like there's, I don't know, like 15% chance that if you click it, it doesn't work. Or like you get a Solar Crest, but it doesn't give 6 armor and 5 attributes. It gives 3 armor and 3 attributes.
You buy a Stout Shield, but
only if
after
you pay
enemy hits you
online.
5 times,
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say? Only pay
Only
online?
if you buy online. Yeah. You can't just like go in.
So
you
you don't buy it with in-game gold. You,
you
you
need to
microtransaction
pre-order.
$5. The Broken Item DLC, brought to you by Lacoste. Please, never.
I mean, we had dumber shit in the game, Gary.
I mean, there are other games that do that kind of thing, right? Not necessarily with microtransactions, but there are items which, you know, destroy after a certain amount of uses, or you pick up let's say we have quality of our items,
that.
right? There's like a legend, there's like a legendary BKB or a.
We had Aghanim Scepter that disappeared after a certain time. We have drums that you lose charges.
That's true. That's very true. Well, I guess BKB is like prime example, right? You lose your timer on that BKB.
And time is money.
Oh, Moonlight Shadow.
Time is everything, Gary.
Scouted. It is. Yeah, we don't have enough time on this planet. But this is very telegraphed from NoPing. I believe Infamous knows this is coming. Moonlight Shadow is scouted by the creep wave mid. They've then run past another creep wave. Fortunately, Roshan isn't alive for another 2.5 minutes, though, so there's no real rush from NoPing here, even if they feel like they need to go and do something. The vision has been perfect from Infamous. Axel's done a great job keeping tabs on the Dire team, who have to come back and defend their bottom lane because it's about to reach tier 4s. Lumiere gets away from the arrow. And the dance around the pit begins. RDO, KJ, the jump, the roar,
Oh,
the
poor
cataclysm
Lion.
comes. He's inside the arena, but RDO's dead with no buyback, and Lion slowed down by the Skadi slow, nearly dropping himself, but they'll turn onto Analog's Void Spirit instead. Massive kills for Infamous, and now the move towards high ground yet again.
Lion
Just
got pushed.
wander up towards tier 3s.
Lion got pushed by Roar to the side into Cataclysm.
Oh,
Slowly.
no.
And he's like, well, I can't do anything about this one. My Blank Dagger got cancelled. I don't think they have enough damage. This is the first stat with Gyro. He has no buyback, needs 100 gold. There are no bounty runes on the map that can be picked up. So they can go in and get mega creeps. 30 seconds. Yeah, they have more than enough.
Dire's middle barracks
Yeah, yet again, Medusa wins games. Lumiere just moves straight past the range barracks, goes for the tier 3. Knows that the range barracks can be cleared up quite easily later on, even if it's just a random creep wave arriving.
top tower has fallen.
And they're all still sitting in behind this Medusa, who dodges the spear.
Top barracks has fallen.
Buildings toppling. One remains
Going
in
for
that mid
megas.
spot. There's the mega creeps. There's KJ. Oh god. Careful, buddy. Skadi slow is a dangerous thing. And with 20 seconds until Roshan, I mean, NoPing have like one choice. Do they have it? Wait, do they have a smoke? Do
I
they
knew
have
you were
another
gonna ask
smoke?
that. I don't think they have a Lion. No smokes left.
No.
Are scanning.
So sad.
But
They
they
got Moonlight
have
Shadow.
Moonlight
That's a
Shadow.
pseudo smoke. Oh my god, the Lion! That's a good BKB from Lumiere. Cataclysm's gonna come out, and they've caught up the Gyro. Skadi slowed, and RDO, he's about to go to the grave. Dead for 70 again, and GG's called. KJ, Analog, who's left? Give me some more kills. Lumiere, he's on a spree. 307.
Great performance by Lumiere. I think second and third game were clear outdrafts, and it was very hard for them to play Dota for Infamous in second game and for NoPing in the third one. Even though they were like making the right moves, you still didn't kill Medusa a single time. Bane was getting picked off. You ruined Invoker completely. But as I said at the start of this game, like Medusa's one true carry, especially with all the buffs that they had, Beastmaster Aura, Solar Crest on top of that, Alacrity, you have a save, a cookie if she's in trouble. It's just how Dota works, unfortunately, for NoPing.
Yeah, and I feel like usually we see Medusa, if you look on the scoreboard, the damage dealt and damage received, usually we see Medusa do quite a lot of damage and receive quite a lot of damage. And in this game, Alone actually did the most damage, and Medusa really didn't tank that much because no one was touching her. It was a pretty simple, straightforward affair. Just move towards objectives. You've got the Slug Lady to go onto tier 1s, tier 2s, systematic, and topple all of the dominoes. And with that, the series is over. 2-1 victory for Infamous over NoPing. We'll have a quick break, but I believe the panel will be returning with an interview right after this.
All right, we're here with a post-game panel here, getting ready for the interview. But before that, of course, we want to pick our analyst's brain and figure out what they thought was wrong with that game. Except for the Invoker. You guys can say no things about the Invoker. Tell me, Winter, you thought that was an auto game to a degree. Why did you think that? Was this just a moment? Just Gyro just can't deal with Dusa? Is that simple?
They don't have a sharp enough timing because they are supposed to attack and control the map. But with the way they set up the draft, because I felt like it doesn't really make sense, right? They opened the draft with it was first pick Snapfire, then they picked Lion plus Mars, which doesn't make sense to me because they picked Mirana later. If they wanted Mirana, they could have just stuck to the Mirana plus Mars opening and then see how the picks went, because the Lion didn't really fit like their overall strategy. Like he doesn't really allow them to play fast enough. I would have preferred like something like a Spirit Breaker 5 or like an Undying, so they can rush and go into the triangle, because that's what they need to do. They need to rush in. And Undying works well with Gyro Carry, Tombstone, and Flat Cannon. I felt like they just lacked something. They just lacked that something. So they couldn't play fast enough, and Dusa just do her thing, hit creeps, blah 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 blah. Even though his teammates were trying to throw, but they couldn't. It was Dusa.
It was too powerful. I think, like I kind of agree with like the line and the Ron in terms of just they're very similar. Like they're not really two supports I'd want on my same team because it feels like they sort of fulfill the
They
same
both
role.
want money, Trent. They both want money.
They do. They both want money and they both want the flash, of that sweet kill. You need the Dumbo. I need that Spirit Breaker, that Earth Spirit. I want someone who just goes in and helps set up for my flashy guy. I think they tried pretty damn hard at the start of this game. I really thought NoPing were going to do it, actually, just because of how good of a start they got off for the Gyrocopter. Like, he had the Agnums relatively early. He got the Possessed Mask, so he, no life steal, went right Ags, started farming like crazy. They started getting aggressive. At one point, they had a 10k XP lead, but the draft was just too strong from Infamous. And Alone definitely turned it on later once he picked up that Agnum.
Right, and it's great that you said that, Trent, almost as if it was planned, because we have an interview with Alone himself to talk about this game on the Invoker. So we're going to swap to the interview scene now. My amazing panelists are going to say goodbye for a second. We're going to finish off with them, don't worry. I'm going to go into a solo scene with me and Alone so I can interview him whenever ready. There we go. Okay, so obviously we're going to do the interview in Spanish, guys. Hola, Alon, ¿cómo estás, tío? ¿Me escuchas?
Hola. Sí, todo bien.
Bien. Te voy a hacer las preguntas en castellano, ¿de acuerdo? Y luego traducir tus respuestas al inglés para el público, ¿vale?
Ok.
Alon, bueno, primero, felicidades por la victoria. Muy buena serie para todos ustedes. ¿Cómo es la experiencia jugando en Infamous para ti? ¿Es como tu primer orga y top tier? Estás en un equipo, mucha gente cree que sois de los mejores de DPC ahora mismo. ¿Cómo se siente ahora el ambiente ahí?
La verdad es un muy buen equipo, muy buena organización, el ambiente es muy chévere y ya estamos como que mejorando el ambiente entre nosotros, ya que no teníamos tanto tiempo. Ahora ya nos estamos acoplando un poco más, nos estamos conociendo y sí, en verdad me siento muy cómodo. Es como tú dices, ¿no? La primera organización fuerte que me jala y estoy contento con el equipo en el que estamos. Siento que vamos a dar mucho.
All right. Alone says that he's really happy with the org he's right now. He agrees with me that this is like the first big org that picks him up. And he's saying that he felt like he needed some more time to gel with the team, but now it's starting to work out. And you can really notice the difference and the improvement. Dentro de eso te quería preguntar, ¿tú te sientes como que el equipo ha mejorado mucho estas últimas semanas? Porque la diferencia entre vuestro empeño la primera semana de PC a esta es, bueno, blanco y negro, ¿no? O sea, es como si ahora estáis funcionando. ¿Qué han hecho para llegar a eso? ¿Algo especial?
O sea, en realidad estábamos en unos problemas la primera semana de EPC y bueno, lamentablemente nos tocó jugar contra Thunder en nuestro peor momento porque estábamos como en discusiones y cosas así.
Yeah.
Pero afortunadamente ya estamos mucho mejor.
Okay. He says in the first week, actually, they had a lot of issues. They were having arguments between them, and they had to play against one of the best teams, Thunder. But now they're much better, and those arguments are fixed. So that's solved. ¿Me puedes explicar, Alon, cómo un poco tu inclusión a este equipo? ¿Cómo te contrataron para jugar en Infamous?
Después de lo de Go Boys, yo había decidido salir, ¿no? Como que quería tomarme un tiempo para estudiar y fui a mi casa y de la nada fui a mi casa y al día me escribió Cristian y me dijo que estaba interesado en mí. Y ya pues, agarré la oportunidad y vine para acá. Así fue.
y Y el estudio ahora ya otra vez a un lado, ¿no?
Sí,
Ahora
así
volvemos a
fue.
ser Dota full time. Genial. So Alone says that after Eco Boys, he had left. So I asked him about his inclusion into Infamous, and he says, after Eco Boys, I left. I was actually looking back to going to university, looking back to study. But then right as I was going home, I packed my things, I went home, and I got a message from Xtian, which is the manager and CEO of Infamous. And he goes, hey, I'm interested in you. Would you like to play for Infamous? And then the once again, university took a break, as he did earlier, so he can go back to Dota. And he was very excited about this opportunity. He feels very happy. Y antes de iros, Alone, la pregunta que quería hacer es, ¿cómo es distinto para ti jugar una org que te apoye, te da una bootcamp, todo esto, versus, digamos, jugar una stack, como hacías al principio? ¿Notas ¿Es más fácil lo que está fuera del Dota para ti? ¿La vida se te hace más fácil con la org?
Más o menos, o sea, estar en una bootcamp es un poco más complicado porque como vives con 4 personas que tienen sus cosas, ¿no? Entonces es como, no sé, tienes que aceptar cómo son y entenderlos, ¿no? Conocerlos, aceptarlos como son. Sí, creo que ayuda mucho estar en una bootcamp para conocerse y soportarse y decirse las cosas a la cara, que es mucho mejor.
¿Es tu primera vez viendo con gente? O sea, viendo con compañeros de equipo.
No, es creo la tercera vez.
Ya. Entonces tienes costumbre de adaptarte a las costumbres de otros, ¿no?
Sí, suelo ser muy tranquilo, así que me acoplo.
De acuerdo. He says that with an org, boot camps are really useful, particularly because you get to tell each other things face to face, and you get to communicate each other face to face. And he says the only hard thing is adapting to everyone's, their style and how they like to live. But he's a very calm person. He's very adaptable. So he easily fit into the team. Bueno, Alon, con esto ya nada, agradecerte la entrevista, un placer tenerte aquí, Alon, y muchas felicidades por tu victoria. Espero poder volver a entrevistaros la semana que viene si conseguís otra victoria.
Muchas gracias, Ao. Espero conocerte algún
Mucha
día.
suerte. Venga, adiós.
Bye.
So Alon at the end, very obviously, just said, thank you very much for the interview. It was a pleasure meeting you, which was very nice. He went and said, I would like to meet you someday, and then I cut him off like an asshole, so I'm very sorry, Alon. Lo siento, Alon. What a nice guy. Not the attitude he exudes in his pubs or in his Facebook, but it showed really nicely. Trent on Discord as well. Yes. Fair. He did. His demeanor is that of
the double mute. Oh, all right, now I'm just
yeah. Trent just told us he's a charming young lad. I think he has the demeanor of someone that's like working hard, So I like it. I like a lot of South American players. It's funny.
That's amazing.
What?
You can translate the muted. That was incredible. Well done.
I know, right? I speak so many languages. A lot of South American players, interesting because like their attitude in pubs, you know them or you see them like publicly on Facebook or whatever when having ranks and their bad moments, and oh my god! And then you meet them in an interview, you're like, wow, these are actually nice people. And you start to question maybe if there's something we could do to help them not rage so much in pubs. That's a story for another day. Thoughts, gentlemen. We saw Infamous styling. I'm gonna ask you first, Trent. You saw them last season. You saw lots of these players last season. Is this a team that's on the up and up? Are you going to see more and more improvements now? Or is it just a one-time wonder and they're going to decline?
I think that's something that I took away from the interview, especially was that how much discussion there just is about like team play, teamwork, and like what was and what has changed. And I don't think it's ever been a question of like individual skill for a lot of these players. I think we know like, oh, they're very capable in matchmaking. They get high numbers. A lot of them playing even like, with the weights that the SA players often have with like poor server quality and network issues.
Yes.
So like going beyond that to the actual teamwork and team play, and like from that interview, I understood that he really gets that dynamic and why it's important and how they're trying to work through these issues. So that should be what helps propel them forward and upward. So yeah, I'm definitely very hopeful for Infamous going forward.
Winter.
Yeah, I agree. I think when he's mentioned, I think it was your first or second question, he said that, things were not going well in the first week. We had some arguments. I think that's a sign, If you don't have arguments at all, that's a big problem. You need to, everyone needs to voice their opinions. They need to, say their feelings, otherwise he'll be like keeping it inside his heart. And then at dinner, he'll yell at you. You don't want stuff like this happening. Like in a boot camp, it's so stressful. Living with 5 guys in a boot camp that you don't really know. Usually, when the play has problems inside the game, it usually correlates to issues outside of the game. Somebody has some bad toilet habits, or he leaves the place dirty. Yeah, it's true. The
No,
guy
you're
gets
right.
annoyed. The guy gets annoyed, and he's leaning with him, like, trying to cast his spells. Then he remembers that dish he left on the table last night.
My favorite line, I can say this because it's after hours, right? My favorite line that I ever got from Beast Coast was asking them in an ESL event, like, who's the worst person to live with? And they all said the same person, Schofield. And I go, why? And they go, oh, bathroom habits, right? And then there's a clip of them playing in a pub where they're going, Schofield, you're shitter than what you leave in the bathroom, referring to literally what apparently he does, which is not flush. So it's I thought it was really funny. I agree with you. There's a lot of that sinks into the game. To finalize though, on the NoPing side, Winter, if you're the coach for NoPing, what are you doing to get them to improve? Like, what is it that's missing from their team? Because they are a top tier team as well, but they had 2 bad weeks and they really can't afford to get any more losses.
In my opinion, mainly strategy, like the draft order. I think in the game they exhibited good teamwork. They understood how to cast their spells in a team fight, but they were limited by what the strategy can do, and they're limited by their timings because of that. So if it gets adjusted, the pick order and what to pick first, what are their priorities, I think they could have a lot of potential in the upcoming season.
Trent? Anything to add? No? Okay. Just
that's
Winter's.
good. I agree.
One more. Okay, since you ask, because you mentioned about Beast Coast, I can't help but wonder when I was watching the last game, the draft, the Beastmaster Medusa, and how they were not using the map properly. And I remember in my head, if Beast Coast, they were playing this exact same draft, this game would be so easy for them. Because they are so good at placing, purple is supposed to be at bottom, orange is supposed to be at top, teal is supposed to be at top with orange. Every part of the map, there's someone doing something. Instead of just what they did in the game, which were the Invoker, he was playing so aggressive, he was trying to find fights. He was not supposed to find fights during that point of the game because the Medusa just wants to hit creeps. It's like the poodle going at the Rottweiler at that time of the game. He's like, he doesn't know he's small. He's trying to fight.
Well said.
Yeah, what an analogy. We're going to close the panel on that dog-on-dog violence. Please don't do this with your poodles. We hope you enjoyed the cast. We hope you enjoyed the games, of course. We won't be back tomorrow. Well, we will be back tomorrow on this very channel, but it's going to be with Div 2 games for SA, so please do stay tuned. Best way, of course, to follow this is just to follow the channel at just Epulze Gaming. Click that follow button. You get notified whenever we go live. So hopefully you get to enjoy some more SA Dota tomorrow. If you do not want to follow Div 2 because you're an elitist, that's fine too. We're back next week on Thursday with some more Div 1 SA Dota, so please do tune in then. Again, the easiest thing is just to follow the channel. Once the title indicates Div 1, you're welcome to come and listen to these wonderful casts. For now, my name's Plus. I'm being joined by Winter and Trent on this great panel, and we'll be seeing you guys on Thursday. Until then.
Bye.
Bye.